Chapter 2301. What? Zara was startled when she heard her grandfather tell her to stop searching. She asked in confusion, "Grandpa, why?" Lord Thorn replied vaguely, "Continuing your search won't do you any good. It's better to just forget it." Zara frowned, determination shining in her eyes. "Grandpa, what I'm searching for is my savior, and my brother. He saved our lives. I will find him no matter what. Even if I can't locate him, I won't give up." Lord Thorn grew anxious and spoke sternly, "This isn't just about whether you can find him. It concerns your future safety." Zara raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "My future safety? What does this have to do with my future?" Lord Thorn replied earnestly, "Master Heir warned that you are at odds with his destiny, and his destiny is far more favorable than yours. If you don't find him, that's fine. But if you do, it could bring you harm, like a moth flying into a flame." Zara immediately retorted, "Grandpa, I completely disagree. I think what Master Heir said is nonsense." She continued without hesitation, "This man saved my life. If I'm truly a moth and he's the fire, then why wasn't I burned when he saved me? I think Master Heir is just talking nonsense." Lord Thorn sighed heavily. "Ah! Can your defiance change reality? He saved you, yes, but that was in the past. What Master Heir foresaw concerns the future." Zara shot back, "I don't care about any of that. I only know that he saved my life, and I want to thank him in person. It's that simple. Even if there's some conflict, I'll find a way to repay him." Rarely raising his voice at her, Lord Thorn reprimanded her, "Zara, don't speak so foolishly. What Master Heir said is serious, you must listen." Zara shook her head firmly. "This is nothing but pseudoscientific superstition. I won't listen." Deanna interjected with a solemn expression. "Zara, Master Heir is a revered figure among our ancestors. He isn't spreading empty superstition. He is one of the most renowned feng shui masters in the world today, and you must show respect." She added gravely, "In my opinion, you should stop searching." Zara's eyes filled with frustration as she replied, "Mom, why do you believe in this kind of thing? You graduated from a prestigious university, you should trust science." Deanna answered seriously, "Zara, how do you know feng shui isn't scientific?" Zara snapped back, "It's just a pile of feudal superstitions. What science does it have? If it truly had a solid foundation, why can't you tell me exactly where my benefactor is? All I hear are vague warnings about fate and moths flying into flames. I refuse to believe this." Deanna replied firmly, "The Book of Changes and Divination were developed through countless years of observation and study, everything from the heavens to the oceans. It is a philosophical system that can even be considered scientific." She continued, "Have you ever thought about how the Mayans were able to accurately predict solar eclipses far into the future, even into the 21st century? Chapter 2302. What's even more astonishing is that the calendar they calculated aligns closely with the timeline established by modern science. The discrepancy is incredibly small, only one day every 5,000 years. Do you really believe this is nothing more than feudal superstition?" Zara found herself unable to refute the argument, so she resorted to stubborn denial. "There's no solid foundation for any of this. I refuse to believe it." Deanna sighed and replied earnestly, "Our generation was fortunate enough to develop a more objective understanding of both Eastern and Western cultures. We didn't blindly assume Western ideas were superior, nor did we believe Eastern concepts were inherently better. We approached problems with an objective and dialectical mindset. But those born after the year 2000 grew up under the overwhelming dominance of Western culture. You trust science and the internet, yet you casually dismiss the accumulated wisdom of your ancestors, wisdom that spans thousands of years. That kind of attitude is the real feudal superstition, it's ignorance." Still unconvinced, Zara challenged her, "So according to our ancestors, everything is predetermined? Even what I eat today or where I go is decided long ago?" Deanna answered calmly, "You believe nothing in this world has a fixed fate and that everything is under your control. But have you ever considered this? A piece of gravel, no matter how insignificant it seems, exists within a vast universe governed by its own laws. The broader your perspective, the more you'll realize that even a piece of gravel cannot escape fate. Intrigued, Zara asked, "Mom, then what is the fate of a piece of gravel? It might remain in the desert, be part of a larger cluster, sink into a river, or be melted down by humans and turned into glass or concrete. Does fate really apply to every single piece of gravel?" Deanna shook her head. "What I'm saying is that fate must be understood from a broader perspective, not a narrow one. When you zoom in too closely, gravel appears insignificant and abundant, making it seem impossible for each piece to have its own destiny. But do you know how many stars similar to our sun exist in the universe?" Zara looked utterly confused. Deanna continued, "Zara, when you focus on the microscopic view, gravel seems trivial. But when you step back and look at the macro scale, you'll realize that our entire planet is nothing more than a speck of gravel in the universe, far less significant than a single piece of gravel on Earth. You young people love to talk about science, don't you? Then let me tell you this, in the observable universe, there are approximately 2 trillion galaxies, yes, 2 trillion. Each galaxy contains hundreds of billions, or even trillions, of stars. Our sun is merely one of countless stars in the Milky Way. In fact, it's so ordinary that it barely stands out at all. On a cosmic scale, the sun is less significant than a piece of gravel on Earth. There are more stars like the sun in the universe than there are pieces of gravel on this planet. Yet you think a single piece of gravel doesn't deserve a fate. Let me ask you this, if a star, one that is hundreds of times larger than Earth, is nothing more than cosmic gravel, does it deserve a fate?" Deanna's words struck Zara like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely speechless. She had never viewed the world from such an immense perspective. As she contemplated the vastness of the universe, she felt an overwhelming sense of her own insignificance and ignorance. If the sun itself was nothing more than gravel in the universe, then Earth could only be considered cosmic dust. And if humanity existed within that cosmic dust, what did that say about human significance? How much of the science humanity understands within this tiny speck truly represents the totality of existence? Chapter 2303. Noticing that Zara had fallen silent and no longer attempted to refute her, Deanna sighed and spoke in a serious tone. "Zara, you must understand this, every star among the more than 2 trillion galaxies in the universe operates according to its own unique laws. What about the lives of billions of people?" She then clasped her hands together in a gesture of reverence and continued, "In the past, I visited temples to burn incense and pay homage to Buddha. Both you and your father dismissed it as superstition, but Buddhism teaches a profound truth: within a single grain of sand lies an entire universe. Even a tiny pebble contains infinite possibilities. On a grand scale, a galaxy is nothing more than a grain of sand in the universe, yet within it exists an immense and incomparable world. The essence of the Book of Changes conveys a fundamental truth: everything in the universe, from the smallest speck of dust to the grandest stars, operates under its own laws. You may not understand them, but you must never disrespect them. Do you understand?" Zara nodded quickly, her voice soft and subdued as she replied, "Mom, I understand. I'm sorry for my earlier ignorance. I really didn't understand those concepts or the idea of fate." Deanna smiled gently. "Everything in this world follows its own rules. Once you uncover these laws, you'll gain insight into the past, present, and future. Just as the ancients deciphered the laws governing celestial movement and gradually learned to predict the weather. Today, astronomers have mastered the movements of the sun and moon, allowing them to predict solar and lunar eclipses with precision, even calculating eclipses tens of thousands of years into the past. The core of the Book of Changes is a synthesis of the laws that govern heaven, earth, and humanity. Once you grasp these laws, you'll be able to perceive a person's past, present, and future. Since Master Heir has advised you not to continue searching, you should heed his guidance and stop. You and your brother are my entire world. When you had that accident in Japan, it nearly broke my heart. I cannot endure any more danger befalling you." Zara hesitated, then instinctively asked, "Mom, do you think Master Heir could be wrong?" She quickly added, "I don't doubt feng shui. I just think matters like this are similar to solving a math problem. Even a tiny mistake can lead to huge errors. As the saying goes, a slight deviation can result in a 1,000-mile difference. Deanna shook her head firmly. The Earth orbits the Sun once every year without deviation. Our solar system revolves around the center of the Milky Way, completing one orbit every 250 million years, yet it remains precise. This is the rigor of universal laws. The principles of the Book of Changes are just as exacting as astronomy, and Master Heir is the foremost authority in this field today. No one understands it better than he does, and he cannot be wrong. If he has warned that you are like moths drawn to a flame, then you must stay far away from that fire. If you refuse to obey and insist on continuing this pursuit, I will ask your father to send you abroad immediately. Deanna continued, Harvard Business School starts in August, and you still have half a year. If you don't comply, you might end up there sooner than you expect. Don't do this, Mom. Zara blurted out anxiously. You want me to go to the United States alone? When I arrive, school won't have started yet, I won't be able to stay in the dorms, and I won't even know my way around. It would be extremely inconvenient. Deanna replied calmly but firmly, there won't be any inconvenience. Your father bought a villa near Harvard University last year. You can live there, it has housekeepers, staff, and personal assistants. Everything will be taken care of. If necessary, I can go with you. Hearing this, Zara immediately pleaded, Mom, I don't want to go to the United States right now. I promise I'll listen to you. Just please don't make me stop searching. As she spoke, an overwhelming sense of reluctance surged in her heart. In my heart, there are countless reasons why I can't give up searching for my Savior. Chapter 23:04. My mother has become extremely resolute lately. Although she usually appears gentle, once she makes up her mind, there's almost no room for negotiation. If I continue searching for my benefactor behind her back, she will definitely send me to the United States, just as she threatened. At that point, I would be thousands of miles away from China, and everything would become even more complicated. So my only option is to deceive my mother, while secretly continuing my search for my benefactor. At that moment, Deanna was unaware of her daughter's true intentions. As she reflected on Zara's response, she felt relieved, believing that her daughter was finally willing to give up the search. She then turned to Fitz with a serious expression. Fitz, your name carries meaning, it reminds you to distinguish right from wrong. Your sister is deeply entangled in this matter, as I've explained. For her safety, you must promise me that you will never help her secretly search for anyone. Do you understand? Fitz responded without hesitation, Mom, you don't need to worry. I respect traditional Chinese culture. Since you've said so, I won't help Zara. Fitz truly meant it. These days, many young people criticize traditional Chinese culture, often under the influence of Western values. One of the most frequently attacked fields is traditional Chinese medicine. In his youthful arrogance, Fitz once believed it lacked scientific grounding and clinical evidence. However, when he was 19, he suffered from a persistent low-grade fever that lasted over a month. After countless tests and rounds of antibiotics failed to produce results, his family finally sought help from a renowned traditional physician. After examining him, the doctor diagnosed him with damp evil and immediately treated him with acupuncture and a herbal prescription. The results were remarkable. From that day on, Fitz understood that every system of knowledge has its own truths. Traditional Chinese medicine has evolved alongside Chinese civilization for over 5,000 years. Its depth and wisdom cannot simply be dismissed by an ignorant youth. Since then, Fitz developed deep respect for traditional culture, including the philosophies of the Book of Changes. Zara, meanwhile, felt increasingly hopeless as she listened. She knew that if her brother refused to help her, she would lose her only source of assistance. Ever since she was rescued in Japan, Charlie had occupied her thoughts every single day. Every detail of that rescue was etched into her memory. It was as if Charlie had become inseparable from her very soul. Thus, even if it felt like she was recklessly throwing herself into danger, she simply couldn't let go. At that moment, Deanna fixed her gaze on Zara and spoke in an unyielding tone, Zara, I plan to stay in Oris Hill for a while. During this time, you will stay here with me, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Chapter 23:05. Deanna had a strong desire to live in Oris Hill for a while. This wasn't merely because she missed Bruce, she also deeply appreciated the warm, humid climate of the ancient riverside city. Moreover, she couldn't stop thinking about the old house Bruce had once rented. She imagined herself staying in Oris Hill, purchasing that house, and restoring it to its former appearance. If everything went smoothly, she might even consider making Oris Hill her permanent home. Deanna had married Zane after witnessing the man she truly loved marry someone else, a blow that shattered her confidence and expectations about relationships. However, her marriage to Zane quickly devolved into nothing more than familial obligation, devoid of love. Once Zane's betrayal was exposed, whatever feelings she had left for him nearly vanished. Although she had not yet officially filed for divorce, she had already made up her mind. She would no longer force herself to live according to others' expectations. From that moment on, she wanted to live for herself, and settling in Oris Hill would be the first step of her new life. When Zara learned that her mother planned to stay in Oris Hill, resistance immediately surged in her heart. She thought, both the Banks family and the Thorne family have their main influence in Eastcliff. Only in Eastcliff can I mobilize enough resources to find my benefactor. But if I stay with my mother in Oris Hill, I won't have access to any of those resources. On top of that, my mother is firmly opposed to me searching for my benefactor. Living under her watch will only make things harder. The more she thought about it, the more discouraged she became, and she failed to respond immediately to her mother's plan. Seeing the hesitation on Zara's face, Deanna raised her eyebrows and asked, "What's wrong? Are you unhappy with this arrangement?" Zara quickly replied, "No, Mom. I actually want to stay with you in Oris Hill. I'm just worried that I might not be able to adapt to life here in the long run." Deanna nodded and asked, "What do you mean?" Zara raised her fingers one by one and said, "First of all, winters in Eastcliff are very dry, while Oris Hill is extremely humid." Deanna answered without hesitation, "That's not a problem at all. We can install a top-tier central dehumidification system in your room. We can even monitor Eastcliff's humidity in real time. If Eastcliff is at 10% humidity, then your room here will also be kept at 10%, no worse than that." Zara was startled and hurriedly added, "It's not just the humidity, Mom. I'm also worried about my eating habits. I don't know if I'll get used to the food here." Deanna waved her hand dismissively. "That's even easier to solve. I'll bring a chef from Eastcliff. You like his cooking, don't you? Your father is going to Australia, so the chef is free anyway. I'll have him come over today, and you'll be eating familiar dishes by tomorrow morning." Zara looked slightly embarrassed and said, "I can stay here with you, but my brother still has to leave." "What happens after he leaves if the chef is here?" Before Deanna could answer, Fitz spoke up confidently, "That's not a problem at all. I can handle it. I'll just eat out every day. I'm not afraid of living like a bachelor for a while. I won't starve just because I'm alone." He then added casually, "Oh, right, I'm not leaving Oris Hill just yet. Stephanie's son has a concert coming up, and I want to stay and get ready for it. I'll head out after the concert." Chapter 23:06. Zara was completely stunned. At such a critical moment, her brother had effortlessly dragged himself into trouble. She shot Fitz an annoyed glare before turning to Deanna and saying, "Mom, I didn't bring enough clothes or daily necessities. Staying in Oris Hill for 3 to 5 days is fine, but if it's any longer, it'll be extremely inconvenient." Deanna replied casually, "That's easy. A few of the house ants are free right now. I'll have them pack up all your personal belongings and bring everything over when we come." She then added, "If anything makes you uncomfortable, just tell me. Mom will handle it for you. If you're not satisfied with your room here, I can have all the furniture and decorations from your room back home dismantled and flown over. Is there anything else? Just say the word, and I'll take care of it." Zara felt completely powerless. She hadn't expected her mother to be this determined, leaving her with absolutely no room to negotiate. After a long sigh, she nodded and said, "All right, Mom. I understand. I won't bring up any more objections." We'll do it your way. Deanna smiled, clearly relieved. You should really stop obsessing over that benefactor. Stay with me in Oris Hill. Once school starts, if I'm not too busy, I'll accompany you to the United States for your studies. After you finish your MBA, we'll come back together. Zara knew her mother was keeping her under close supervision, making sure she wouldn't have any chance to secretly look for her benefactor. Feeling resigned, she nodded again. Okay. I'll listen to you. Deanna finally relaxed. She thought to herself, as long as I keep Zara in Oris Hill and watch over her closely, she won't encounter that dangerous man who could drag her into trouble. Once she goes to the US to study, the odds of her finding him will drop drastically. Maybe after enough time passes, she'll forget about him entirely. However, Deanna had gravely underestimated Zara's determination. Although Zara's personality differed greatly from her mother's, deep down they shared the same stubborn persistence. Deanna had loved Bruce for many years, enduring rejection again and again without ever giving up, no matter how much advice she received. In the same way, Zara was determined to find Charlie. Even with everyone standing in her way, she refused to back down. What Deanna didn't know was that the person Zara was searching for was the young man on the electric bicycle she had encountered at the entrance of Bruce's former residence. The Thompson First, where that young man was currently staying, was only 35 kilometers away in a straight line. By keeping Zara in Oris Hill, Deanna was unknowingly placing her right next to the very danger she was trying so desperately to protect her from. Chapter 2307. While Zara was temporarily suppressing her inner impulses and choosing to remain in Oris Hill, Wendy was fully immersed in her new role at Pearl Etiquette Company. It was already evening, and Wendy had officially taken over the company that very afternoon. Determined not to let Charlie down, she spent her first few hours meticulously reviewing all the company's accounts since its establishment. Wendy began by compiling a list of all the etiquette ladies who had been deceived by Pearl Etiquette Company. Based on records of their participation in various activities, she calculated each person's losses and ultimately determined the total compensation owed. Next, she contacted all the etiquette ladies who were still working at the company and invited them to attend a meeting. She also arranged for people to locate those who had resigned and been forced by the former boss, Lloyd, to work at KTV, urging them to return as well. By dinner time, Pearl Etiquette Company was packed with etiquette ladies. There were over 100 women currently employed, and with those who had returned, nearly 300 young women filled the space. Most of them were between 18 and 25 years old. While not all were stunning beauties, many were quite attractive. Moreover, all of them were at least 1.65 meters tall, with well-proportioned figures. Compared to many other professions, their overall appearance was strikingly superior. With nearly 300 young women gathered together, chatting non-stop, the scene resembled a flock of lively, oversized sparrows. They had all been informed of the change in ownership at Pearl Etiquette Company and had come to settle accounts. However, many were confused as to why Lloyd, who had been making money off the company, would suddenly hand it over. They were also deeply curious about how the company planned to resolve the outstanding payments owed to them. Those who had been gone for a long time were especially shocked. They didn't even dare to hope that the company would actually pay back the money it owed them. Seeing so many people gathered, Wendy felt a wave of nervousness rise within her. Although she had never independently managed a company before, her time at the Wilson Group had given her some experience, making her more composed than most of the girls present. Taking a deep breath, she steadied herself and spoke into the microphone. "Everyone, please quiet down. We're about to begin." The room gradually fell silent, all eyes turning toward Wendy as they waited for her to speak. Wendy cleared her throat and said seriously, "First of all, I need to inform everyone that all shares of Pearl Etiquette Company have been transferred to my name. I have official documentation from the Industrial and Commercial Department to prove this. You're welcome to pass it around, and you can also check the company's registration information online to confirm that the shareholder has changed from Lloyd to me, Wendy." Several girls sitting in the front rows quickly took the documents and passed them around, while many others immediately took out their phones to verify the information online. Very soon, everyone confirmed that Wendy was now the legitimate owner of Pearl Etiquette Company. Those who didn't know Wendy began wondering about her background and how she had managed to acquire the company. Meanwhile, the girls who had previously worked with her were just as baffled. They couldn't understand why Lloyd, who had always been ruthless and domineering, would hand the company over to her. Chapter 2308. Once she was sure everyone had accepted the situation, Wendy continued, I called everyone here today to make a few important announcements. First, regarding Lloyd and Teresa Faye. They've been under special treatment for some time now, and I have good news, part of the money that was scammed from you has been recovered. The room instantly exploded into chaos. A girl shouted, What? Lloyd and Teresa Faye paid the money back? Seriously? After just 2 weeks of peeling? How the hell is that possible? Wendy answered calmly, Yes, it's true. My brother-in-law sent them to KTV to earn money as compensation for their wrongdoing. Teresa Faye is working as a companion, and Lloyd is doing menial work. They're both at Caesar's place right now. I'll be starting work there tonight. If you know anyone working there, you can ask them to confirm. Immediately, many of the girls pulled out their phones, some sending messages, others making calls. Before long, someone shouted excitedly, It's true. Lloyd and Teresa Faye are really working at KTV. This is fucking karma. That's right. My friend just confirmed it, it's really them. One girl who knew Wendy well asked eagerly, Wendy, just how powerful is your brother-in-law? How did he manage to deal with Lloyd? Wendy replied, her tone filled with admiration, My brother-in-law is incredible. All of the women present had suffered abuse and oppression from Lloyd in the past, so hearing this news filled them with satisfaction. Cheers, applause, and laughter erupted throughout the room. After the noise gradually died down, Wendy continued, Now for the second announcement, the money distribution. None of them had expected Wendy's first action as the new boss to be returning money. Wendy added, I've already calculated the reimbursement ratios. This won't fully make up for everyone's losses, but it will at least compensate part of them. I'll display the list of names and amounts shortly. If there are no objections, once you sign and confirm, the finance department will process the payments immediately. She then stated bluntly, to be clear, we withdrew $3.5 million in cash from the bank earlier today. At her signal, someone from the finance department quickly went next door and brought in several strong men. Each man carried a large suitcase. They placed them on the conference table and opened them, revealing stacks of cash inside. Nearly 300 girls erupted into cheers, some even shouting, Long live Wendy. Applause thundered through the room. At that moment, Wendy had completely won their support, firmly establishing her authority and taking her first decisive step as the head of Pearl Etiquette Company. Chapter 2309. Wendy stood on stage amid thunderous applause. Despite the overwhelming response, she felt a hint of embarrassment. After collecting her thoughts, she continued, The third point I want to address is that Pearl Etiquette Company will be transitioning to a completely new operating model. Here's how it will work. Nearly 300 girls in the audience listened intently, hanging on her every word. Wendy spoke earnestly, First, Pearl Etiquette Company will continue providing etiquette services to major enterprises and self-employed clients in Oris Hill, just as we have always done. We are all women here, with similar experiences. That makes us sisters. If any of you wish to stay in this industry, I sincerely hope you'll continue working with me. Second, I want to make a solemn promise to all my sisters, if you choose to work with me again, I will never exploit your labor or the fruits of your hard work the way it was done in the past. Next, we will adopt a fully open and transparent profit-sharing model, allowing for genuine cooperation with every sister here. These are the concrete terms. The company will be responsible for arranging work assignments for everyone. Commissions will be divided openly and transparently. Pearl Etiquette Company will keep only 20% of each commission as operating funds, while the remaining 80% will go directly to the individual. The moment the audience heard that individuals would receive 80% of the commission, the room exploded with excited cheers. In this industry, no company offered anything remotely close to such a generous split. Under normal circumstances, the standard cooperation model was a 50-50 split. Companies like Lloyd's were even worse, usually giving only 20% to 30% to the etiquette ladies. Worse still, They often use coercive tactics to force girls into signing contracts that slash their earnings to as little as 10%. Compared to that, Wendy's proposal was nothing short of revolutionary. Although Wendy knew that this commission structure was extremely generous, so generous that after accounting for operational expenses, management costs, and support staff salaries, the company's profit margin would be razor-thin, possibly as low as 5%, she was determined not to disappoint Charlie. If she became another Lloyd, squeezing every last drop of profit from the girls, Charlie would certainly lose faith in her. That belief pushed her to make this bold decision. If I work hard, build a solid reputation, and attract more sisters to Pearl Etiquette Company, both our workforce and our business volume will grow. Even if individual profit margins shrink, the overall expansion will still generate substantial returns. For example, if annual revenue is $10 million with a 20% profit margin, that's $2 million in profit. But if we reach $100 million in revenue with just a 5% margin, that's still $5 million in net profit. So I must keep a clear head and focus on the bigger picture. I must use a fair and humane profit-sharing system to bring sisters together in genuine cooperation and attract even more talent to Pearl Etiquette Company. My ultimate goal is to make Pearl Etiquette Company the largest etiquette firm in all of Oris Hill. And I will give everything I have to achieve this, so that I can earn the recognition of my brother-in-law. At that moment, every girl in the audience was completely fired up by Wendy's words. Her promise of transparency, fairness, and returning what Lloyd had stolen from them built immense trust. Almost every girl silently made a firm decision in her heart. Wendy then continued, "At present, the company has 500,000 yuan in available operating funds. I've also ordered 3 13-seat commercial vehicles to serve as free shuttle buses for our employees." She smiled awkwardly and added, "However, because most of our funds were used to compensate everyone, we can only afford to buy 3 vehicles for now. If the number of employees grows too quickly, even these 3 vehicles may not be enough." Chapter 23:10. In that case, when work begins, some sisters may not be able to use the shuttle service immediately. At the beginning, the shuttle buses will prioritize those who live farther away or have irregular schedules. As long as everyone can provide their services, that's enough. But I promise all my sisters this: as the company grows and becomes profitable, we will continue expanding our shuttle fleet. Eventually, we will build our own complete fleet. No matter how bad the weather is, freezing cold, scorching heat, fierce winds, or torrential rain, we will ensure that every activity and every sister is picked up and transported by our own vehicles. This declaration triggered yet another round of thunderous applause. Many girls had tears welling up in their eyes. They had entered this line of work because they had no better way to survive. Their family situations were difficult. Every day, they woke before dawn, endured wind and rain, heat and cold, just to earn a miserable living. Along the way, they were bullied constantly, by company bosses and by clients alike. No one had ever treated them with respect. No one cared about their hardship or dignity. But Wendy's words struck straight into their hearts, filling them with warmth, care, and a sense of being valued, for the first time in their lives. A girl suddenly stood up, her face flushed with excitement. "Sister Wendy, I'll follow you from now on." "Yes. Sister Wendy, I'll follow you." Another girl said loudly, "I graduated from high school and entered this industry to help my family pay off debts. I've been doing this for 6 years, going through all kinds of shit, and I've never tasted any sweetness in life." But what Sister Wendy just said filled my heart with sweetness. "Count me in." "That's right," someone else shouted. "No company has ever treated us like human beings. But Sister Wendy treats us like sisters. What the hell is there to hesitate about? I'm in." As these emotional declarations echoed throughout the room, the atmosphere ignited completely. Everyone scrambled to express their willingness to stay. Trying to contain her excitement, Wendy said, "All right, let's see how many sisters are willing to continue working at Pearl Etiquette Company. If you're willing, please raise your hands." In an instant, the crowd erupted again as 300 to 400 hands shot into the air. Many girls raised both hands, overwhelmed with excitement. Wendy looked around and saw nearly every hand raised high, faces glowing with anticipation and joy. There was no hesitation, no doubt, and no reluctance, only excitement, trust, and determination. It was clear that every one of them truly wanted to be part of the reborn Pearl Etiquette Company. Chapter 23:11. Thanks to the support of the etiquette ladies, Wendy had taken her first solid step toward fully taking control of Pearl Etiquette Company. She worked tirelessly at the office until late at night, eventually catching the last bus and dragging her exhausted body back to Thompson First Villa. Ever since Wendy started working, the Wilson family had at least managed to avoid starvation. There was rice at home. Although they couldn't afford anything fancy, Lady Wilson, Christopher, and Harold were no longer going hungry. A simple pot of steamed white rice was enough to keep them alive. When Wendy returned home, Lady Wilson had just finished serving white rice to Christopher and Harold. She had prepared a small bowl for herself, poured boiling water over it, added a pinch of salt, and was eating alone. Seeing Wendy come back so late, Lady Wilson immediately complained, "Wendy, why are you back so late today? I've been at home taking care of your father and brother all day, and I'm exhausted. Couldn't you have left work earlier to help me?" Wendy replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, Grandma. There were a lot of things going on at the company, so I got delayed." Lady Wilson said unhappily, "Isn't it just being a courtesy lady? You're earning money, but why are you coming home at this hour?" Harold, lying on the bed, complained, "Yeah, Wendy. I was really hoping to eat preserved egg and lean meat porridge today. I was waiting for you to earn some money so you could buy half a caddy of pork and 2 preserved eggs, but I'm still waiting." Christopher, lying beside Harold, sighed and said weakly, "Wendy, I've had cramps for 2 days now. It hurts badly. I think I'm seriously malnourished and lacking calcium. Can you figure out a way to buy a box of calcium tablets for your dad?" Seeing how miserable her father and brother looked made Wendy's heart ache. She wanted badly to share the good news, that Charlie had entrusted her with managing a company and that she now had a monthly salary of $10,000. However, remembering Charlie's reminder to keep things discreet, she restrained herself and said, "Dad, brother, hang in there. The company is promoting me to manager. I'll be earning $10,000 a month. Tomorrow, I'll ask finance to advance me half a month's salary. I promise I'll improve our family's living conditions." Christopher's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wendy, is that true? You're really a manager now?" Harold immediately asked, "Wendy, does that mean you really earn $10,000 a month?" Wendy nodded seriously. "Yes, I really do earn $10,000 a month." She then added, "Charlie even bought me the latest Apple phone because I didn't have one before." "Wow!" Harold shouted excitedly. "Sister! You're amazing. $10,000 a month is insane. Your boss is so generous, he even bought you a phone." Lady Wilson wiped her tears and said emotionally, "If Wendy really earns $10,000 a month, that's more than $300 a day. With that kind of income, our family will finally be able to live properly." She immediately began calculating. Right now, pork costs about 20 per caddy, and ordinary rice is around 3. For a family of 4, if we buy 1 caddy of pork and 2 caddies of rice a day, plus some vegetables, food expenses would be about 70 or 80. If we also buy a few bottles of milk for calcium, that's around 100 a day. We'd still have money left over. Chapter 23:12. Harold couldn't help crying as he said, "Grandma, I can finally eat meat every day." "Yes," Lady Wilson sighed. "Just wait until your dad recovers and finds a job. He doesn't need a high salary. If the 2 of you earn 5 or 6,000 each, that'll be more than enough. When that happens, our family's monthly income could reach 15 or 16,000. Then we'll truly be living a good life." Listening to this, Wendy felt an indescribable bitterness in her heart. She thought to herself, in the past, the Wilson family wasn't poor at all. We had tens of millions. Back then, we spent tens of thousands every month just on food, if not more. But no one was ever satisfied. Everyone felt life wasn't good enough. People only wanted to climb higher and mingle with the elite. And now, after everything we've been through, our expectations have fallen this low. In the past, no matter how extravagant the meals were, we still weren't content. Now, as long as we can eat regularly and save a little, just being able to stay at home already feels like a blessing. It's sad, and also deeply ironic. As she thought about this, Charlie's figure appeared in her mind. Charlie is the most down-to-earth among all of us. Even during the hardest times, he remained practical. Now that he's Master Wade, admired by the upper class of Oris Hill, he still hasn't forgotten his roots and continues to live a steady life with Claire. Thinking of this, Wendy took out her phone and quietly added Charlie on WeChat. At that moment, Charlie had just finished eating when he received a voice call from Mr. Quinton. After the call connected, Mr. Quinton respectfully said, "Master Wade, Aurora informed me that you'd like me to host a banquet at my residence. When would be convenient for you?" Charlie replied, "Today is already Thursday. Let's tentatively set it for Friday night. How does that sound?" Mr. Quinton responded respectfully, "That's perfect. Any time convenient for Master Wade works for me." "Good. Please help me invite everyone," Charlie said. Mr. Quinton quickly replied, "Master Wade, I'll send you the guest list for confirmation." "All right," Charlie agreed. Mr. Quinton continued, "First, there's Miss Moore and Lord Moore from the Moore family, then Dr. Simmons, the renowned genius doctor, followed by Isaac Cameron, Travis Lane, the richest man in Lancaster, Don Albert, Mr. White from the White family, and Liam from Oracle Pharmaceutical." Chapter 23:13. Charlie said, "Don't forget to invite Doris Young, the vice chairman of Emgrand Group." Mr. Quinton immediately replied, "Of course, Master Wade. I'll contact Ms. Young and notify her right away." Charlie said, "Thank you. Please help me make the arrangements." Mr. Quinton said respectfully, "Master Wade, there's no need to be so polite with me. If you need anything at all, just let me know." Charlie smiled and replied, "I plan to arrive a few hours early to guide Aurora, and I'll also bring you a small gift." As soon as Mr. Quinton heard this, his voice trembled with excitement. He instantly realized that Charlie might be giving him another chance. Overwhelmed, he said, "Master Wade, that's far too generous of you." Charlie smiled faintly. "Generous? I wouldn't call it that. I'll see you tomorrow." "Understood, Master. See you tomorrow," Mr. Quinton replied enthusiastically. After hanging up, Charlie noticed a new contact in his WeChat. Out of curiosity, he opened it and found that it was a friend request from Wendy. He immediately accepted it. Almost instantly, Wendy sent a message. "Brother-in-law, everything on the company's side has been settled. We now have nearly 300 etiquette ladies willing to work with us and follow your arrangements." Charlie was pleasantly surprised by the number. It seemed Wendy had handled things very well. He replied, "That's great. Keep up the good work." Wendy replied excitedly, "Thank you, brother-in-law. I'll do my best." She then added, "Brother-in-law, I have something I'd like to ask." Charlie replied, "What is it?" Wendy explained, "Brother-in-law, I have several expenses at home right now, and I'd like to ask for an advance of half a month's salary. Would that be possible?" Knowing that she must be in financial difficulty, Charlie agreed without hesitation. "No problem. Just inform the finance department." Wendy immediately sent a grateful emoji and replied, "Thank you so much, brother-in-law." Chapter 23:14. At first, Charlie hadn't given Wendy much thought. Initially, he simply saw her sincere remorse and wanted to help her, perhaps by giving her some money to get through her current situation. However, after learning that she had been bullied, especially by Lloyd and Teresa Fay, Charlie felt an urge to stand up for those being wronged. That was why he decided to hand over the management of Lloyd's Pearl Etiquette Company to Wendy. Even so, Charlie still kept a degree of caution toward Wendy. He set a condition: although she would manage the entire company, her monthly salary would be capped at $10,000. This was meant to limit both her income and authority, allowing her to operate quietly while preventing any unexpected moves. Wendy, however, didn't feel restrained by this arrangement. She was deeply grateful for everything Charlie had done and focused entirely on working hard and succeeding at Pearl Etiquette Company. Believing that sometimes keeping things simple was best, Charlie chose not to tell his wife, Claire, about this matter. Besides, Claire had been extremely busy lately. After dinner every night, she would hurry into her study and immerse herself in work again without pause. She was currently preparing the renovation plan for Grand Group's 6-star hotel, and her career momentum was steadily rising. She even expressed her ambition to support Charlie more in the future. Seeing Claire work so late every night made Charlie feel concerned. Wanting to take care of her, he washed some fruit and carried it upstairs to her study. Inside, Claire was completely focused on her computer, drawing design drafts. Afraid of startling her, Charlie lightly coughed to get her attention. "Ahem, Claire," he said softly. Claire turned around and smiled brightly. "Husband, why are you here?" Charlie walked over and placed the fruit bowl on her desk. "I brought you some fruit. You should eat more. Sitting in front of the computer every day exposes you to radiation. Eating fruit can replenish vitamins and reduce the harm." Claire smiled sweetly. "Thank you, husband." She then picked up the biggest, reddest strawberry from the bowl. Instead of eating it herself, she held it up to Charlie's mouth. "You eat this." Charlie laughed and said, "I already ate some earlier." "You eat it. Don't worry about me." Claire puffed up her cheeks and said stubbornly, "If you don't eat it, then I won't eat it either." She added dramatically, "It's so sad, you won't even eat when I feed you myself." Without another word, Charlie suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the strawberry, along with Claire's fingers, on purpose. He bit gently, clearly teasing her. Chapter 23:15. "Oh!" Claire exclaimed, suddenly realizing that Charlie had just launched a surprise attack on her. She immediately pretended to be horrified and cried out, "Ah! I kindly fed the puppy, but the puppy bit me." With his mouth full of strawberries, Charlie replied vaguely, "All right, if you say your husband is a puppy, then what does that make you?" Claire puffed out her chest proudly and declared, "I'm the one feeding the puppy, so naturally, I'm the puppy's owner." Charlie chuckled. "If I'm a puppy, then you must be the bone in my mouth." Claire grinned. "Where's that bone?" "You're using metaphors now, comparing people to bones." Charlie replied seriously, "Don't you know that puppies are extremely protective of their food? Once a bone is in their mouth, they won't let go, even if the sky collapses. Anyone who tries to take it away will have to fight for it." Claire was touched by his serious tone and replied shyly, "In that case, I'll gladly be the bone, so you can take good care of me." "Go ahead." Charlie laughed and said, "All right, enough talking. Let's eat the fruit first." Claire nodded and grabbed 2 more strawberries. She stuffed one into Charlie's mouth and then took a bite of the other herself. As Charlie glanced at her computer screen, he noticed that a fairly complete prototype of the design drawing had already taken shape in the design software. He couldn't help but ask, "My wife, are you really designing drawings for such a huge project by yourself?" Claire explained, "Not really. What I'm working on right now is just a preliminary sketch. During the bidding stage, there's no need for a detailed design plan, we only need to convey the general concept. Once we enter the bidding phase, we'll need to submit a much more detailed design plan along with a budget quotation. But my studio doesn't have many people right now. For a project of this scale, everyone has to be involved. I'll mainly handle the drawings, while the others coordinate suppliers and calculate costs. It's a massive project, connecting with hundreds of suppliers and dealing with thousands of individual products." Charlie nodded, concerned. "Just make sure you don't exhaust yourself. You still need to balance work and rest." Claire smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. It's only a few more days. Once I finish the bidding documents and submit them, we'll wait for Grand Group's internal review. If we pass, I'll immediately expand the team. If we don't, then it'll just be good experience." She continued earnestly, "Once my project succeeds, you won't have to shoulder all the pressure of supporting our family by yourself anymore. Our expenses are pretty high right now. Just the villa alone costs over $100,000 a year, not to mention everything else," she added. "My studio has made some money, but most of it has gone into expansion. I haven't been able to contribute much to household expenses, which is why I'm determined to win this project and truly make a difference. Charlie understood Claire's character very well. She had never been materialistic and had never demanded anything for herself. Everything she did was ultimately for the family. With genuine sincerity, he said, "Wife, thank you." Claire replied seriously, "I should be the one thanking you. You've supported me at home for so many years, and Mom and Dad have relied on you all this time." Charlie quickly said, "What are you saying? It's only natural for a husband to support the family. During the first 3 years of our marriage, I didn't earn a single cent. I only cooked and did housework at home. You never looked down on me. Now that I'm bearing a bit more responsibility, it's really nothing." Claire smiled gently. "The most important thing is that we can always understand and tolerate each other like this. That matters far more than money. Just like before, even when you weren't earning anything, you still took good care of the house and kept everything organized. That's worth more than money." Chapter 23:16. Charlie felt immense gratitude toward Claire, especially for the unwavering support she had given him throughout their marriage. Despite his unfortunate background, losing his parents at the age of 8, growing up in an orphanage, and possessing only a state-recognized high school diploma, Claire, known as the most beautiful woman in Oris Hill, married him without hesitation. Over the past 4 years, she had faced countless suggestions urging her to divorce him, yet she remained firm and loyal, filling Charlie with deep appreciation. Recently, Charlie had considered telling Claire the truth about his past, but he hesitated. The real reason behind his parents' feud and their mysterious deaths was still unclear. All he currently knew pointed to an organization called the Anti-Wade Alliance. During his childhood in Eastcliff, the Anti-Wade Alliance had repeatedly targeted his family. However, Charlie remembered that his parents' decision to leave the Wade family wasn't mainly because of the alliance, but rather due to a major conflict between his father, Bruce, and his grandfather, Lord Wade, over some unknown issue. That dispute led his parents to sever ties with the Wade family and move to Oris Hill in pursuit of a simpler life. Tragically, not long after the move, both of them died under suspicious circumstances. Charlie firmly believed that their deaths were not accidental. He was convinced that someone had murdered them. However, he still had no clues about who the killer was. He also couldn't determine the Wade family's true stance, whether they were friends or enemies, nor did he know how the Banks family might have been involved in his parents' deaths. He remembered Stephen Thompson once warning him that his father had offended the Rothschild family, a powerful force in Europe and the United States at the time. This made Charlie wonder whether the Rothschilds had played a role. Chapter 23:17. Over the past century, countless rumors have circulated about the Rothschild family throughout Europe and North America. Some claim that they control a significant portion of Europe, while others say their influence extends to more than half of Europe and even a large part of the United States. They seem to have their presence everywhere in Europe and America. Their bank is recognized as the most profitable in the world. They own the most lucrative oil refining companies, the largest shipping conglomerates, and even the biggest military-industrial enterprises. The family also played a critical role in the development of railway transportation, which was a cornerstone of the Industrial Revolution in both Europe and the United States. When it comes to precious resources such as gold and diamonds, these have long been their strongest domains. It is estimated that the Rothschild family's total wealth amounts to several trillion dollars. Some even claim that they control nearly 1/3 of the world's wealth. By comparison, a single Rothschild is said to possess assets worth more than 10 times those of the Wade family. What is even more terrifying is the political power the Rothschild family wields. As an old Jewish family rooted in Europe and America, they hold enormous influence. Many of Wall Street's most powerful figures are also Jewish, meaning a significant portion of the United States financial core is under their control. This family is even capable of manipulating conflicts between nations from behind the scenes. Compared to them, Charlie's current strength and wealth were utterly insignificant. He worried about what kind of storm would be triggered if his true identity were exposed. Given the situation, he believed it was best to keep everything hidden from Claire for now. He needed to uncover the truth behind his parents' deaths first, determine whether the Wade family was friend or foe, and confirm whether there was any deep-seated hatred between his family and the Rothschilds. Claire, however, was completely unaware of the turmoil raging inside her husband's heart. While eating fruit, she spoke with hope in her voice, "Husband, if I can win this project, it'll reduce a lot of pressure on you in the future." Charlie replied seriously, "I don't feel much pressure. Making money is easy for me, so you don't need to burden yourself either. If this project becomes too stressful, you can withdraw from the bidding. Preparing for a bid is exhausting, and even if you win, the actual work afterward could be even more tiring." Claire smiled and said, "Being tired is fine. We can't stop developing just because something is difficult. Once the company grows stronger, I'll be able to delegate tasks and focus on management. That way, it won't be so exhausting. The hardest situation is the studio model, where you're both the boss and the employee, doing everything yourself." Charlie nodded. "That's true. That's the worst situation." Claire smiled gently and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll continue working here. You should go back to the bedroom and rest." Charlie replied, "All right, dear. Focus on your work. I won't disturb you. Just call me if you need anything." At the same time, Mr. Quinton was so excited that he began contacting everyone on his list. Most of them were old friends or acquaintances, so it was easy to get in touch. After hearing the news, everyone was filled with anticipation. Previously, Charlie had provided a large batch of medicine, and everyone had felt incredibly fortunate to receive such a precious gift from him. Chapter 23:18. This time, Charlie was once again willing to provide treatment, and everyone was thrilled. In Lancaster, Travis Lane immediately asked his friend Caleb from the Welfare Institute to drive him to Orris Hill overnight after learning that Charlie would be treating him. Travis owned a great deal of property in Orris Hill, so he planned to stay there for the night to avoid any delays in case of an emergency the following day. To him, this opportunity was extremely rare and precious. The only person who hadn't received a call from Mr. Quinton was Doris Young from M. Grand Group. It wasn't because Mr. Quinton had forgotten her, he simply didn't have her contact information. Before Charlie took control of M. Grand Group, Doris Young had served as its vice chairman. Unlike most wealthy heiresses or second-generation tycoons, she was a highly capable professional who had climbed her way up through hard work. As a result, she didn't usually socialize within Orris Hill's elite circles. Although Doris knew people like Isaac Cameron, Mr. White, Mr. Quinton, and Jasmine, she wasn't particularly close to any of them. Isaac and Mr. White had already formed a close-knit circle around Charlie, bound together by mutual respect and recognition of his abilities. As a result, Mr. Quinton called Charlie and said respectfully, "Master Wade, everything is almost ready. The timing works, but Doris Young is quite low profile, and I don't have her contact information. Could you provide me with her phone number?" Charlie replied, "I'll just call her myself." After hanging up, Charlie called Doris Young. As soon as the call connected, Doris asked politely, "Chairman, how may I help you?" Charlie frowned slightly. Normally, Doris would call him young master in private. He wondered why she was suddenly being so formal. Was it inconvenient for her to speak freely? With that thought, Charlie said politely, "Ms. Young, I'd like to ask whether you're free tomorrow night. I'd like to invite you to dinner." Doris paused briefly before replying apologetically, "Chairman Wade, I'm very sorry, but I can't confirm my schedule right now. Could I get back to you tomorrow?" Feeling puzzled, Charlie asked, "Ms. Young, is everything okay?" Doris replied somewhat awkwardly, "Oh, it's nothing, Chairman. I just have some guests at home at the moment." Charlie smiled and said, "That's fine. Let's talk again tomorrow. If it's inconvenient, we can always arrange another time." Chapter 23:19. At present, the inpatient department of Orris Hill People's Hospital is bustling with activity. As the leading comprehensive hospital in Orris Hill and even the entire province, it is perpetually overcrowded. Every department is filled to capacity, and many patients remain at home, waiting anxiously for a hospital bed to become available. Inside the intensive care unit of the nephrology department lies a man in his 50s. He is unconscious and connected to numerous tubes and medical devices. Sitting beside him is a middle-aged woman whose appearance bears a striking resemblance to Doris Young. Adjacent to the intensive care unit is a small family lounge designed to provide comfort during critical situations. This ICU is equipped with top-tier facilities, its layout resembling that of a high-end hotel suite. At this moment, inside a nearby meeting room, two young people stand facing each other. One is Doris Young, vice chairman of the Grand Group. The other is a blonde man with a hooked nose. After Doris Young ended her call with Charlie, the hook-nosed man grinned and spoke in awkward Mandarin. "Ms. Young, I don't think my uncle's condition will remain critical for very long. Organ trading is strictly illegal, after all, and at the moment, I'm the only person who can find a suitable kidney match for him." Doris Young looked at him solemnly and pleaded, "Walter, for the sake of our past as classmates, please help me. How much does the kidney source you have in the United States cost? I'll pay double. You can keep the extra as your introduction fee, all right?" Walter sneered. "Ms. Young, do you really think I went through all this trouble just to make things convenient for you?" His tone suddenly turned serious. "Back in school, I actually had feelings for you. But I wasn't financially independent then, and my family wouldn't allow me to date someone from abroad. I didn't even dare pursue you under their watch." He burst into a smug laugh. "But now, I'm married and have been sent to China to oversee business operations. They can't control me anymore." He continued, "Besides, my family is determined to establish a foothold in the Chinese market. I'll probably be staying here for at least the next 10 years. Doris Young frowned and asked coldly, "Walter, what exactly are you trying to say?" Walter clutched his chest exaggeratedly, feigning heartbreak. "Ms. Young, if I can't have you during these 10 years, how lonely do you think I'll be?" Doris Young snapped back, "Walter, this is a serious matter. Show some fucking respect." Walter remained calm, smiling faintly. "Forgive me. I just prefer to be direct." Chapter 23:20. "Ms. Young, here's my proposal," Walter said casually. "If you're willing to leave the Grand Group, join my company, and serve as my vice chairman and my lover, I'll arrange for someone to fly the kidney source over immediately using my private jet. You agree today, and your uncle can get a new kidney tomorrow. So, what's your decision?" "You're absolutely shameless," Doris Young shouted in fury. "Walter, how is this any different from exploiting someone at their most desperate moment? You're already married and have children. How the hell do you plan to explain this to your family?" Walter shrugged indifferently. "For someone like me, marriage is nothing more than a tool to satisfy family obligations. I'll marry whoever my family tells me to marry, but after that, they don't get a say in my personal life. As for my kids, they're still young. When they grow up, I'll teach them that money is the only thing that matters. They'll learn exactly what kind of man I am." After a brief pause, he added with a grin, "Oh, and my lover would need to bear my children. I don't use contraceptives. I've always wanted mixed-race kids, but my family insists on blood purity, which makes things annoying." He laughed arrogantly. "Still, if the kids are born out of wedlock and don't compete for inheritance, they'll just pretend it doesn't exist. No big deal." Doris Young screamed in disgust, "Walter, I never imagined you could be such a fucking beast." Walter laughed loudly. "Ms. Young, we're all adults. What's there to be ashamed of? Those who preach morality every day are usually the most hypocritical bastards hiding their true nature. If you come work for me, use your experience at the Grand Group and the insider information you have, I'll pay you double your current salary, plus an additional $5 million as an annual bonus. That means your yearly income could reach $10 to $20 million. And if you help me quietly sabotage the Grand Group so I can acquire it for less than $50 billion, I'll give you a one-time reward of $100 million. Even better," he added eagerly, "our offices could be separated by just one wall. We could build a hidden passage between them so we can visit each other without anyone knowing. I could slip into your office anytime during work hours and fuck around with you. Doesn't that sound tempting?" Doris Young stepped back in disgust, dodging Walter as she walked to the door. She flung it open and shouted, "Walter, I don't want to see you again. Get the hell out of here." Walter sneered. Ms. Young, you can throw me out whenever you like, but your father's condition doesn't seem like it'll wait very long. I suggest you think carefully about my offer. Doris Young clenched her teeth. I won't consider it. You're fucking dreaming. Leave now, or I'm calling the police. Walter raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, no need to get so worked up. Your father's condition is serious, but you should still have about a month to think it over. I'll be staying in Oris Hill. If you change your mind, feel free to contact me. With that, he adjusted his suit collar, shot Doris Young a lewd wink, and said with a smile, My dear, I'll be taking my leave now. Chapter 23-21. As she watched him walk away, Doris Young felt a surge of anger rush through her, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. 2 years earlier, Doris's father had been diagnosed with severe nephritis. Because of his rare Rh-negative blood type, finding a compatible kidney donor had proven extremely difficult. In her desperation, Doris personally searched for a suitable match, but all her efforts ended in failure. Fortunately, a sliver of hope appeared when relatives managed to locate a compatible donor in Southeast Asia. The donor agreed to provide a kidney in exchange for financial compensation. Doris Young eventually spent $1 million to secure the transplant for her father, believing that with proper post-operative care, she could extend his life by at least 20 to 30 years. However, Doris never expected that after only 2 years, her father would suffer severe rejection of the transplanted kidney, causing his renal function to deteriorate rapidly. He had been in stable condition before the new year, but shortly afterward, he was rushed to the hospital due to acute kidney failure. The doctors were unable to determine the exact cause of the failure and concluded that the damage was irreversible. The only remaining option was to find another kidney source and perform a second transplant as soon as possible. In her desperation, Doris Young raised her offer to $5 million. Even so, finding a suitable kidney within such a short period of time remained nearly impossible. During this period, Walter, a former classmate of Doris who was studying abroad, learned about her situation and offered to help her connect with a kidney source through the black market in the United States. Earlier that day, Walter had come to visit Doris with what seemed like good news. He claimed to have found a kidney source, and the donor was young and healthy. But before Doris could feel any relief, Walter revealed a series of outrageous and unacceptable demands. Overwhelmed by despair, Doris felt her heart sink. She knew that finding a compatible kidney within such a limited time frame was almost impossible. Her thoughts drifted to Jasmine's birthday banquet, where Charlie had revealed the miraculous rejuvenating pill, one that Travis Lane had purchased for an astonishing price of $2 billion. The pill was said to cure all illnesses and even restore life itself. But $2 billion was an amount Doris could never hope to afford. Although she earned a respectable salary, as a senior professional, her total net worth was still under $100 million. The idea of purchasing a $2 billion pill was nothing more than a fantasy. Chapter 23-22. At that moment, the inner door was gently pushed open. A middle-aged woman stepped out and asked softly, Doris, has Walter left? This woman was none other than Sydney Young, Doris Young's mother. Doris hurriedly wiped away her tears, turned toward her mother, and nodded. Yes, Mom. He's gone. She then asked anxiously, how is Dad? Sydney sighed heavily. It's the same as before. He still hasn't woken up. Seeing the tears in Doris's eyes, Sydney quickly walked over, worry written all over her face. Doris, why are you crying? Did Walter say something to you? Did he find a kidney for your father? What did he say? Doris let out a long sigh and said quietly, he found a kidney source, but he wants me to work for him, and to be his lover. What? Sydney cried out in shock, her eyes widening. Isn't he just your former classmate? How can he be so shameless? Doris shook her head helplessly. I never expected this either. It's only been a few years since graduation, and he's already become someone like that. Sydney immediately suggested, can we give him more money? If the kidney source costs $2 million, let's offer $4 million, or even $6 million. As long as he helps us find a kidney and your father can get the transplant in time, we'll do whatever it takes. Doris shook her head firmly. It won't work. Walter's father is a famous real estate tycoon in the United States. Their family has assets worth tens of billions. Money won't move him. Tears streamed down Sydney's face as she said despairingly, "What are we supposed to do? Your father's Rh-negative blood type is extremely rare, only 1 in 100,000 people have it. Finding a match is already hard enough, and finding someone willing to donate is even harder." She continued in a trembling voice, "The doctor said your father may only have 3 months left. If we can't find a kidney soon, there's no hope at all." Doris nodded painfully. "Mom, please don't cry. Give me some time. I'll find a kidney source." Sydney sobbed uncontrollably. The doctor also warned that, given your father's condition, we may only have 20 to 30 days. Even if we find a kidney by then, he might not be strong enough to undergo surgery. Doris nodded solemnly. "You can trust me. I'll do everything I can." Sydney nodded weakly, her body trembling as she cried. After a moment, Doris said softly, "Mom, stay here for a while. I'm going to step outside and get some fresh air." "All right," Sydney replied quietly. Doris left the ward and walked down to the courtyard below the inpatient building. Night had already fallen, the air was cold, and only a few people were scattered around the yard. Chapter 23:23. She pulled a pack of ladies' cigarettes from her pocket, took one out, and placed it between her lips. With a trace of anxiety, she fumbled for her lighter, pressing it several times before a flame finally sparked to life and ignited the cigarette. In the brief glow of the flame, her face looked pale, gaunt, and exhausted. As the cigarette burned, Doris Young gently bit down on the filter and took a deep drag. The surroundings were utterly silent, so quiet that she could clearly hear the faint crackling sound of the tobacco burning. Doris Young rarely smoked and didn't particularly like it, but the crushing weight of responsibility had left her physically and emotionally drained. At moments like this, a cigarette offered her a fleeting sense of relief. As she exhaled the smoke, the rush of nicotine coursed through her body, and tears slipped uncontrollably from the corners of her eyes. Her mother's words echoed relentlessly in her mind. There were only 20 days left to find a suitable kidney for her father. If no match could be found within that time, his condition would deteriorate even further. At that point, his body would become so weak that he wouldn't even be able to tolerate anesthesia, let alone endure a major organ transplant. The situation was eerily similar to that of terminal cancer patients nearing the end of their lives. Simply put, his condition was critically fragile. Surgery? His body wouldn't survive it. Chemotherapy? Completely out of the question. In the end, the only option left would be conservative treatment, essentially giving up active intervention and relying on painkillers to ease his final days. Doris Young's father was only in his 50s. The thought of losing him at such a young age was unbearable. Yet the chances of saving him appeared frighteningly slim, plunging her deeper into despair. By the time the first cigarette burned out, she had already lit another without realizing it. Walter's words resurfaced in her mind, forcing her to confront a cruel crossroads with only 2 possible choices. Option A, accept Walter's proposal and give her father a chance to live. Option B, reject Walter's offer and watch her father slowly die. Chapter 23:24. Doris Young was caught in intense emotional turmoil. This was the most difficult multiple-choice question she had faced in her more than 20 years of life. At the same time, Walter was sitting comfortably in the back seat of a Rolls-Royce as it slowly drove away from the People's Hospital. Walter's full name was Walter Horowitz. He was from the United States and came from a prominent family deeply involved in real estate development. Back when he and Doris Young were classmates, he had always harbored favorable feelings toward her. However, at the time, Walter had been shackled by his family's expectations and social norms. He didn't dare openly pursue an Asian woman, fearing opposition and interference from his family. But the Walter of today was no longer the timid student he once was. Now financially independent and wielding far greater authority within his family, Walter had come to China to expand his business ambitions, focusing squarely on the real estate sector. Free from restraint, he was finally able to indulge his desires. The first target on his list was Doris Young. This obsession wasn't driven solely by his lingering attraction to her. More importantly, Doris had made outstanding contributions to the Emgrand Group over the past few years, earning widespread recognition and respect within the real estate industry. She wasn't just capable, she possessed an exceptionally deep understanding of China's real estate landscape. For someone like Walter, who was new to the Chinese market, Doris's expertise could help him avoid countless pitfalls. On top of that, she held critical confidential information related to the Emgrand Group, which made her even more valuable. Although real estate might appear to outsiders as nothing more than buying land and selling buildings, in reality, it involved far more secrets than most people imagined. Because of its close ties with government departments, major real estate companies often had early access to urban planning strategies and future development trends. Information about upcoming land auctions or rail transit projects, for example, was extremely confidential and extraordinarily valuable. Every project and parcel of land required a bidding process, and the internal evaluation criteria behind those bids were closely guarded secrets. If such information were leaked, it could cause devastating losses. Walter's ambition was clear: secure Doris Young, exploit the confidential intelligence she possessed from the Emgrand Group, and gradually hollow the company out from within, eventually dominating the entire Oris Hill real estate market. At that moment, Walter stared at Doris Young's photo on his phone. A sinister smile crept across his face as he muttered coldly, "Doris Young, this time, I will conquer you, completely." Chapter 23-25. The following day, Charlie went out to purchase several red sandalwood jewelry boxes, planning to use them to store the life-saving pills he would be distributing that evening. After all, this medicine was of vital importance to everyone, and it deserved proper packaging. On his way home with the boxes, Charlie received an excited call from Isaac Cameron. The moment the call connected, Isaac said enthusiastically, "Master. The illegal fundraising case involving the old house owner was sentenced this morning." "Oh?" Charlie replied with interest. "What happened?" Isaac quickly explained, "The man was sentenced to life imprisonment, and all of his assets have been confiscated to compensate the victims. That means all the properties under his name, including the old house you've been concerned about, have officially entered the judicial auction process." "That's great news," Charlie said immediately. "Isaac, make sure to register my name. I want to participate." Isaac hurriedly reassured him, "Don't worry, Master. I've already registered using my driver's identity. Since that house is tied to you and your parents, if your real name appeared on the bidder list, it could expose your identity. I hope you won't be offended, I acted on my own judgment." Charlie let out a quiet sigh. "I didn't think that far ahead. You did the right thing. Go ahead and use your driver's name. That house must be taken back." Isaac laughed lightly. "Rest assured, Master. That old house has already been designated as a protected historical building. It can't be demolished and has almost no commercial value. The starting bid is only $880,000. I doubt anyone will seriously compete for it. Even if someone does, the final price should only reach $2 or $3 million at most. Winning it won't be a problem." "That sounds fine," Charlie replied calmly. "When does the auction start?" "It's tentatively scheduled for 10 a.m. next Monday," Isaac answered. Charlie asked, "Do I need to attend in person, or can it be done online?" Isaac explained, "Judicial auctions are now mostly conducted online to ensure transparency. I've already registered and paid the deposit. I'll place the bids through the official auction website at 10 a.m. next Monday." "Good," Charlie said with a smile. "You've done very well." Isaac replied modestly, "Thank you, Master. It's just a trivial matter." Charlie said quietly, "It may be trivial to you, but it means a lot to me." A trace of sadness crept into his heart. Although his parents had been gone for nearly 20 years, every time he thought of them, the pain still lingered. At the same time, in the Thorne family residence, Deanna had also learned about the upcoming judicial auction of Bruce's old house from the elderly housekeeper. Filled with excitement, she said to him, "Uncle White, please help me register as well. I want to participate in this auction." The old housekeeper nodded. "Of course, Second Lady. I'll arrange for someone to handle the registration. Thank you, Uncle White. I really appreciate your help. I'll go back to my room to make a call, Deanna said. Yes, second lady, the housekeeper replied respectfully. After returning to her room, Deanna took out her phone and called Zane. She knew he had gone to Australia, but they hadn't contacted each other for the past few days. Zane, trapped in depression, hadn't reached out to Deanna or the children either. At that moment, he was sitting at the entrance of a seaside villa, staring blankly at the ocean below, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 23-26. Recently, Zane had been staying in Australia, and his mood had sunk to rock bottom. His depression wasn't caused solely by Deanna's decision to divorce him, it was also fueled by the massive scandal that had completely destroyed his reputation. In the public eye, he had become the most despicable man in China in recent years, a title he had never imagined would be pinned to him. His disgrace wasn't limited to simple infidelity. He had been exposed for a series of utterly shocking actions. Not only did he cheat on Deanna, but he also fathered an illegitimate daughter. Worse still, he brought that daughter home under the guise of a bodyguard, pretending everything was perfectly normal while deceiving his entire family. The situation escalated when he was accused of directing that daughter to commit crimes overseas, and that wasn't even the worst of it. The most revolting allegation was that, in order to keep his scandal from being exposed, he had colluded with the Japanese self-defense forces to murder his own daughter. Such a charge was beyond despicable. It was something no human being should ever be capable of. These accusations painted Zane as a man who betrayed his marriage, concealed countless sins, and treated his own daughter as nothing more than a disposable tool. With so many crimes piled onto his name, he seemed less than human, worse than a beast. Zane knew very well that these vicious accusations had been deliberately pinned on him by Lord Banks, who was trying to shift blame and protect himself. But Zane also understood that once such filth stuck to his name, it would never truly wash away. The thought made his blood boil with rage and his heart sink with despair. He feared that he might carry this stigma for the rest of his life. Despite his ruined reputation, Zane's greatest anxiety lay with the future of the Banks family inheritance. He could endure personal humiliation, but the family could not tolerate such disgrace. When the time came for Lord Banks to pass down power, Zane was certain that his tainted name would disqualify him from the highest position. The thought of watching everything he had worked for slip away made him clench his teeth in hatred. Why? Why is Lord Banks doing all this to destroy me? Why is my daughter gone, while I'm left alive to suffer all of this? He roared. In a fit of rage, he hurled a bottle of vodka into the crashing waves below, shattering it against the rocks. At that moment, his phone rang. He froze when he saw the caller's name on the screen. Wife? Zane muttered in confusion, then hurriedly answered. Deanna. I didn't expect you to call me. On the other end, Deanna spoke coldly and directly. Zane, I'm calling to talk about our divorce. Since you're in Australia and won't be returning anytime soon, I suggest you hire a lawyer to handle the procedures. Zane was stunned. He never imagined that Deanna's call would be about divorce, and anger surged through him instantly. He replied coldly, Deanna, until the divorce is finalized, we are still husband and wife. You went to Oris Hill without my consent, and I never stopped you or blamed you for it. I thought I was giving you enough respect and space. But now you're calling me to talk about divorce while staying in Oris Hill. Don't you care at all about our feelings, or the more than 20 years we've spent married? Chapter 23-27. Deanna listened to Zane's accusations with indifference rather than anger. She replied calmly, Zane, if you had even a shred of self-awareness, you would realize that you're already stuck in a moral swamp. Trying to forcibly claim the moral high ground now is honestly pathetic. She continued, love isn't something you argue about with words, it's something proven through actions. I've already filed for divorce. You might think I don't care about love, but your children from another woman are already in their 20s. You hid this from me for so many years. During all that time, did you ever stop to think about what our marriage actually meant? Hearing her words, Zane felt a crushing wave of despair. Yes, accusing Deanna of being heartless now is nothing more than slapping myself in the face. After all, I'm the one who's been wrong for more than 20 years. Zane found himself speechless, unable to refute her. Deanna sighed lightly and said, let's not drag this out. I'm pushing for the divorce because I plan to settle in Oris Hill in the future. Even if I don't live there permanently, I'll at least be based there. Finalizing the divorce sooner will also benefit you, it'll stop people from gossiping. Though Deanna didn't spell it out explicitly, Zane understood exactly what she meant. She intended to stay in Oris Hill, and if the prominent families in Eastcliff caught wind of it, they would inevitably assume she was staying for Bruce. If Deanna and Zane were still married, her settling in Oris Hill because of Bruce would utterly humiliate him. But if they divorced, Zane could at least preserve some dignity. Even though anger surged in his chest, he couldn't argue back. Deep down, he knew Deanna had already made up her mind. That realization ignited an even deeper hatred toward Bruce. Bruce, that fucking bastard just won't leave me alone. He's been dead for over 20 years, yet he still haunts my life. In Deanna's eyes, a dead man matters more than I ever did. On the other end of the phone, Deanna noticed his prolonged silence and continued, in the end, it's better for a couple to part on decent terms. Zane took a deep breath and finally said, you said yourself that we've been together for so many years. I need some time to think this through. Deanna replied, contact me once you've decided. All the departments in Eastcliff are connected. We don't both need to be present for the divorce, we can each appoint a lawyer once everything is coordinated. Zane said quietly, all right. I'll think about it and get back to you soon. Okay. Let's leave it there for now, Deanna said before hanging up. That afternoon, Charlie had lunch at home and prepared to take one of the medicinal pills he had refined. Since he had promised Aurora that he would visit her house to give her guidance, he deliberately cleared his afternoon schedule. As he prepared to head out with the medicine, he asked his father-in-law, Jacob, Dad, do you have any plans this afternoon? Jacob smiled and replied, I'm going to the Calligraphy and Painting Association later. In the evening, I have a dinner engagement with the executives from Sotheby's auction house. Chapter 23-28. Charlie nodded and asked, so you'll be drinking tonight? Of course, Jacob replied cheerfully. You should have a drink too. What's stopping you? Charlie said, I have something to handle this afternoon. If it's all right with you, Dad, I'd like to use the car later. Jacob didn't hesitate at all. He handed the car keys to Charlie and said, what's the problem? Take it. I'll be drinking anyway, so I'll need a driver. Taking a taxi will be more convenient for me. Charlie nodded and accepted the keys. Claire, who had been listening nearby, spoke up. Dad, I'm going to the company later. I can drop you off at the Calligraphy and Painting Association. Jacob smiled. Perfect. That saves me a taxi ride. After Jacob and Claire left, Charlie went back to his room, took several medicinal pills, stuffed them into a discreet backpack, and left the house. He got into Jacob's car and drove straight to Mr. Quinton's villa in the suburbs. At the same time, at Oris Hill People's Hospital, Doris Young rushed to the nephrology director's office immediately after settling her mother. She urgently wanted to know her father's current condition. Director Bob Kelso, a man in his 60s, adjusted his glasses and said gravely, Ms. Young, I need to be very clear with you. Your father's condition is extremely serious. His transplanted kidney has completely failed. He continued, we're performing peritoneal dialysis every day and hemodialysis every other day, but his complications are worsening rapidly. I examined him again this morning, he added. Compared to yesterday, his condition has deteriorated significantly. Yesterday, I told your mother that he might have around 20 days left for a transplant. After today's evaluation, I'm afraid the situation is even worse. In my professional judgment, we may only have 10 to 15 days left. After speaking, Director Kelso sighed heavily. If we exclude the time required for preoperative preparations, you realistically have no more than 12 days to secure a kidney source. If that window passes, there will be nothing more we can do. Doris Young felt tears rush to her eyes. She wiped them away quickly and asked anxiously, Dr. Kelso, how could my father's condition deteriorate this fast? He only had the transplant 2 years ago. You told us back then that he would be fine for at least 10 years. Director Kelso replied regretfully, this outcome is completely beyond my expectations. I can't explain why the kidney failed so rapidly. I've also investigated the possibility of toxic exposure, but so far, I haven't found any concrete evidence. Doris pressed on, Doctor, what kinds of toxins could cause kidney failure to progress so quickly? Director Kelso nodded and explained, certain Chinese herbal medicines are extremely nephrotoxic. Aristolochia is a prime example. It has long been banned from the Chinese pharmacopoeia, yet some unethical practitioners still use it for fast results, causing catastrophic kidney damage. He sighed again. In recent years, indiscriminate use of health supplements and blind faith in herbal remedies have become major contributors to kidney failure among middle-aged and elderly patients. Many of them are deceived by misleading TV advertisements, mobile pop-ups, and so-called health experts. He gave a grim example. One of our thoracic surgery directors had a father who completely distrusted Western medicine. He couldn't tell good Chinese medicine from poisonous garbage and blindly believed what he saw on television. After experiencing frequent urination, he followed advice from a health program and drank a concoction of herbs. Within 3 days, he was rushed to the hospital with acute kidney failure. If he hadn't survived the first 48 hours, he would have been dead, Director Kelso concluded. Chapter 23-29. Doris Young listened attentively as Dr. Kelso explained the case, recounting details he had carefully pieced together over time. She responded, Dr. Kelso, I want to make it clear that before and after my father fell ill, I never noticed him taking any unfamiliar medications. Moreover, if he had been preparing Chinese medicine himself, it would be highly unlikely for him to come into contact with Aristolochia. She continued, since his last kidney transplant, his overall condition has been stable, aside from mild diabetes. He has been taking sustained-release metformin, which is very safe for kidney function and should not cause acute renal failure. Dr. Kelso nodded and replied, I only mentioned Aristolochia as one example. In reality, there are many substances that can cause acute renal failure, including various chemicals and organic compounds with strong nephrotoxicity. Doris Young then asked, Dr. Kelso, is there any way to determine the exact cause of my father's acute renal failure? Dr. Kelso replied, I've already sent your father's blood and urine samples for laboratory analysis. However, these tests are quite complicated, and it may take some time before we can identify a definitive cause. He added solemnly, but Ms. Young, the most urgent issue right now is not determining the cause of the kidney failure. The priority is to find a suitable kidney source as soon as possible. That is what truly matters. Doris let out a helpless sigh, feeling utterly overwhelmed. I raised the offer to $10 million this morning, but with my father's condition worsening, it seems that finding a kidney source is the only option left, she said bitterly. With no other choice, Doris left Dr. Kelso's office and walked slowly toward the ward, her steps heavy with despair. She had never expected her father's condition to deteriorate so rapidly. The window that had once been 20 days had suddenly shrunk to 15. She didn't know what the coming days would bring, and she feared that the window might continue to narrow. Just then, her phone rang. It was Charlie. At that moment, Charlie was on his way to Mr. Quinton's residence. Remembering that Doris had not yet given him a definite answer, he decided to call and ask whether she was available that evening. Chapter 23-30. When Doris answered the call, she spoke respectfully. Master, how may I help you? Charlie smiled and said, I don't have any orders for you. Just what I mentioned yesterday. Are you free tonight? If you are, please come and join the Quinton family gathering. Although you visited me during the new year, we haven't had a proper meal together since then, which feels like a pity. Doris Young forced a faint smile and replied, Master, why are you being so polite with me? Charlie laughed. This isn't about formality, it's basic courtesy. I've prepared a small gift for everyone. It's nothing special, just a token gesture. If you have time, come over and eat with us. If you're busy, that's fine too. I can always send the gift to you later. Doris quickly said, Master. How could you think of giving me a gift? Just tell me the time and place. I'll definitely be there tonight. Charlie replied, all right. I'll send you the details on WeChat. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Doris added, Master, I might not be able to stay for long tonight and may need to leave early. I hope you won't mind. Charlie reassured her, that's fine. Just don't let it interfere with your own responsibilities. Doris finally felt a sense of relief. Truth be told, she had no appetite at all. With her father critically ill in the hospital, the idea of attending a dinner meant nothing to her. Since the previous night, she had only taken a few sips of water and hadn't felt hungry at all. However, since Charlie was her superior and had extended such a sincere invitation, it would have been inappropriate to refuse. After making up her mind, she put her phone back into her pocket and continued walking. When she returned to the ward, she heard soft sobbing coming from inside. Doris Young's heart tightened. She hurried forward and pushed the door open. Inside, her mother was sitting on the sofa in the small living area outside the suite, crying quietly. Standing in front of her was Walter, Doris's college classmate, wearing a faint smile. Seeing this scene, Doris Young's anger flared instantly. She snapped, Walter! Who the hell invited you here? What did you say to my mother? Walter turned to look at her, the smile still lingering on his lips. Ms. Young, I only came to inform your mother about the latest development regarding a kidney source in the United States. Before Doris could respond, he sighed and continued, unfortunately, Ms. Young, people with Rh-negative blood are extremely rare, and this kidney source is even rarer. At the moment, it's also being pursued by a patient in France who's willing to pay a very high price. On top of that, I haven't received confirmation from the donor recently, so their attitude has become uncertain. Doris frowned and asked coldly, what exactly are you trying to say? Walter chuckled. It's very simple, Ms. Young. This kidney source is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The donor is willing to sell one of his kidneys for cash. If you agree to my conditions, I can arrange for the kidney removal surgery in the United States today. The kidney can then be frozen and shipped to China, ensuring that your father can receive the transplant by tomorrow. But... He licked his lips and continued, if you hesitate any longer, the donor will probably sell the kidney to the French. Remember, a person only has 2 kidneys. If he sells one to them, he definitely won't sell the other one to me. So you'd better think carefully, Walter concluded. Time is running out. Chapter 23:31. Walter's words sent a surge of pressure crashing into Doris Young's chest, making her feel as though she was about to suffocate. Despite her intense disgust, hatred, for Walter's proposal, she knew all too well that the kidney source he had found in the United States was the only one that might match her father. There were no alternatives left. If someone else bought that kidney, then all hope would be completely extinguished. Having studied in the United States, Doris understood its reality far too clearly. The legal environment there was far more relaxed than in China, resulting in widespread problems involving guns, drugs, and even underground organ trading. In the United States, if someone wanted to sell a kidney, they could easily get the surgery done, even in a veterinary hospital. The process was frighteningly simple. As long as a donor found a buyer, the transaction could be completed immediately. Once the kidney was removed, it could be transported to the buyer within hours. If that happened, Doris would truly have no way out. Yet she still couldn't bring herself to make a decision. The price of saving her father was unbearably heavy. She would have to give up everything she valued, her chastity, her career, her principles, and possibly even her entire future. Seeing her hesitation, Walter smiled and spoke in an almost considerate tone. Ms. Young, if this decision is really tormenting you so much, then let's forget it. I'll let the other party know you're no longer interested. I'll advise them to sell the kidney to the buyer in France instead. That way, you won't have to keep suffering like this. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, Walter pulled out his phone. Doris almost screamed, no. Walter. Don't. Walter paused and grinned. Oh? Have you finally made up your mind? Keeping his serious expression, he continued, Ms. Young, this deal is genuinely in your favor. You don't need to fight it so hard. If you give me 10 years of your youth, what I give you in return will far exceed what you could earn in 20 or even 30 years. You'll never make that kind of money on your own in just 10 years. I'm still in my 30s, he added casually. This could be your chance to completely restart your life, with a massive fortune. As for any children you might have during those 10 years, if you think they'll be a burden, I can take them back to the United States and raise them myself. That way, after 10 years, you'll be a single woman worth hundreds of millions, maybe even billions. As the Chinese saying goes, you'd be a true diamond elder. Just imagine it, by then, you'll have countless young, handsome men in their early 20s chasing after you like eager puppies. Isn't that the peak of life? Doris stood there, her face blank. Her mother, who was still in the room, was curled up on the sofa with her hands covering her ears, quietly sobbing. Doris wanted to throw Walter out, she even wanted to slap him. But her mother shared the same fear she did. While driving Walter away might be easy, doing so would also mean slamming shut her father's only chance of survival. Walter's cruelty, using her father's life as a bargaining chip, was brutally effective. Chapter 23:32. After a long silence, Doris Young finally spoke. Walter, if I agree to be your lover and work for your company, can you promise not to force me to hand over Grand Group's trade secrets? Walter frowned. You're just a professional manager at Grand Group. Why are you so loyal to that company? Doris replied firmly, because it's my professional ethics. Walter sneered. Ms. Young, your value to me can be divided into 3 parts. First, your body. Second, your professional ability. Third, your value to Grand Group. If I want to truly control the core interests, all 3 are indispensable. Doris clenched her fists and said angrily, does it really have to be this way? I can accept many unfair conditions. Can't you show even a shred of flexibility? Why do you have to squeeze everything out of me? Walter laughed. There's no such thing as total compromise. But negotiation is still possible, just not on the fundamentals. These 3 points are non-negotiable. As for the details, we can talk. Then he added casually, for example, I really like children. I believe in the Chinese saying that prosperity comes from a thriving population. If you're with me for 10 years, I expect you to give birth to at least 5 children. If 5 sounds like too much, we can negotiate. If you insist on 3, I can accept that. That's what I call negotiation. Do you understand? Doris exploded, Walter. You're nothing but a fucking beast. Walter laughed loudly. Thank you. My father always taught me that a man must accept his animal nature. He especially admires a famous quote from a Chinese science fiction writer, humanity can be lost, but once animal nature is lost, everything is lost. It's animal instinct that allows humans to survive in a brutal world and climb to the top of the food chain. Are cows and sheep cute? Sure, but we still slaughter them for meat. Are foxes and minks adorable? Yes, but we skin them to keep ourselves warm. Humans enjoy sashimi, so they cut flesh from living seafood. Humans love foie gras, so they force-feed geese. Humans hate mice, so they wipe them out. Humans despise mosquitoes, so they spend massive resources developing poisons to exterminate them. This is animal nature. To put it plainly, all creatures with animal instincts are beasts, just beasts. So calling me a beast isn't an insult, he sneered at Doris. It's praise. For the sake of old friendship, I'll give you one more chance. I'll arrange for the kidney donor in the United States and pay him a $20,000 deposit to reserve the kidney for 24 hours. These are the final 24 hours you have to decide. If you still refuse after that, you can start preparing your father's funeral. When the time comes, I'll personally buy the most expensive wreath in Oris Hill and deliver it to the funeral home myself. Chapter 23:33. After Walter finished speaking, he turned around and walked out of the ward, leaving Doris Young standing there, seething with rage, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. Her mother, Sydney, stepped forward with tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Doris's hand and said through sobs, "Doris, forget it. Let it go. You have to give up. I can't bear to watch you walk straight into Walter's trap." Doris's eyes instantly filled with tears. "Mom, Dad doesn't have much time left. If we can't find a kidney source, he might not survive more than half a month." Sydney gently slapped Doris's hand, her voice firm despite the tears. "Your father and I have lived for more than 50 years. We've lived a full, happy, and meaningful life. Even if your father leaves us now, I won't feel regret. As parents, we've already done everything we could." Doris choked back a sob and said, "Mom, you've done your best. But if I don't agree to Walter's conditions, Dad will die. If I give up now, I'll carry this guilt for decades. I might live with this regret until the day I die." Sydney shook her head. "Doris, if you save your father in this way, he may never forgive himself. You'd be sacrificing your own happiness for him. Watching you suffer like that would be more painful to him than death itself." Doris fell silent, then let out a long, heavy sigh. "All right, Mom. I'll think about it again. I still have 24 hours to decide." Sydney opened her mouth as if she wanted to say more, but in the end, she stopped herself. This decision was too cruel, too heavy, no one else could make it for Doris. Meanwhile, Charlie arrived at Mr. Quinton's residence, while the other guests had yet to show up. The banquet was scheduled for 7 in the evening, and it was only a little past 2 in the afternoon. As Charlie drove up to the villa, he saw Mr. Quinton already waiting at the entrance, with Aurora and Stephen standing beside him. Mr. Quinton was in exceptionally high spirits. Not only was he excited about the banquet Charlie had arranged, but he was also eagerly anticipating the rejuvenating pill Charlie had promised. This time, Charlie had prepared 2 different types of pills. The first was a healing pill intended to treat Jacob's illness. Although it was relatively basic and lacked the miraculous rejuvenating effects that could make a person feel decades younger, it was still capable of curing many diseases. Charlie planned to give each guest 1 healing pill at the banquet. Additionally, because Mr. Quinton had provided Aurora with a top-grade purple ginseng that was over 400 years old, Charlie had successfully refined 30 rejuvenating pills. He intended to give Mr. Quinton an extra rejuvenating pill as a token of gratitude. After parking the car, Charlie stepped out. Mr. Quinton immediately came forward with his daughter and nephew, greeting him respectfully. "Master Wade, you've arrived." Aurora, slightly shy, followed up, "Aurora welcomes Master Wade." Stephen, having learned from the adults, also spoke seriously, "Stephen welcomes Master Wade." Charlie smiled and nodded. "Miss Quinton, thank you for hosting this banquet at your home." Mr. Quinton hurriedly replied, "Master Wade, you're too polite. It's an honor for the Quinton family to host you. Your presence makes our home shine." Charlie waved his hand with a smile. "No need for formalities. Let's get straight to business. I plan to give Aurora some guidance this afternoon." Mr. Quinton's eyes immediately lit up. He made a welcoming gesture and said sincerely, "Master Wade, please come in." Charlie had visited the Quinton family's lakeside villa before, and as he stepped inside again, he felt the same familiar sense of warmth. Chapter 23:34. Previously, Aurora had once driven a specially modified speedboat, taking Charlie for an exhilarating long swim across the lake. However, the weather was still cold now, and the lakeside scenery looked somewhat bleak, lacking the lush vitality it had during Charlie's last visit. As they walked along the path, Charlie said to Mr. Quinton, "Mr. Quinton, this villa loses much of its vitality during winter. Although the trees and grass are only temporarily withered, from a feng shui perspective, they are considered dead elements. It's best not to live here before spring arrives, as it could negatively affect both your health and your fortune." Mr. Quinton was startled and immediately replied, "Oh. Thank you for the reminder, Master Wade. I'll arrange to move back to the city tomorrow." Aurora quickly added, "Dad, why don't we buy a villa at Thompson first? Not only is it large, but we could also be neighbors with Master Wade." Mr. Quinton nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good idea." But when the luxury villas at Thompson first were released, They were all sold out almost immediately. I'm not sure if anyone would be willing to resell. I'll ask around when I have the chance. Aurora's eyes lit up. That would be wonderful. She then looked at Charlie and asked shyly, Master Wade, if we moved to Thompson first, would we be bothering you? Charlie smiled and said, of course not. If you moved there, being neighbors would be great. Mr. Quinton felt relieved and laughed. Since Master Wade says so, I'll definitely keep an eye out for a suitable villa. Aurora was overjoyed. Truthfully, she didn't like living in such a remote mansion. The only reason she stayed was because of the extremely well-equipped gym, which was better than any professional fitness center in the city. But if she could live next to Charlie, even the best gym wouldn't matter anymore. As they chatted, Charlie entered the living room with the 3 members of the Quinton family. Mr. Quinton invited Charlie to sit on the sofa and personally brewed a cup of premium Jean Junmei black tea for him. Master Wade, this Jean Junmei was specially sourced from Ji Mountain. The quality is exceptional. Please try it. Charlie took a sip, nodded appreciatively, and smiled. The fragrance is rich, the taste is smooth and sweet, and the aftertaste lingers. This is truly excellent tea. Mr. Quinton smiled broadly. I'm glad you like it. I'll give you 2 caddies to take home later. Knowing that Jacob loved tea, Charlie didn't refuse. That would be perfect. In truth, the tea master who produced this Jean Junmei had only made 10 jeans the previous year. Mr. Quinton had purchased 2.5 caddies at a high price, which was a full quarter of the entire batch. He had originally planned to keep it for himself for the whole year. After drinking 4 taels, he still had about 2 caddies and 1 tael left. But seeing how much Charlie liked it, he was willing to give it all away. Charlie, however, never accepted gifts without returning the favor. He set down his teacup, reached into his coat pocket, and took out 2 small red sandalwood boxes. The moment Mr. Quinton saw them, his entire body tensed, and he subconsciously held his breath. With Charlie's background, he was certain that one of those boxes contained a rejuvenating pill capable of making even dreams feel sweet. Chapter 23:35. Under the watchful gaze of Mr. Quinton, Charlie presented him with 2 wooden boxes. Mr. Quinton, inside these boxes are my small tokens of appreciation, he explained. The pill on the right is the blood-dissipating heart-saving pill I previously gave you, it's slightly larger and darker in color. The smaller, brighter pill on the left is the newly refined rejuvenation pill. Mr. Quinton was overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling as he replied, Master Wade, how could I possibly deserve such a precious rejuvenation pill? It's far too valuable, it could fetch 2 or even 3 billion at auction. This is simply too extravagant. Although Mr. Quinton had been eagerly anticipating the rejuvenation pill, he clearly understood its immense value. The 400-year-old purple ginseng he had given to Charlie was only a fraction of that worth. Thus, when Charlie revealed the rejuvenation pill, Mr. Quinton instinctively recoiled inwardly. This reaction spoke volumes about his character. Someone who only sought to take advantage would have seized such an extraordinary gift without hesitation, fearing regret if they delayed. In contrast, a person like Mr. Quinton, who valued propriety and gratitude, would naturally consider how to reciprocate such generosity. The Quinton family was indeed wealthy, with total assets reaching tens of billions. However, most of that wealth was tied up in real estate. The amount of liquid cash they could readily mobilize was only a few hundred million. If Mr. Quinton were to spend 2 billion in cash on a rejuvenation pill, it would be an enormous strain. Receiving such a costly gift from Charlie understandably left him flustered and uneasy. Seeing his conflicted expression, Charlie smiled faintly and reassured him. Mr. Quinton, you don't need to worry about the market value of the rejuvenation pills. I don't refine these pills for profit. Charlie continued, the key ingredient in refining a rejuvenation pill is top-grade purple ginseng that's over 100 years old. The ginseng you provided last time was of exceptional quality, far superior to the one I bought at auction. I consider that part of your investment. Charlie smiled again as he added, in that sense, you're already a shareholder in this batch of rejuvenation pills. This pill is simply your return on investment. So why hesitate to accept it? Mr. Quinton was deeply moved by these words. He knew Charlie was saying this to put him at ease and allow him to accept the rejuvenation pill without burden. Indeed, after hearing this explanation, much of his earlier reluctance faded. Still, he understood that Charlie's talk of buying shares was merely a way of saving face. The purple ginseng he had offered wasn't truly an investment. Even at a premium, it was worth only 4 to 5 million. Chapter 2336. The astonishing auction price of 100 million had been driven entirely by Charlie's calculated confrontation with Jack Yellman, which had deliberately inflated the bidding. Even if there were genuinely shares involved, an investment of 4 or 5 million could never yield returns of 2 or 3 billion. Therefore, Charlie gifting him a rejuvenation pill was nothing short of an extraordinary favor. With this realization, Mr. Quinton immediately stood up, walked over to Charlie, and knelt on one knee, clasping his fists respectfully. "Master Wade, your immense kindness is something I will never forget. Please allow me to repay this debt in the future." Charlie quickly helped him up with one hand and smiled. "Take the pill and put it away immediately. Among all the guests here today, you're the only one who possesses a rejuvenation pill. I ask you to keep this confidential. If others find out, it may cause unnecessary trouble." Mr. Quinton nodded repeatedly and assured him, "Master Wade, rest assured. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone." Turning to Aurora and Stephen, he said sternly, "Both of you listen carefully, this matter is absolutely forbidden to be mentioned. Not even a whisper. Do you understand?" Aurora and Stephen answered in unison, "Understood." With a dignified expression, Quinton emphasized again, "You must engrave this into your memory. This is extremely important. Do you understand?" Stephen, not daring to argue, hurriedly replied, "Second uncle, I understand. Don't worry, if I ever let even a single word slip, I deserve to be struck dead by Master Wade's lightning." Satisfied, Mr. Quinton said, "Master Wade, I have great confidence in Aurora. She is a child I take great pride in. Though she was reckless in the past, she has shown remarkable restraint and integrity this time, so you don't need to worry." Charlie nodded with a smile. "After you leave, Mr. Quinton, be sure to store the rejuvenation pill in the safest place in your villa. As for me, I arrived early today to give Aurora some additional guidance, so I won't stay any longer." Mr. Quinton immediately replied, "Of course, Master Wade." Then he turned to Aurora and said, "Aurora, take Master Wade to the practice room." Aurora felt slightly embarrassed but nodded quickly. "Yes, Master Wade. Please follow me to the practice room." Charlie nodded, stood up, and followed Aurora to her training room. Once inside, Aurora voiced her concerns. "Master Wade, I've been training very hard lately, but my progress feels incredibly slow. It's like I can't make any meaningful breakthroughs. Could it be that the pill you gave me was so powerful that regular training can no longer improve my strength?" Charlie smiled lightly and explained, "The Sonda techniques you're practicing are like teaching a 5-year-old how to play basketball. That pill gave you the physical capabilities of an NBA player overnight. If you keep practicing basketball the way a 5-year-old does, you'll never see real improvement. Worse, it would be a complete waste of your current potential." Aurora nodded in realization and said excitedly, "I felt exactly the same way. Practicing Sonda now feels like a waste given my abilities, but I don't know what else I should train instead." Charlie nodded with a smile. "That's precisely why I came early today. I'm here to point you toward a completely new direction in your martial arts cultivation." Chapter 2337. Change to a new route? Aurora exclaimed, "Master Wade, what do you mean by changing the route? Wouldn't it be more feasible for me to practice judo, taekwondo, or something similar?" "Absolutely not," Charlie replied with a warm smile, but his tone turned serious as he continued. "Whether it's traditional martial arts from our country or styles like taekwondo, jeet kune do, sonda, and boxing, they all follow the same path. If you keep switching between them, you're only changing direction at best. You can't truly embark on a completely new route." Puzzled, Aurora responded, "Master Wade, I don't quite understand what you're saying. These styles are common in competitions today. If I'm not practicing those, Then what exactly should I be training in? Charlie remained calm and asked, have you ever heard of any Jia Quan? Inner Quan? Aurora gasped. Isn't that the core and most secretive boxing technique of China's top martial arts families? Charlie confirmed with a smile, yes. Aurora exclaimed, Master Wade, I've heard of the 4 major martial arts families in China. Each has its own internal boxing techniques, which are secrets passed only to direct blood relatives. It's impossible for outsiders to learn them, no matter how much they're willing to pay. Am I really going to have this opportunity? In Aurora's view, the chance to practice such internal boxing was far beyond her reach. These internal techniques are the closely guarded secrets of elite martial arts families, the very foundation of their existence. They're akin to a secret medical formula, far too valuable to share with outsiders. Thus, even with Mr. Quinton's immense wealth, his daughter Aurora could only train in fighting styles like Sonda. A martial arts family that specializes in internal technique stands at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, far beyond the influence of a family like the Quintons. The 4 major martial arts families in China are supported by nearly all the trillion-level elite families. Even though they rely on these wealthy families, they would never part with their internal boxing skills, for these are the keys to their prominence. However, to Charlie, the internal martial arts that many held in high regard were of little value. According to the apocalyptic book, there were hundreds of types of internal martial arts, most of which were quite basic. In reality, the most powerful practices weren't internal martial arts at all, but true energy and Reiki. If any Jia Quan were compared to electrical measurements, it would be like a standard AA battery, with a mere 1.5 volts and minimal current. In contrast, the aura from true internal energy could be likened to ultra-high voltage electricity, starting at 500,000 volts and potentially reaching millions. The difference was truly monumental. That was why Charlie didn't even regard the internal boxing techniques in the apocalyptic book as particularly noteworthy. He simply realized that Aurora was struggling to find a suitable boxing method to practice, which led him to think of these internal techniques and consider selecting one for her training. With a smile, he suggested, I happen to know of a type of inner family practice that's particularly suitable for young women, called the 4-elephant palm. If you're interested, I can teach you. Upon hearing this, Aurora was utterly shocked and speechless. Even though she wasn't familiar with the 4-elephant palm, she understood that anything associated with inner family boxing was an invaluable treasure. Chapter 23:38. Charlie was now ready to share a priceless treasure with Aurora. What an incredible gift this was. Noticing Aurora's silence, Charlie smiled and asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Would you prefer something else? No, no, no. Aurora replied, her eyes glistening with tears as she quickly waved her hand. Master Wade, it's not that I dislike it. I just think it's astonishing. For many martial arts families, internal martial arts are considered family treasures, the very foundation of their lineage. They are seldom shared with outsiders, and often only passed down to males, not females. Please teach me this valuable inner boxing technique. Charlie chuckled. While others may see this inner boxing method as extremely valuable, to me it holds little significance. If you ever feel that it no longer suits your abilities, I'll gladly provide you with something else. As for the 4-elephant palm, Charlie wasn't certain who had originally created it. However, he knew from the records that it was particularly suited for girls. The records indicated that the 4-elephant palm was divided into 9 levels, each corresponding to different stages of practice. Thus, Charlie wrote down the first level and handed it to Aurora. This wasn't stinginess on Charlie's part. Rather, this inner strength technique was like a student's textbook, where different grades matched corresponding levels of material. For someone transitioning from pre-kindergarten to elementary school, the most effective approach was to start with first-grade textbooks. Presenting all 9 years of compulsory education materials at once would only overwhelm her. Therefore, Charlie's intention was to introduce Aurora to the first layer of the 4-elephant palm, allowing her to step into the world of internal martial arts. If she practiced diligently and made swift progress, he would then guide her to the second level. For Aurora, learning the mental methods of the 4-elephant palm felt like unlocking the door to an entirely new realm. She examined the comprehensive set of techniques and hesitantly asked, "Master Wade, I'm struggling to understand the names of all these acupuncture points and meridians. What do they signify?" Charlie smiled gently and replied, "The key distinction between inner boxing and outer boxing is the presence of inner energy." He then added sincerely, "In essence, the most crucial aspect of inner boxing is mastering the chi within your body." Aurora quickly asked, "How can I harness my breath? I can't even perceive those acupuncture points and meridians." Charlie laughed. "Just because ordinary people can't perceive them doesn't mean they aren't there. It's simply that they haven't learned how to sense the meridians and acupoints." He then asked her, "Have you ever heard of a performance art called ventriloquism?" Aurora responded eagerly, "Isn't that where someone talks without moving their mouth?" Charlie nodded. "Exactly." Aurora continued, "When I was a child, my father took me to the circus. In a ventriloquist act, the performer holds a doll and communicates with it. They open their mouth like anyone else when speaking, but when the doll speaks, they keep their mouth shut and use abdominal sounds. It's quite magical." Charlie smiled and explained, "In reality, ventriloquism doesn't mean they're actually speaking with their stomach. After mastering breath control, they push the air downward into their abdominal cavity and use that breath to create sound, reducing the need for mouth and tongue movement." Aurora gasped, "Wow! That sounds incredibly difficult." Charlie laughed again. "It certainly seems that way at first. We find it challenging because we don't even notice where our breath is while speaking. However, with practice and study over time, you'll learn to control your breath effectively. Before long, you'll be able to naturally direct your breath deep into your abdominal cavity, or even down to the pubic region." Chapter 23:39. As Charlie shared his metaphor, Aurora began to grasp its meaning. With a spark of curiosity, she asked, "Master Wade, if I practice diligently, will I be able to sense the breath and guide it through my body?" Charlie smiled and replied, "Exactly. Think of it this way, for most people, singing is simple, just open your mouth and let the sound out. But professional singers can control their breath and use different parts of their bodies to enhance the resonance of their voices. Some singers resonate from their head cavities, while others use their chest or abdominal cavities. It's really not as mysterious as it seems. Once you find the right techniques and commit to practice, you'll be able to progress effortlessly." Aurora beamed with excitement. "Thank you, Master Wade. I promise to give it my all and not disappoint you." Charlie nodded with satisfaction and encouraged her, "That's the spirit. If you reach a certain level in internal martial arts, you could very well become a pioneer in the future, just like the current masters." Aurora responded earnestly, "I don't dare to dream about starting my own school. Just knowing that I haven't let Master Wade down would be my greatest achievement." Charlie affirmed, "With that mindset, remember that this journey will take time. Mastering internal martial arts, or even becoming skilled in ventriloquism, might take 1 or 2 years before you see results. So stay patient and don't rush." Aurora immediately assured him, "Master Wade, rest easy. I'll manage my emotions, stay steady, and remain patient." Charlie chuckled. Now that's the right attitude. He then began assisting her in familiarizing herself with the heart of palm technique. However, as he had mentioned, rushing such learning was unwise, and expecting Aurora to master the afternoon's lessons in a single day was unrealistic. At around 5 in the evening, Mr. Quinton approached Charlie and said, "Master Wade, Mr. Cameron and Don Albert have arrived and are enjoying tea in the living room. Would you like to join them?" Charlie replied with a smile, "Yes, I'll head over now." Turning to Aurora, he added, "You've practiced the entire afternoon, it's time for you to take a break." Feeling sweaty and fatigued, Aurora nodded. "All right, Master Wade. You go enjoy your tea, I'll shower and then come down." Charlie nodded and made his way to the living room with Mr. Quinton. Upon entering, he found Isaac Cameron and Don Albert just settling in. As soon as Charlie walked in, both men stood up and greeted him respectfully, "Master Wade." Isaac Cameron and Don Albert were well aware of Charlie's status as the young master of the Wade family. They typically called him "Young Master," but in the presence of others, they addressed him as "Master Wade." Charlie acknowledged them with a gentle nod and a smile. You two seem to have been chatting for a while. Did you come here together? Don Albert replied with a grin, Master Wade, I happened to be near Mr. Cameron's hotel on some business, so I arranged to meet him and came over together. Charlie then added, by the way, Don Albert, I plan to hand over Lloyd's Pearl Etiquette Company to my wife's cousin. Are you aware of this? Chapter 2340. Don Albert quickly nodded and said, Master Wade, I'm aware of the situation. Caesar, that scoundrel, has already filled me in. I gave him 20 slaps as punishment for his involvement in the abuse, and I made it clear to him, if he ever participates in anything that coerces decent individuals into prostitution again, I will deal with him severely. Charlie responded in a serious tone, from now on, you need to communicate this to your associates in the underground world. There must be standards. Prostitution, gambling, and drugs are off limits. Even if they seem lucrative, you cannot engage in them. Don Albert quickly reassured him, Master Wade, rest assured. I have already informed my subordinates. After learning about Lloyd's actions within the etiquette company, I specifically warned them. Anyone who dares to engage in such activities under my command will face the consequences. Charlie appeared satisfied and added, by the way, regarding my wife's cousin, if there are any etiquette needs, feel free to send business her way, but keep it reasonable. Wendy has a rather extravagant personality, and I fear she may become overly demanding after gaining success. Don Albert agreed. Understood, Master Wade. After a moment, he asked curiously, Master Wade, haven't you and your sister-in-law had your fair share of troubles? I recall her previous attitude toward your financial struggles, like when you were dealing with Kenneth Wilson and later Jeffrey Weaver, the one who was humiliated at the Glorious Club. How have things been since her arrival? Charlie smiled and replied, recognizing one's mistakes is the first step toward improvement. That's commendable. As for Jeffrey Weaver and his father, I plan to give them a chance to turn their lives around in Gollum Mountain. Don Albert nodded thoughtfully. Master Wade, your willingness to grant a second chance to those who have wronged you is truly admirable. I'm deeply impressed by your generosity. Isaac Cameron chimed in, indeed, Master Wade. If I were in your position, I would likely eliminate those worthless individuals without a second thought. Charlie shook his head. If someone isn't deserving of death, then executing them would be too harsh. While the beggar aided Marconi's group in their moral corruption, which certainly warrants severe punishment, Donald Webb's actions don't amount to a death sentence. Jordan and Jeffrey Weaver, despite their arrogance and defiance, haven't committed capital crimes. Eliminating them would only undermine my credibility in the future. After a brief sigh, Charlie continued, I hope to see my strength grow and my allies increase. To expand my reach, I must differentiate between rewards and punishments and lead with moral persuasion. Otherwise, how can I expect loyalty from others? Don Albert clasped his fists in admiration. Master Wade is absolutely correct. I've learned much today. Just then, Mr. Quinton entered with Liam Weaver. As Liam approached, he respectfully clasped his fists and greeted, Hello, Master Wade. Charlie nodded with a smile. We were just discussing the Weaver family, and here you are. Liam asked curiously, Master Wade, were you talking about my family? What's going on with the Weavers? Charlie replied casually, just a light conversation about your father and half-brother. I mentioned that their placement in Gollum Mountain is largely because they aren't guilty of crimes deserving death. Liam couldn't help but agree. Master Wade, your compassion and sense of justice are commendable. My father has always looked down on my mother's background and where I grew up. For him to spend his days in Gollum Mountain is the most fitting punishment he could receive. Charlie nodded thoughtfully and asked, by the way, Liam, I haven't had a chance to check in with you lately. How has the sales volume of Nova Dias been during this period? Chapter 2341. When Charlie learned that Liam was reporting on Oracle Nova Dias, Liam couldn't contain his excitement. He exclaimed, Master Wade, Oracle Nova Dias has completely taken over the Japanese, Korean, and Southeast Asian markets. After our acquisition of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical, all of their existing production lines are now running at full capacity, and we are solely focused on producing Nova Dias. Besides Asia, we are currently stockpiling products as we prepare to launch in the European and American markets next month. Charlie nodded in approval and smiled as he asked, "Do you think the European and American markets will be resistant to Oriental Chinese herbal medicine? Are you confident in this approach?" "Absolutely," Liam replied without hesitation. While Europe and the United States are known for Western medicine, they also have a significant culture of alcohol consumption. The top 20 countries with the highest per capita alcohol consumption are all located in Europe. Additionally, several countries in Australia and South America consume over 10 liters per person annually, placing them in the highest tier of alcohol consumption. Then there's the second tier, represented by the United States, Canada, Japan, and South Korea, where annual per capita alcohol consumption hovers around 7 to 8 liters. These countries face considerable health issues related to high alcohol intake, particularly stomach and liver diseases. Nova Diaz is non-toxic, easy to take, and works quickly, providing excellent protective and restorative benefits for the stomach. Once this product is available, the first group to benefit will be heavy drinkers. Once we establish a strong reputation among these users, we will quickly make inroads throughout Europe and the United States. Charlie smiled slightly and suggested, "In that case, we should target restaurants, bars, and hotels as our entry points. We can send local promotion teams to conduct free trials at the entrances of bars and restaurants in major cities across Europe and America. We'll control the dosage of the trial sets so users can feel the effects, but not so long-lasting that they won't return for more. Repeating this promotional strategy will allow us to capture long-term drinkers and turn them into loyal customers." Upon hearing this, Liam quickly responded, "Master Wade, that's a brilliant strategy. Targeting the audience that needs Oracle Nova Diaz the most and addressing their pain points will make them reliant on it, almost viewing it as a miracle drug. This will significantly boost our word-of-mouth reputation." Liam then added, "I'll organize a meeting with the management team tomorrow to expedite a ground promotion strategy for the European and American markets. We'll create a detailed plan." Charlie nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Since the European and American economies are relatively advanced, we need to ensure that the pricing for Nova Diaz is competitive. I believe we should set the price at $800 per box. They are used to paying exorbitant prices for medications, with some specialty drugs costing tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, each month. In the future, we should aim to capitalize on their spending habits." Liam smiled and added, "Master Wade, I agree that a higher price can be justified, but we must also find a way to prevent them from purchasing through the Chinese market and then reselling in Europe and America. Otherwise, these dealers will profit at our expense." Charlie smiled knowingly and said, "That's a straightforward issue to address. Moving forward, Oracle Nova Diaz must be sold in limited quantities in every country, only 1 box per person per month, with valid certification. We need to strictly control the supply chain and prevent any cross-border sales. We can learn from the tobacco industry, all products must have a specific regional code when they leave the factory, and we should conduct regular inspections to prevent any cross-regional or cross-country distribution issues." Liam quickly responded, "Understood, Master Wade. I'll make sure to implement this." Charlie continued, "Moreover, we must oversee our dealers closely and establish clear contracts. Anyone who attempts to hoard supplies or charge exorbitant prices should be immediately disqualified as a distributor and held liable for significant liquidated damages. If they fail to pay, we may have to file for bankruptcy against them." Chapter 2342. To put it simply, we cannot allow situations like the price hike seen with Matai to occur. The official retail price for a bottle of Matai is set at $1,499, yet the average consumer has no opportunity to purchase it at that price. When dealers take it to the secondary market, the minimum price skyrockets to $2,078, and during holidays, it can be even more outrageous. Isn't this just blatant exploitation of consumers? Liam quickly responded, "Master Wade, rest assured, I will take strict measures to prevent anything like this from happening with Oracle Nova Diaz. If any dealer attempts to hoard stock and inflate prices, I will immediately disqualify them and hold them accountable. Zero tolerance." Charlie nodded approvingly. "Once Nova Diaz is fully established in the European and American markets, I believe the alcohol industry there will experience rapid growth. Liam concurred. Absolutely. Many consumers in Europe and the United States have a significant reliance on alcohol. The introduction of Oracle Nova Dias will effectively mitigate the adverse effects of excessive drinking, particularly the distress it causes to the stomach. Nova Dias addresses this issue directly. Then Liam couldn't help but exclaim, Master Wade, imagine if we could also launch a liver-protecting product. Nourishing the stomach and safeguarding the liver would be essential for drinkers in Europe and America. Charlie chuckled. First, let's focus on pushing Nova Dias into the European and American markets. Once we have that sorted, I'll work on a liver-protecting tablet. Together, we'll emphasize stomach nourishment and liver protection. Isaac Cameron, who had been listening, added with a grin, Master Wade, if you market the pill you've developed, the demand will be enormous. The rejuvenation pill might be impressive, but the initial blood relief pill, if diluted tenfold, would likely sell out instantly. Charlie nodded thoughtfully. If we were to release this medicine into the market, sales would undoubtedly be strong. However, it's important to note that this medicine cannot be mass-produced using standard pharmaceutical equipment, which limits our ability to scale production and meet high demand. I see, Isaac Cameron remarked, a hint of regret in his tone. Nowadays, many drugs claim to extend life and are priced exorbitantly by the wealthy. Take the Ong Bezor produced in the 1960s and 1970s, for example, it has been priced at hundreds of thousands. Yet this medicine primarily treats conditions like high fever, detoxification, and stroke-induced coma. It doesn't actually prolong life, but people perceive it as miraculous, leading to its inflated price. Charlie nodded and smiled. The high prices are largely due to limited availability. Additionally, some of the raw materials come from protected wildlife and are no longer permissible for use. In terms of effectiveness, they really aren't that remarkable. Just then, Mr. Quinton's servant hurried over and announced, Master, Lord Moore and Miss Jasmine have arrived. Mr. Quinton quickly stood up and said to Charlie, Isaac Cameron, and Don Albert, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll go out to greet Lord Moore and Miss Jasmine. Chapter 2343. Following the attempted murder of Jasmine by Theodore and Reuben, which resulted in their banishment to a diamond mine in Sierra Stefine, Africa, Jasmine's standing within the Moore family has dramatically strengthened. Previously, she had only the support of Lord Moore, but now no one in the Moore family dares to oppose her. The primary factor behind this shift is Jasmine's strong backing from Charlie. Even Theodore and Reuben, along with their sons, were unable to undermine her position. The rest of the Moore family is acutely aware that any attempt to challenge Jasmine would be met with severe consequences. They understand that to topple Jasmine, one would first have to take down Charlie. The fates of Theodore and Reuben serve as a cautionary tale for anyone harboring similar intentions. In recent days, despite Lord Moore's sorrow over the internal conflicts within the family, he finds solace in Jasmine's safety. With Theodore and Reuben having narrowly escaped fatal consequences, he feels a sense of relief. For Jasmine, the highlight of her day is the prospect of seeing Charlie again. Since her return to the Moore family and her reinstatement as head of the household, Jasmine has not had the opportunity to meet Charlie. His daily commitments keep him busy, as do her own responsibilities. With Charlie's assistance, the Moore family successfully negotiated a partnership with Nippon Steel, securing highly favorable terms. Jasmine is eager to capitalize on this momentum, intending to finalize all related matters swiftly and fully promote the project. Consequently, she has been dedicating herself wholeheartedly to this endeavor. The anticipation of reuniting with Charlie fills Jasmine with uncontrollable excitement. In preparation for their meeting, she has gone the extra mile today, dressing in her favorite outfit and wearing the diamond bracelet her mother left her before passing away. This bracelet, once lost, was recovered by Charlie when he helped resolve a feng shui issue. For Jasmine, it serves not only as a cherished memory of her mother but also as a symbol of the beginning of her journey with Charlie. At that moment, Mr. Quinton quickly approached, greeting them warmly. "Oh, Lord Moore and Miss Jasmine, it's a pleasure to welcome you here." Lord Moore responded hastily, "There's no need for such formality, Mr. Quinton. We've come to visit and hope we're not imposing." Mr. Quinton immediately replied, "Not at all. Please, come in." Jasmine then asked, Mr. Quinton, is Master Wade here? Mr. Quinton smiled and responded, yes, Master Wade is here and is currently in conversation with Mr. Cameron, Mr. Weaver, and Don Albert. Jasmine nodded, her excitement becoming even more palpable. As Mr. Quinton led them into the living room, Charlie noticed the Moore family entering and stood up to greet them with a smile. Master Moore, Miss Moore. As Jasmine approached, Charlie couldn't help but admire her beauty and poise. Her careful preparation had truly elevated her presence. Grandpa Moore stepped forward and said respectfully, Master Wade. Thank you for hosting this banquet. I truly appreciate it. Charlie smiled back. No need to be so formal. Please, have a seat. He then called out, Don Albert, please serve some tea for Master Moore and Miss Moore. Don Albert promptly replied, of course, Master Wade. He quickly retrieved 2 teacups and filled them with tea. Chapter 23:44. Jasmine found herself unconsciously sitting next to Charlie. As Don Albert handed her a cup of tea, Charlie's gaze was drawn to the sparkling diamond bracelet adorning her wrist, and he felt a hint of embarrassment. Their acquaintance had begun through Don Albert's matchmaking efforts. It was he who had insisted that Charlie introduce Jasmine to the intricacies of feng shui, which led to their first meeting. Once seated, Jasmine turned to Charlie and said, Master Wade, earlier today Nanako was video calling me and asked me to send her regards to you. Charlie raised an eyebrow curiously. Oh? You had a video call today? With a smile, Jasmine replied, I try to join Nanako's video calls daily. She gifted me a puppy, and I can tell she worries about it. She wants to see what the dog is up to every day. Charlie nodded gently, a smile spreading across his face. Aurora also mentioned she can't wait for your dog to grow up and have puppies. Jasmine beamed. Yes, she did mention that. I was chatting with Nanako today, and she told me she plans to come to China in a few days. I wanted to share the good news with Aurora. How is she doing? At that moment, Mr. Quinton interjected, Miss Moore, Aurora just finished her training and went upstairs to shower and change. Charlie looked surprised. Nanako is coming to China soon. Yes, Jasmine confirmed with a nod. Nanako mentioned that her favorite Chinese star, Stephanie's son, is having a concert in Oris Hill, and she wants to attend. I told her she could stay at my house when she arrives. Charlie was taken aback. Nanako likes Stephanie? Is that true? Absolutely, Jasmine replied seriously. Stephanie is not only a household name in China, but she has fans all over Asia, throughout the global Chinese diaspora, and even in Europe and America. Many Japanese girls admire her beauty and often imitate her style and makeup. She continued, I'm quite interested in Stephanie as well, so we're planning to attend the concert together. Charlie felt momentarily overwhelmed. My wife is going to see Stephanie's concert, Laureen is going too, Jasmine is going, and now Nanako Ito is also attending. What is happening here? Just then, Aurora emerged from upstairs, elegantly dressed, and overheard their conversation about the concert. She quickly asked, Master Wade, Sister Jasmine, are you discussing Stephanie's concert? Jasmine nodded with a smile. Aurora, do you like Stephanie too? Aurora responded without hesitation, who doesn't like her? I've bought tickets already and plan to go with my classmates. Then she asked, Jasmine, are you going as well? Jasmine replied with a grin, yes, I am. Nanako Ito, the one who gave me the puppy, wants to join us. We've made plans to attend together. Ah! Aurora exclaimed. Nanako Ito is coming to Oris Hill for the concert too? Yes, Jasmine confirmed. And I have some exciting news. I told Nanako you love dogs, and she said she'll bring you a sibling for Bella as a gift when she comes. Really? Aurora's face lit up with excitement. But then she became flustered and stammered, Jasmine, I had a fight with Nanako Ito and even hurt her. I feel embarrassed accepting a dog from her. Jasmine laughed gently and said sincerely, Nanako knows you might feel this way, so she specifically asked me to tell you this, a match is just a match. What happens on the field stays there. She still hopes to be friends with you. Chapter 2345. Aurora was overjoyed when she learned that Nanako Ito wanted to be friends with her. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, "Jasmine, is what you said really true?" Jasmine smiled warmly and replied, "Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Aurora sighed in relief. Deep down, she truly wanted to be friends with Nanako. She had admired her from afar and, despite not having much interaction with her, felt certain that Nanako was a genuinely wonderful person. Jasmine nodded in agreement, saying, "Nanako is indeed a lovely girl, very friendly and humble." Aurora felt a twinge of guilt as she confessed, "Honestly, her skills have always been far superior to mine. I know I would lose to her, but it's only because I took the pill Master Wade gave me. It makes me feel really ashamed." Jasmine reassured her, "It's perfectly fine. Master Wade gave you that pill for a reason, it was your opportunity. There's no need to feel ashamed." At that moment, Charlie chimed in, "Aurora, Jasmine is right. Everyone has their own opportunities, and they often come unexpectedly. Just like Nanako Ito, you never know if she has trained with the best Japanese ninjas. So there's nothing to be embarrassed about." Aurora nodded thoughtfully and replied earnestly, "Master Wade, I understand." Just then, a subordinate approached to announce the arrival of Travis Lane, the wealthiest man in Lancaster. This time, Travis opted not to have Charlie's friend Caleb drive, as he felt it was a bit inappropriate for someone as powerful as Charlie to act merely as a driver. Shortly after, Mr. White arrived, followed closely by Dr. Simmons and his son, Zyla, along with his grandsons. Since it wasn't yet time for dinner, everyone took their seats, enjoying tea and engaging in pleasant conversation. The atmosphere was wonderfully harmonious. Each person in the room held deep respect for Charlie, fostering a strong camaraderie that made it easy for them to chat together. As the guests settled in, Charlie couldn't help but think of Doris Young. He wondered why she had yet to arrive, especially since she had confirmed her attendance over the phone earlier. Charlie considered calling Doris but then recalled that she had mentioned being busy. If she finished her tasks, she would come; if not, there was no need for him to rush her. He decided to let her handle her affairs without pressure. Meanwhile, Doris Young was at the People's Hospital, sitting with her mother in the intensive care unit. After seeing her mother eat and the nurse prepare a nutrient solution for her father, Doris felt a sense of relief. She turned to her mother and said, "Mom, I have a dinner to attend tonight organized by my boss, but I'll come back as soon as I can." Her mother, Sydney, quickly responded, "Doris, you've been through so much lately. Enjoy your dinner, relax, and spend time with your boss and colleagues. Don't rush back, I'm worried your heart is too tense." Doris smiled gently and assured her mother, "Don't worry about me, I'll be fine." Chapter 2346. After picking up her hanging coat, Doris Young turned to Sydney and said, "Mom, if everything is alright, I'll head out first." Sydney nodded in response, saying, "Drive safely." "Thanks, Mom." "I will," Doris replied. With a final farewell to her mother, Doris Young exited the ward. Noticing she had some time to spare, she decided to visit Dr. Kelso's office in the Department of Nephrology. Only 10 hours remained before Walter's deadline loomed over her. The faint glimmer of hope for Doris rested on Dr. Kelso. She wasn't sure if he could help initiate the search for the right kidney donor within such a critical time frame. Arriving at the office door, Doris knocked and heard Dr. Kelso call from inside, "Please come in." She pushed the door open and entered. As she stepped in, she expressed her regret, "Dr. Kelso, I'm really sorry to interrupt you again." Dr. Kelso quickly replied, "No need to be so formal, Ms. Young. Please have a seat." "I won't sit, Dr. Kelso. I just have a quick question. Is there any chance of finding a kidney donor?" Doris asked, her voice filled with urgency. Dr. Kelso sighed, saying, "I've already reached out to many of my colleagues. Most of my old classmates are directors of nephrology departments at top hospitals across the country. They've all agreed to help, but I can't guarantee anything. It ultimately comes down to luck." Doris nodded slightly, then lowered her voice and added earnestly, "Dr. Kelso, If you or your classmates can assist in finding a kidney donor, I'd like to offer 3 million as a token of thanks. If you find the donor yourself, I will give you the entire 3 million. If your classmates help, I'll give 3 million along with an additional 2 million for your efforts. Please take this into consideration. Dr. Kelso, taken aback, quickly responded, Ms. Young, while I acknowledge that some doctors may accept such gifts from families, I've never engaged in this practice throughout my career. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to help with your father's situation. As for any rewards, there's no need to discuss that. Doris realized her comments had inadvertently crossed a line regarding Dr. Kelso's medical ethics. She immediately apologized, saying, Dr. Kelso, I'm truly sorry. I was too anxious and made a poor judgment. Please forgive me. Dr. Kelso nodded understandingly, saying, Ms. Young, I completely understand your feelings. In our field, it's common for families to offer gifts before surgeries. If we refuse, it may seem to them as though we're not fully committed to caring for their loved ones. He continued, in such cases, we usually accept gifts discreetly before the procedure, and then the funds are handled by the hospital's finance department, ensuring the family feels at ease during the surgery. Doris felt embarrassed and said, Dr. Kelso, I really am sorry for my abruptness. Dr. Kelso smiled and waved off her concern. It's all right, I won't hold it against you. As for the kidney donor, you can count on me to give it my all. Thank you, Doris replied, nodding. I won't take up any more of your time. Please feel free to contact me with any updates. Dr. Kelso agreed, saying, absolutely. I'll keep you informed. Just then, someone burst through the door, panic evident on their face, exclaiming, Dr. Kelso, urgent news. We finally have a clear result from the patient's examination in ward number 1. Chapter 2347. Upon hearing that it was bed number 1, Doris Young instantly understood they were referring to her father. She couldn't help but ask, hello, what's the status of the patient in ward number 1? The individual hesitated, glancing between Doris Young and Dr. Kelso, unsure whether to proceed with the conversation. Dr. Kelso quickly urged, just tell us the results. Don't keep us waiting. The person responded hastily, the laboratory first detected excessive mercury in the blood of the patient in ward number 1. They then sent the blood sample to the judicial department for further toxic substance testing, which revealed a significant presence of mercury dichloride. What? Dr. Kelso exclaimed in disbelief. Mercury dichloride? Are you sure? Yes, the individual replied quickly. The police suspect foul play and are preparing to file a case. They are expected to arrive shortly. Doris Young, shocked, asked, Dr. Kelso, what is mercury dichloride? Dr. Kelso explained, mercury dichloride is an extremely toxic inorganic compound. It's highly poisonous. The average semi-lethal dose is about 1 mg per kilogram of body weight. For an adult male weighing 80 kilograms, just 80 milligrams can be lethal. Doris Young questioned, what does semi-lethal dose mean? Dr. Kelso elaborated, the semi-lethal dose is a standard used in medical and chemical toxicity assessments. For instance, if you use 100 mice for toxicity testing of mercury dichloride, when the dosage exceeds 1 mg per kilogram for a certain duration, 50 of those mice will die. That amount is termed the semi-lethal dose. Doris Young exclaimed, so this substance can kill a person with just a few tens of milligrams? Dr. Kelso nodded and added with a heavy heart, yes, it's incredibly toxic, particularly to the kidneys. It's similar to how paraquat severely damages the lungs, often with no chance of recovery. Feeling anxious, Doris Young burst out, why would my father come into contact with such a poisonous substance? No one in our family has ever dealt with highly toxic chemicals. Dr. Kelso replied gravely, since the police are opening a case, it's highly likely that someone has intentionally poisoned him. Poisoned? Doris Young stammered, bewildered. My father has dedicated his life to education and has earned countless accolades. His character and morals are impeccable, and he has never made enemies. Who would want to harm him? Dr. Kelso quickly said, Ms. Young, speculating won't help us. We need the police to conduct a thorough investigation to uncover the perpetrator behind this crime." Just then, the office door swung open, and several police officers in uniform entered, their expressions serious. One of the officers, a middle-aged man with a strong, determined face, approached Dr. Kelso directly and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Donald Lance, the deputy captain of the Oris Hill Criminal Police Brigade. We received a report from your unit's inspection division and suspect that a patient named Miles Young may have been poisoned. Is it possible for us to speak with Mr. Young's family?" Dr. Kelso immediately pointed to Doris Young, saying, "Captain Lance, this is Doris Young, Miles Young's daughter." Donald Lance appeared slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He addressed Doris Young seriously. "Hello, Ms. Young. Can you tell me about your father's current condition?" Doris Young responded urgently, "Captain Lance, my father is in very critical condition. His kidneys are failing rapidly, and his life is at serious risk. Please do everything you can to find out who poisoned him." Chapter 23:48. Donald Lance looked at Doris Young with a serious expression and asked, "Ms. Young, can you help us recall whether your father had any enemies? Have there been any financial disputes with anyone?" Doris Young shook her head and replied, "My father has spent many years teaching and helping others. He's always been supportive in his work, and he has never had any conflicts with anyone." Donald Lance pressed on, "Has your father eaten anything unusual recently? Any strange food or anything out of the ordinary?" Doris Young shook her head again, saying, "No, everything was normal before he fell ill." "Do you and your father live together?" Donald Lance inquired. Doris Young nodded affirmatively. "Yes, we live together." "Who else lives with you besides you and your father?" Donald Lance asked next. Doris Young replied, "My mother is also with us. We are a family of 3. "Got it," Donald Lance said, pausing briefly before continuing. "Is there a nanny or any part-time help in the household?" He then asked, "What about you and your mother? Any issues?" Doris Young shook her head again. "No, we're fine. Since you and your mother live together without any problems, we can reasonably conclude that the food or water at home isn't the issue," Donald Lance remarked. He then probed further, "Ms. Young, please think carefully. Before your father showed any signs of illness, did he go out to eat by himself or with friends?" Doris Young pondered for a moment and answered seriously, "No, he hadn't gone out. During the winter vacation, he was mostly reading at home and didn't socialize with anyone outside." Donald Lance frowned. "This is indeed puzzling. The test results indicate that your father has a significant amount of mercury dichloride in his system. This highly toxic substance can enter the body through ingestion, inhalation, or even skin absorption. However, our experts believe that such a high level of toxicity would generally take a long time to accumulate through skin absorption alone. The most likely routes are ingestion or inhalation. Given what you've said, it seems improbable that he was poisoned through food or water at home, especially since he hadn't been out to eat with others," he continued. "So, figuring out the source of the poison may be more complicated than we initially thought." Chapter 23:49. In that moment, Doris Young felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she listened to Donald Lance. With urgency in her voice, she asked, "Captain Lance, given your expertise, do you think my father is more likely to have accidentally come into contact with this poison, or is it more probable that he was deliberately poisoned?" "That's a tough question," Donald Lance replied thoughtfully. "Right now, our situation and the clues we have are quite limited. Unfortunately, we don't have any solid leads to guide us in our investigation." Then he continued, "By the way, Ms. Young, is it possible to question your father in his current state? If we could ask him some direct questions, we might uncover more useful information." Doris Young shook her head, letting out a sigh. "My father has been in a deep coma for the past 2 days." Donald Lance paused for a moment, then said with a slight grimace, "TSK. What a predicament. You mentioned that your father was only briefly conscious before falling ill, which makes me think he's more likely to have been poisoned at home. It seems very probable that he was poisoned through food or drink. If it's not too much trouble, could we search your home for clues?" If we can find any highly toxic substances there, we could trace the source of the poisoning. Once our professional criminal investigators examine the scene, we may uncover even more valuable information." Upon hearing this, Doris Young quickly responded, "Absolutely. I can arrange it right away. When would be convenient for you?" Donald Lance replied promptly, "This is urgent. If possible, let's head over now." Doris Young nodded eagerly. "Of course. I'll gather a few people, and we can leave immediately." Turning to Dr. Kelso, she added with a pleading expression, "Dr. Kelso, my mother has been quite anxious these days. Please don't mention any of this to her." Dr. Kelso agreed without hesitation. "Of course, Ms. Young. You can count on me to keep this matter confidential." "Thank you so much, Dr. Kelso." Doris expressed her gratitude before turning back to Donald Lance. "Captain Lance, shall we go to my house now?" "Yes," Donald Lance confirmed with a nod. "Let's not waste any more time, we should go now." 15 minutes later, Doris Young arrived at her cottage with several police officers and technicians from the Criminal Investigation Division. Doris's family was relatively well off, with her parents earning high incomes and her own earnings being substantial as well. They owned a small villa in Orris Hill, boasting over 300 square meters of space, 3 floors, and a yard. The villa featured elegant Chinese decor, with high-quality furniture and appliances throughout, reflecting a family that valued a high quality of life. The police officers donned shoe covers and gloves, employing various professional tools to conduct thorough technical inspections of the property. In the midst of this, Doris Young was entirely consumed by her father's case. The seriousness of the situation had made her forget about Charlie's meal altogether. All she wanted was to uncover the truth behind her father's poisoning, whether it was an unfortunate accident or the result of malicious intent. Meanwhile, at Mr. Quinton's residence, it was dinner time. Before Doris Young arrived, Mr. Quinton approached Charlie and asked quietly, "Master Wade, since Ms. Young hasn't arrived yet, do you think we should start dinner or wait for her?" Charlie contemplated the situation. Since Doris Young had not yet shown up, it suggested she was occupied with something important. He realized that if he called her now, even without intending to rush her, she might feel pressured by the urgency of the matter. Chapter 2350. As her boss, calling her would undoubtedly add some pressure. It would be inappropriate for that to interfere with her ability to focus on important tasks. He then turned to Mr. Quinton and said, "It's all right, let's get started." For Charlie, organizing tonight's dinner was of secondary importance. The main goal was to reward everyone. If Doris Young was unable to attend this evening due to unforeseen circumstances, there was no need to rush her. Instead, he could discreetly provide her with the pill whenever the opportunity arose. Upon hearing this, Mr. Quinton quickly addressed the group, "Everyone, please come this way. The banquet is about to commence in the restaurant." Everyone followed Mr. Quinton to the restaurant, where the chef from the Quinton family had already prepared 16 cold dishes on the table. Lord Moore smiled and remarked, "Mr. Quinton, having only 16 cold dishes seems rather extravagant, don't you think?" Mr. Quinton replied hurriedly, "Not at all, Lord Moore. All of you are esteemed guests of the Quinton family. Today isn't just about me, it's about Master Wade. The banquet must meet the highest standards." Old Moore nodded, smiling, and said, "Thank you, Mr. Quinton and Master Wade, for your generous hospitality." Charlie smiled and added, "No need for such formality, Lord Moore. Please, make yourselves comfortable." Once everyone was seated, Mr. Quinton promptly sent someone to fetch several bottles of collector-grade Matai. After everyone had filled their glasses, Charlie raised his glass and said earnestly, "Thank you all for gathering here today. I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Quinton for organizing everything. I'd like to propose a toast to everyone." Everyone raised their glasses and stood up. Dr. Simmons quickly interjected, "Master Wade, everyone here has been favored by you. Why should you be so formal with us?" Charlie chuckled. "All right, let's set aside the formalities and raise our glasses together." As one, the group at the dinner table called out, "Cheers." Following that, Charlie poured himself a generous serving of wine and remarked, "During the Chinese New Year, everyone has truly been quite generous. To be honest, I feel a bit overwhelmed." He continued, "But let's not dwell on formalities. I hope you all feel free to be yourselves around me." Everyone nodded in agreement, with some already feeling the excitement building. The difference between them and Doris Young was that they had all received medicine from Charlie and had visited his home to pay New Year's respects. During that time, Charlie mentioned that Mr. Quinton would prepare something, so everyone was aware that Charlie was planning to distribute some pills in return. On the other hand, Doris Young had not received any elixirs from Charlie and wasn't part of that earlier gathering, so she was unaware of Charlie's intentions for today's treat. If she had known that Charlie would present the blood-saving heart-saving pill capable of curing all ailments, she would certainly not have wanted to miss this opportunity. Having this pill could completely heal her father's condition. At this point, Charlie stepped away from the table to retrieve the prepared medicine from his car, discreetly pocketing the one intended for Doris Young. Returning to the dinner table, he slowly unveiled the medicine boxes, stating seriously, "Everyone, these are the blood-saving heart-saving pills that I've recently crafted using materials provided by Chief Quinton. While I can't promise immortality, I assure you these pills can cure all diseases and treat severe injuries. Please handle them with care, and use them wisely in critical situations." Everyone was visibly happy and moved as Charlie revealed the pills. Without hesitation, Don Albert stood up, walked around the table, and knelt down in reverence, exclaiming, "Don Albert thanks Master Wade for the medicine." Seeing this, everyone else stood up and, in unison, knelt before Charlie, saying, "Master Wade, thank you for the medicine." Chapter 2351. For Charlie, the heart-saving pill that could potentially save lives was just another ordinary item, nothing special. However, for many others, this pill might not guarantee an extended life, but it certainly had the power to save a life in the most critical moments. Possessing it was like having an extra chance at survival when it mattered most. Jasmine served as a prime example of this. If she hadn't had that pill on her, she would have vanished without a trace after her fall from a cliff in Japan, just like many others in a foreign land. This realization filled everyone present with an overwhelming sense of excitement and gratitude. Charlie distributed the pills individually and then addressed the group, "Please take your medicine, and let's continue our meal." Everyone carefully placed the wooden boxes containing the pills into their pockets and returned to their seats. As the meal progressed, the guests were thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, by 9 o'clock in the evening, when the dinner came to an end, Doris Young still hadn't reached out to Charlie. He decided to leave Mr. Quinton's villa and took out his mobile phone, intending to check on Doris and see if she was in any kind of trouble. Meanwhile, Doris Young was at home, anxiously awaiting updates from the police investigators. A dozen skilled criminal investigators had arrived one after another to conduct a thorough search of her home, but they had yet to uncover the source of the poisoning. Just then, Doris's mobile phone rang unexpectedly. Startled by the sudden sound, she quickly pulled out her phone and noticed it was Charlie calling. It hit her that she had promised to attend the dinner he had organized that evening. However, glancing at the clock again, she realized it was already 9 o'clock. Stunned by how time had flown, she thought, how did it become 9 already? Oh no, I completely lost track of time. I hope Charlie won't be upset with me. With that thought in mind, she hurriedly answered the call, apologizing profusely. "Master, I'm really sorry, I had some issues at home, and I lost track of the time. I'm so sorry." Charlie sensed the tension in her voice and reassured her, "It's alright, I'm not calling to scold you. I just wanted to check in and see if you need any help." Doris replied quickly, "Master, I don't need much assistance, but I've been dealing with some unexpected issues at home all night, and I completely forgot the time." Charlie replied earnestly, "If you require any help, please don't hesitate to ask. Just let me know." At that moment, Doris felt a wave of gratitude and suddenly recalled the rejuvenation pill. One rejuvenation pill could solve all the problems my father is facing. But the cost of the rejuvenation pill is exorbitant. It previously sold for $1 billion, how could I possibly afford that? Since I can't buy it, should I really ask the master for one? How can I even bring myself to ask? Feeling disheartened, she stubbornly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Master, but I can manage on my own. I'm truly sorry for missing your dinner invitation. Charlie responded reassuringly, don't worry about the dinner. Family matters take precedence, we can always have another meal together another day. Chapter 2352. Doris Young expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you so much, Master. Charlie responded with a calm smile, it's all right, no need to be so formal with me. Wanting to keep Doris occupied so she wouldn't linger on her own issues, Charlie was about to suggest she focus on her family matters. Just then, he heard a man's voice through the phone. Ms. Young, we have discovered the source of your father's poisoning. In that moment, Doris Young was still on the line with Charlie, but the news made her forget everything else. She anxiously asked, Captain Lance, where is the source of the poisoning you mentioned? Captain Lance, wearing latex gloves, held up a thick book and explained, our investigators found that this book contains mercury dichloride. He continued, we've also noted that the traces on this book are very fresh, suggesting that your father has been reading it frequently. Doris nodded slightly, acknowledging, yes, my father does have that reading habit. I've pointed out before that it's unsanitary, but that generation was accustomed to it, so he never corrected it. Donald Lance agreed, saying, then it seems likely that the excess mercury dichloride in your father's system originated from this book. Doris felt a shock as she blurted out, Captain Lance, could it be that someone poisoned my dad on purpose? Donald nodded, noting, given how the mercury dichloride is finely powdered and spread on the pages, it's nearly colorless and tasteless, making it difficult to detect. It's reasonable to assume this was done intentionally by someone very cautious and observant. Anger bubbled within Doris as she exclaimed, my father dedicated his life to educating others and has never wronged anyone. Who could be so cruel as to harm him? Captain Lance pressed her for details, do you know how this book came into your possession? Doris quickly replied, my father received it shortly before the Chinese New Year. It was delivered by a courier. Donald Lance's eyes lit up with interest. Who was the sender? He asked eagerly. Doris shook her head. The courier didn't provide any sender information. However, there was a note inside from someone claiming to be a former student of my dad's. They mentioned finding the book abroad and thought my father would appreciate it, so they sent it to him. Captain Lance frowned and asked, no sender information at all? Did you find that suspicious? With a heavy sigh, Doris explained, my father taught so many students throughout his life. Many of them often send him books, including some they've published or rare finds from overseas. It's a common academic gesture, so we didn't think much of it. Captain Lance pressed further, is the express package still around? Doris replied, my mother cleans up those things daily. What courier service was used? Do you remember? Donald Lance asked again. Doris thought for a moment before saying, I believe it was an international express service, sent from Greece. Upon hearing this, Donald sighed. It seems we may not find any clues. Doris quickly inquired, why is that? Donald explained, if it truly originated from Greece, customs would have detected it upon entry. Their inspection methods are much stricter than ours. Many who attempt to smuggle drugs using similar tactics get caught. Therefore, it's unlikely that poison could have been delivered in a book. He then added seriously, I suspect the International Express delivery was a decoy, and the person who delivered it was likely an imposter. The real perpetrator is probably not abroad but right here in Oris Hill. Chapter 2353. There in Oris Hill? Doris Young's teeth clenched at the shocking news. With a sharp tone, she exclaimed, this person is doing everything they can to harm my father. I can't grasp their intentions. Captain Lance, please find a way to bring this individual to justice. Captain Lance nodded solemnly, stating, murder cases like this are of utmost importance. We will make every effort to resolve it swiftly. He sighed, adding, however, there are currently very few clues, which makes it challenging. I assure you we will do our best. Doris Young nodded slightly, responding, I understand. Donald Lance continued, by the way, Ms. Young, can you help me recall when we received that package? We need to review the surveillance footage from that time frame to identify the delivery person. Doris paused to think before saying, I was swamped with work leading up to the Chinese New Year, so I can't recall. Just a moment, I'll call my mother to see if she remembers. All right. Doris immediately raised her cell phone to her ear, ready to call her mother, but realized that Charlie's call was still active. She hung up, noticing the call time was still increasing, indicating the line hadn't been disconnected. Feeling anxious, she quickly picked up the phone again and said to Charlie, "I'm sorry, young master, I was a bit hasty just now." Charlie had overheard her entire conversation with Captain Lance and had no doubts. In a steady voice, he instructed, "Ms. Young, please give me your home address." Doris, feeling flustered, replied, "Master, I don't want to trouble you with my family matters." Charlie's voice turned cold. "Just tell me the address. I'm on my way." Doris felt the weight of his tone and was compelled to respond quietly, "My family lives at 11, Phase 2 of Shady Hills Villa." Charlie nodded, saying, "I know that community. I'm not far away, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Doris felt a wave of nerves as she realized Charlie was coming. She understood his esteemed status and didn't want to impose, but she couldn't ignore the fact that Charlie was a powerful ally, both as the young master of the Wade family and as a respected figure in Oris Hill. His assistance could significantly enhance their chances of finding the perpetrator. With that thought, she decided not to resist any longer, agreeing, "All right, master, I'll wait for you at the door." After hanging up, she called her mother, who was at the hospital. Once she confirmed with her mother when her father had received the package, the police began sifting through the surveillance footage to identify the courier. Finding this person could lead them to the mastermind behind the attack. Meanwhile, Donald Lance advised Doris not to stay at home for the time being, given that the situation had escalated into a criminal case and the adversary's tactics were covert. Doris accepted his advice and decided to move to the hospital that night to stay with her father and mother. At the same time, Donald Lance promised to send several plainclothes officers to discreetly monitor the hospital, ensuring the safety of the family. After the technical team from the Criminal Investigation Division gathered the evidence, Donald Lance prepared to lead the team in their next steps. Chapter 2354. Having gathered the necessary evidence, the next step was to search for additional clues. Therefore, they decided not to linger any longer at Doris Young's villa. Before departing, Donald Lance addressed Doris Young, saying, "Ms. Young, I recommend you leave your home immediately and head to the People's Hospital." Doris Young nodded and replied earnestly, "Thank you, Captain Lance. I'll pack up and drive over right away." Donald Lance responded, "That sounds good. I will return to the team to convene a task force meeting. If there are any updates in the investigation, I will inform you right away. In the meantime, please help us by recalling any useful details. If you uncover any new clues, let me know as soon as possible." With that, several police cars sped off into the distance. Before Doris Young could make any plans, Charlie arrived, driving the BMW 5 Series belonging to his father-in-law, Jacob, and parked it in front of her house. As soon as he halted the car, Charlie rushed out and anxiously asked, "Ms. Young, can you please tell me how your father was poisoned?" Seeing Charlie's worried demeanor, Doris Young felt a wave of emotion. His handsome face brought her some comfort, yet she also felt a pang of vulnerability typical of a young woman. Although she often presented herself as a strong woman, the weight of this crisis felt overwhelming, and she was nearing her breaking point. In that moment, she longed for a strong shoulder to lean on, even if it was just for a brief moment of relief. Thus, when Charlie appeared before her, Doris Young felt an overwhelming urge to embrace him and cry. Yet, the rational part of her mind quickly interjected. "No, I can't do that. He is my boss and part of the Wade family. I can't just hug him." As she wrestled with these conflicting emotions, Doris Young pushed aside the absurd thought, her eyes glistening with tears as she whispered, "Young master, my father was admitted to the People's Hospital for acute kidney failure after the Chinese New Year. He believed there was an issue with his transplanted kidney. It wasn't until today that I discovered he had been poisoned with mercury dichloride. Someone did this on purpose." Concerned, Charlie asked, "What is your father's condition now?" Doris Young choked back her emotions, saying, "He is in very critical condition. The doctor informed me that the window for kidney transplantation is at most 15 days, but since he has Rh-negative blood, finding a match is extremely difficult. Given the short time frame, the chances of locating a suitable kidney source are slim. Charlie nodded and firmly stated, "Get in the car, I'm going to the People's Hospital with you." Doris Young quickly protested, "Young master, I can't trouble you with this." Charlie replied earnestly, "Ms. Young, your father has been poisoned, and this isn't an ordinary kidney transplant situation. The doctor mentioned that he has a 15-day window, and tomorrow it could be reduced to 10 days or even 5. In such a short span, the possibility of finding a suitable kidney source is not just slim, it's nearly impossible." Chapter 2355. Doris Young instinctively lowered her head upon hearing those words. At that moment, a wave of despair washed over her as she thought, "The young master is correct. My father's condition is deteriorating daily, and there seems to be no hope left." The only flicker of hope came from Walter, who had discovered a potential source for a successful kidney transplant in the United States. However, Walter's demands felt like a severe blow to her dignity and self-respect. If she were to reject his terms, she would have to brace herself for the possibility of losing her father at any moment. This thought made Doris Young's eyes sting, tears welled up and began to cascade down onto the cold concrete floor. In that instant, all the pent-up negative emotions she had been suppressing for days erupted, and she sank to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Charlie observed Doris, who had always been so resilient, now quietly crying in despair. His heart ached for her, and he thought, she must feel utterly trapped and overwhelmed to break down like this. Moved by her plight, he knelt down in front of her, gently placed a hand on her shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Doris, even if you can't find a kidney source, I have a better solution to save your father. This method will spare him the suffering of surgery." Doris looked up in surprise at Charlie, her voice trembling as she asked, "Young master, is that really true?" "Absolutely," Charlie affirmed, nodding. He opened the passenger door of his car and urged her, "Get in. We're heading to the hospital to treat your father and investigate who poisoned him." As Doris regained her composure, she noticed that Charlie had already opened the door and was gently guiding her toward it. Still in disbelief, Doris asked, "Young master, do you really have a way to heal my father?" Charlie nodded, looking into her red-rimmed eyes, and replied sincerely, "If I say it's possible, then it is." Doris hesitated. "But the doctors say kidney failure is irreversible." Charlie responded confidently, "Just because the doctors can't reverse it doesn't mean I can't." He pulled out a pill from his pocket, the one he had initially prepared for Doris, and said, "This was meant for you, but take it to the hospital for your father. I promise it will help him recover." Doris was taken aback. "Young master, you meant this medicine was for me? Did you already know about my father's condition?" Charlie shook his head, explaining, "The main reason I organized the dinner today was to express my gratitude to everyone who visited my home during the Chinese New Year and contributed generously. I wanted to treat everyone. The pill I have will invigorate the heart and help with blood circulation. While it may not be as potent as the rejuvenating pill, it should suffice to treat your father's illness." Doris was still processing the information, feeling as though she were in a dream. "Master, will this medicine truly cure my father?" she asked, her voice filled with hope. "You'll find out once we reach the hospital. Now, hop in the car," Charlie urged. Although Doris wasn't entirely convinced that Charlie's pill could save her father, the excitement coursing through her compelled her to nod eagerly and get into the car at his insistence. With that, Charlie started the engine and swiftly drove toward Oris Hill People's Hospital. Chapter 2356. Meanwhile, in the Oris Hill International Hotel, Walter received an urgent call from one of his subordinates. The moment the call connected, the voice on the other end rushed to inform him. "Boss, I just heard from someone at the Oris Hill Police that they discovered a book with mercury dichloride in Doris Young's residence. They've set up a special task force to investigate this lead." "What?" Walter exclaimed, astonished. "How could the Oris Hill Police be so quick?" The subordinate replied, "We were surprised by their efficiency as well." After a brief pause, Walter asked, "You didn't leave any clues when you disguised yourself as a courier, did you?" The man pondered for a moment before responding, "I don't think so. The car we used was a registered vehicle, so it shouldn't lead back to us. Plus, the courier was masked, making it unlikely he could be identified. Walter's brow furrowed, his expression darkening, making his prominent hooked nose appear even more menacing. After a moment of contemplation, he ordered, "You need to eliminate the guy posing as the courier." The subordinate seemed taken aback, responding cautiously, "But boss, he usually performs well and is quite clever. There's no need to get rid of him over this, he's still safe." "Safe?" Walter retorted coldly. "Do you really understand criminal investigations? He's the only one who had contact with the police, even if he wore a mask. Do you think that offers him any real protection? A face has eyes, ears, and a nose. A mask only covers part of it. The police can still analyze surveillance footage. They can identify his body shape, height, hairstyle, and even his mannerisms. If there's a microphone in front of Doris Young's house, they could even recognize his voice. With all these clues exposed, do you still believe he's safe?" Hearing this, the subordinate's voice trembled with anxiety. "I'm sorry, boss. I didn't realize it was this serious." Walter clenched his teeth in frustration. "Tell him I'm offering $1 million in cash to make a quick getaway. Then, you need to drive him out of Oris Hill and find a secluded spot to take care of him." He added urgently, "Make sure to poison him, no bloodshed. If there's blood everywhere, it complicates the crime scene." The subordinate quickly inquired, "What should we do with the body?" "Just toss it into the river. It's over 100 meters deep, so it's likely to go unnoticed." Walter scoffed. "You fool. The depth of the river doesn't matter. There are undercurrents that can carry a body downstream. Once it reaches shallow waters, it can easily wash up on shore. Do you think that's how the Marconi syndicate's bodies were discovered?" The subordinate, realizing the gravity of the situation, asked, "Do you have a better plan, boss?" After a moment of thought, Walter replied coldly, "Here's what you do: find an anchor typically used on a speedboat. Tie the body with an iron chain, attach the anchor, and toss both into the river. The anchor will keep the body secured to the riverbed, making it harder for the currents to carry it away." The subordinate quickly agreed, "Understood, boss. I'll take care of it." Walter ended the call, pacing in front of the window with a dark expression, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. I didn't expect the Oris Hill police to act so fast. Doris Young, it looks like I'll have to apply more pressure." Without delay, he picked up his cell phone and dialed another number. As soon as the line connected, Walter instructed in a cold tone, "Get the car ready immediately. I need to be at the Oris Hill People's Hospital in 5 minutes." Chapter 2357. Oris Hill International Hotel Encounter. Oris Hill International Hotel is conveniently situated in the city center, closer to Oris Hill People's Hospital than the villa area where Doris Young lives. Consequently, when Walter climbed into his Rolls-Royce and headed for the hospital, Charlie and Doris Young were only halfway there. As Charlie parked the car and entered the inpatient building of the People's Hospital alongside Doris Young, Walter's vehicle also rolled into the parking lot. Doris Young felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. She was so flustered that she nearly broke into a run without even taking 2 steps. Charlie hurried beside her, striding quickly toward the ward. Upon entering, they found Doris Young's mother, Sydney, resting by the bedside. Although Sydney was only in her 50s, she appeared utterly exhausted, her mental state resembling that of a woman in her 60s or 70s. Hearing them enter, Sydney looked up. Seeing her daughter Doris Young accompanied by an unfamiliar man, she seemed slightly taken aback and asked, "Doris, who is this?" Doris Young instinctively intended to introduce Charlie as her boss, but before she could speak, Charlie smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Charlie Wade, a friend of Ms. Young." Sydney quickly nodded and responded politely, "Oh, hello, Mr. Wade." Noticing that Charlie preferred to keep his identity as the chairman of M Grand Group under wraps, Doris Young quickly turned to her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, Charlie has a miraculous medicine that can cure all diseases. Dad will be saved this time." Just as she finished speaking, the ward door swung open. Walter entered with a sneer, saying, "Which quack claims to have a magic drug that cures all diseases? You've gotten yourself treated in a regular hospital, how bold." Doris Young's expression darkened immediately at Walter's arrival. She shot him a glare and said coldly, "You are not welcome here. Please leave." Walter smirked, intrigued, and replied, "Ms. Young, why is your temper flaring up now?" He then strolled over to Doris Young, his smile laced with disdain, and remarked, Ms. Young, is your sudden change of heart because you found the magical medicine your Chinese magic stick talks about? In the United States, we often hear about Chinese con artists in Chinatown. Once caught by federal police, they all end up in jail. Does Chinese law not care about that? While saying this, he couldn't resist glancing at Charlie, sizing him up, before turning back to Doris Young. Is this guy the so-called magic stick? He seems a bit younger than the usual ones. Charlie frowned at Walter's arrogant demeanor. This was his first encounter with Walter, and he was unaware of the history between him and Doris Young. With Doris Young's father gravely ill and hospitalized, Charlie was puzzled by Walter's sudden presence and his role as a blonde foreigner. Hearing Walter refer to Charlie as a "god stick," Doris Young snapped back angrily, "Walter, stop that right now. This is the esteemed Charlie Wade, well known in Oris Hill. He's not what you're calling him." Walter rolled his eyes and replied disdainfully, "Isn't it typical for all of China's so-called magic sticks to call themselves masters? Masters of all sorts, metaphysics, feng shui, you name it. To me, they're all just frauds." Feeling irritated, Charlie finally spoke. "I suggest you show some respect before you speak. This is China, not the United States." Walter looked back at Charlie with contempt and replied, "Kid, I don't want to waste my time talking nonsense with you. I'm here to discuss Ms. Young's father. If you have nothing to do with this, you'd better step aside." Chapter 2358. With a mocking grin, Charlie challenged, "You sure have a lot of bravado. What gives you the confidence to speak here?" Walter, wearing an arrogant expression, retorted, "I am Walter Hogwitz. You know, the Hogwitz family, a renowned name in the United States?" Charlie responded with a calm smile, "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the Witz family you mentioned." Walter replied icily, "Let me enlighten you. The Hogwitz family is a prominent real estate developer in the United States. Our reach extends not only across the US but also into Canada, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. We even own a mansion in Manhattan, New York, named after our family." Charlie smirked and said, "So, you own a mansion in Manhattan, and yet you dare to come to China to push your agenda? Did you bring that mansion along with you?" Walter frowned at Charlie's comment, realizing he was being mocked about his New York mansion, which carried little weight in China. He snapped back, "Listen, kid. While I can't move the mansion, the US dollars in my account can be transferred anywhere in the world at a moment's notice. That's what we call hard currency and real power, got it?" Charlie nodded, maintaining his smile. "I get what you're saying." Curiosity getting the better of him, Charlie asked, "By the way, what's the total worth of your Hogwitz family?" Walter scoffed. "We're talking over tens of billions." He waved his hand dismissively and added, "Why am I even wasting my breath on you, a mere nobody?" Turning his attention to Doris Young, who stood nearby, he cut to the chase. "Ms. Young, I don't want to waste any more time. I've repeated myself countless times, and I'm tired of it. I'll make this clear one last time. We need to discuss your uncle's kidney source. Are you ready to agree to my terms? If not, the kidney source will be lost." Doris Young instinctively replied, "But you mentioned I'd have 24 hours. Isn't that a bit too much to ask?" Walter flashed a smile. "I'm sorry, but the French just increased their offer by $50,000 to secure that kidney source. Now I have other donors who are eager to finalize a deal. They want me to settle this quickly. If not, they'll sell it to the French, so I need your answer right now. Yes or no?" At that moment, Charlie turned to Doris Young and asked, "Ms. Young, what's the situation here?" Doris replied, "Master Wade, Walter was a classmate of mine in the US. He assisted my father in finding a viable kidney source there, but his request is..." As she spoke, Doris hesitated, struggling to articulate the shameful demand Walter had made. Walter then sneered, "My request is simple. I want Ms. Young to be my lover for 10 years and bear me several children. Do you have a problem with that? Chapter 2359. Walter had numerous business expectations of Doris Young and even hoped she would assist him in taking over the Grand Group. However, Walter chose not to voice this in front of Charlie. Despite his restraint, the situation still managed to infuriate Charlie. In a fit of rage, Charlie seized Walter by the collar and struck him with his free hand. The force of that blow was immense, rendering Walter powerless as he felt all his strength drain away in an instant. Even more astonishing, he found himself unable to move his fist forward. Walter was taken aback and instinctively tried to pull his fists back, but in the next moment, he realized that the strength of his opponent was so overwhelming that he couldn't escape the grip of those powerful hands. It was as if an ant had been pinned beneath the fingertip of a giant, completely devoid of any means to resist. Walter felt that this defied the very laws of physics. He thought that even if his opponent possessed extraordinary strength, there should still be some way to break free. Surely, if he used all his might to pull away, the other person's arm would at least shift a little, right? Even if his adversary were a world champion, it seemed impossible for them to remain entirely motionless while he struggled to escape. At that moment, Walter understood he was in serious trouble. With such bizarre strength, even if his bodyguard were present, it wouldn't make a difference. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly adopted an overly flattering demeanor and apologized, saying, "Master Wade, I sincerely apologize. I've just arrived and don't know anyone here. I hope you can overlook my ignorance." Chapter 2360. Charlie clenched his fist tightly and sneered, "What? If you can't win, you admit defeat? Is this the so-called Hogwarts family style?" Walter was taken aback by Charlie's audacity to humiliate him. Naturally, he was extremely angry on behalf of his family. However, he was acutely aware of the vast difference in strength between himself and Charlie. At this moment, he realized that acknowledging reality was the only way to minimize his losses. As for his damaged pride, that was of little consequence, he could always find a way to reclaim it later. With that thought in mind, he quickly replied, "Master Wade, as you mentioned, the Hogwarts family is indeed formidable in the United States. But here in China, in Oris Hill, you won't be able to intimidate me." Feigning sincerity, he pleaded, "Master Wade, please consider that this is my first offense. After being slapped twice by you, I humbly ask for your mercy this time." Charlie glanced at Walter's swollen face and coldly snorted. "You still don't understand what your biggest mistake was. To me, your superficial apology is merely a ploy to evade trouble, devoid of any genuine intent." Walter's face blanched with fear, and he blurted out, "Master Wade, you've misunderstood me. I truly recognize my error. I offer you my most sincere apologies." Charlie let out a mocking laugh. Then, suddenly twisting his right hand, a sharp crack rang out as Walter's wrist broke. Walter screamed in agony, nearly collapsing as he shouted, "My hand! Why are you doing this to me? I've already apologized." Charlie looked at him coldly and said, "The one who truly needs an apology is not me, but Ms. Young. You blackmailed her with your kidney source for your despicable goals. Have you ever considered apologizing to her?" Upon hearing this, Walter quickly turned to Doris Young and exclaimed, "Ms. Young, I was wrong. I truly regret my actions. Please don't hold it against me, and help plead my case with Master Wade." Doris Young felt a twinge of compassion at that moment. Although she recognized Walter as a repugnant individual, she viewed his behavior as nothing more than misguided ambition. She neither agreed with him nor felt intimidated by him. Seeing Walter in his current state, bruised and with a broken wrist, was almost enough to satisfy her sense of justice. So she addressed Charlie, saying, "Master Wade, let him go. After all, I haven't lost anything." Charlie nodded in agreement. He had no desire to engage with Walter any further. As a descendant of a billionaire American real estate developer, Walter held little significance in China, particularly in Oris Hill. Thus, as long as Walter kept his distance moving forward, Charlie saw no need to bother with him. With a stern gaze, Charlie warned Walter, "From this moment on, don't let me see you again, and certainly don't let Ms. Young see you again. Do you understand? Walter felt an immense sense of relief at those words. He looked at Charlie and nodded vigorously, saying, Master Wade, rest assured, I will never show my face in front of you or Ms. Young again. As he spoke, Walter thought to himself, you think you're tough, Wade? You dare to break my wrist? Just wait, I'll get you back one day. Charlie had no interest in Walter's thoughts. He released his grip and said disdainfully, now get out. And don't come back. Walter nodded repeatedly. Yes, I'm leaving. I'm going now. He turned and hurried toward the exit. Just then, Charlie frowned slightly and called out sternly, wait a moment. I have a question for you. Chapter 2361. Walter believed he could slip away unnoticed, but he never anticipated that Charlie would start questioning him at that moment. Caught off guard, Walter quickly turned his head and forced a smile, asking, Master Wade, what can I do for you? Charlie regarded him with a smile and responded, it's nothing too serious, just a simple inquiry about something. Walter let out a sigh of relief and eagerly replied, Master Wade, please go ahead and ask. Charlie nodded slightly and inquired with a grin, do you know what mercury dichloride is? Walter's heart raced, yet he feigned surprise and responded, I have no idea what mercury dichloride is. But as he spoke, a sudden realization hit him. Thanks to his strong psychological resilience, Walter managed to keep his composure. However, Charlie couldn't help but notice the subtle stiffness and unease that flickered across his face. In that instant, Charlie surmised that Walter was likely involved in the poisoning of Doris Young's father. This revelation darkened Charlie's expression. He seized Walter by the collar and sternly warned, if you tell the truth, I will ensure your demise is swift. Walter shook his head vigorously, hastily claiming innocence. Master Wade, you must be mistaken. I truly don't know what mercury dichloride is. Why am I being implicated in this? Doris Young, taken aback, felt a wave of shock wash over her. When Charlie suddenly asked Walter about mercury dichloride, she sensed something was off. She had never considered that Walter might be responsible for her father's poisoning. She had always assumed Walter appeared only after her father fell gravely ill, trying to exploit the situation. The idea that Walter could be the cause of her father's condition was unfathomable to her. Now, she stared intently at Walter, desperately searching for any sign of deceit. However, Walter's ability to mask his emotions was impressive, leaving Doris unable to detect any irregularities in his demeanor. Doubt crept in, and she began to question whether Charlie had misjudged the situation. Yet, Charlie remained unfazed by Walter's seemingly innocent facade. Fixing his gaze on Walter, he said coldly, you have one final opportunity. If you don't come clean now, you may find yourself facing horrors beyond your imagination. Walter gulped nervously, protesting, Master Wade, I genuinely don't understand what you're talking about. I haven't studied chemistry, and I have no idea what mercury dichloride is. I only know about carbon dioxide. Charlie nodded slightly, a sneer forming on his lips. All right then, you've made your choice. Don't say I didn't warn you. Without hesitation, he pulled Walter's Apple phone from his pocket and smirked. Now, come closer and let me unlock it. I want to see if there's anything scandalous on your phone. Walter gasped in fear, exclaiming, you can't invade someone's privacy like this. I could have my lawyer sue you. Feigning surprise, Charlie replied, oh really? When I just struck you, you weren't calling for a lawyer then. Why the sudden concern about your phone? Are you hiding something embarrassing? No, absolutely nothing. Walter blurted out, panic rising in his voice. My phone contains all the trade secrets of the Hogwitz family. If you look at it and it leaks, it would cause significant financial harm to us. Chapter 2362. Charlie smiled and reassured him, saying, it's all right. If this leads to economic losses, I'll be right there with you. I'm always up for it, after all, it's just money. You should know, in Oris Hill, when has Master Wade ever been short on cash? Walter was eager to find a way to refuse, but before he could, Charlie had already aimed the front camera of the phone at him. It must be said that the facial recognition feature on mobile phones is incredibly efficient. Despite Walter's swollen cheeks, the phone unlocked immediately using his face. Even though Walter's phone was set to English, it posed no challenge for Charlie. Although he never attended university, Charlie received exceptional international education in his youth. From a young age, he grew up in a multilingual environment similar to that of modern international schools. Notably, Charlie's mother was of Chinese-American descent, making English one of her native languages. She was raised with top-tier aristocratic education, excelling not only in English and Chinese but also possessing a strong command of Japanese, French, and Spanish. In China, it is quite uncommon for individuals to be multilingual. This is mainly because China is not a traditional immigrant country. The vast majority of its over 1 billion citizens speak Chinese. In contrast, the United States is a melting pot of cultures. The US is a nation of immigrants, with many English-speaking Europeans and Chinese speakers among its populace. Given its proximity to Mexico, a significant number of Spanish speakers also reside there. Moreover, over the past 200 years, waves of immigrants from Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Germany, France, and Italy have settled in the United States. The greatest advantage of living in such a diverse environment is the opportunity to engage with various cultures and languages from around the globe. Thus, Charlie greatly benefited from his mother's influence and established a solid language foundation from an early age. As Charlie accessed Walter's cell phone, his first action was to check the SMS and WeChat messages. Despite everything being in English, it seemed effortless for him to navigate. Walter's face turned ashen, and he pleaded, "You can't access my messages. That's illegal." Charlie replied coldly, continuing to scroll through the messages, "Keep quiet, or I might just break your other hand too." Walter was filled with dread. He felt completely at a loss. If he remained silent, Charlie would undoubtedly uncover evidence of his involvement in poisoning Doris Young's father from the chat logs. But if he spoke up, what would happen then? At worst, Charlie would break his other hand, but he would still find the incriminating evidence. This thought filled Walter with regret as he lamented internally. Why did I have to get into this mess? If only I hadn't come to the hospital tonight, I wouldn't be in such a dire situation with this jerk. I can handle the pain. But if he discovers I orchestrated the poisoning of Doris Young's father, I'm done for. The Chinese police will surely charge me with intentional homicide. If that happens, I could be facing at least 7 or 8 years, or even more than 10 years, behind bars in China. Chapter 2363. Just as Walter was starting to panic, a WeChat notification popped up on his mobile phone. The sender was none other than Alex Briggs. Glancing at the message, Charlie noticed it contained a photo, and without hesitation, he opened it. What he saw was shocking: a lifeless body, foam pooling at the mouth. The corpse was awkwardly sprawled across a seat inside a car, its eyes wide open and a grotesque expression frozen on its face. It was clear at first glance that the cause of death was poison. As Charlie processed the scene, another message from Alex came through, containing a sentence in English that read, "Boss, the man has been killed. I'll dispose of him in the river later. Don't worry, this clue will definitely be hidden." Charlie immediately scrolled through the chat history between Alex and Walter. The exchange was brief, consisting mostly of terse phrases like "finished," "coming soon," and "well done." It was evident that they didn't often use WeChat for lengthy conversations. However, Charlie soon stumbled upon a significant detail. Walter had sent a message to Alex in Chinese that said, "mercury dichloride." Shortly after, Walter followed up with another message in English, "Remember this term, don't make a mistake." The moment Charlie read those words, his pupils constricted in shock. Fixing a stern gaze on Walter, he demanded, "Who is this Alex Briggs? Why did you give him mercury dichloride?" Upon hearing the term, Doris Young's eyes widened in alarm. She rushed over to Charlie to look at the messages. Realizing that mercury dichloride had been mentioned in the chat history between Walter and Alex, she immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. With anger bubbling over, Doris confronted Walter. "Walter, we have no issues between us, and we've been classmates for years. Why would you harm my father? Walter, visibly shaken, stammered, I didn't do anything. Charlie displayed the gruesome photo Alex had just sent, thrusting it in front of Walter. I'm giving you one last chance to explain yourself. What have you done? Otherwise, you can forget about ever returning to the United States alive. Walter stared at the image, his entire body going cold as if struck by lightning. This was the first time he was seeing the photo, sent after Charlie had taken his phone away. He recognized the corpse immediately. It was his subordinate who had posed as a courier to deliver the poison book to Doris Young's house. It seemed Alex had swiftly executed his orders, eliminating the subordinate who had been tasked with the poisoning. At that moment, Walter was drenched in cold sweat, panic gripping his heart. He feared that the poisoning of Doris Young's father would come to light, but at least, if it had been discovered while her father was still alive, he might have faced a lighter sentence under the Chinese judicial system. But now, that subordinate was dead. Chapter 2364. He had urged Alex to take the man's life, believing that this would prevent him from facing the consequences of intentional murder. According to Chinese law, anyone who encourages others to commit a crime is as guilty as the one who carries it out. Although he hadn't directly killed anyone, he had incited his subordinates to commit murder, which would likely lead to a life sentence if brought to trial. Adding to his troubles, the crime of poisoning Doris Young's father could result in a suspended death sentence. Overwhelmed by this realization, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, kneeling and crying. I'm so sorry. I was momentarily confused. I didn't mean to do it. It wasn't intentional. Furious, Charlie slapped him across the face and exclaimed, You told your men to kill, and now you claim you didn't mean it? Are you out of your mind? Walter, covering his face with his hands, wept as he confessed, I'm just a shadow of my former self. I wanted to possess Doris Young. It was my goal for her to resign from the Emgrand Group and help expand my family's business in China. I wanted her to steal the Emgrand Group's business secrets to help me establish a foothold in China. That's why I resorted to such extreme measures to force her compliance. Doris Young was livid upon hearing this. Known for her composure and education, she lost her self-control and slapped Walter in outrage, shouting, Why? Why would you do this? Is my father's life just a bargaining chip for your ambitions? Why are you so cruel? Tell me, why? At that moment, Doris Young's mother overheard, and her blood pressure surged. Trembling with anger, she yelled, You monster! You've destroyed my husband's life. After speaking, she felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the floor. Doris Young gasped in shock, instinctively exclaiming, Mom! Charlie rushed to support Doris Young's mother, checking her breathing. He determined that she was merely experiencing a temporary lack of blood flow to the brain due to stress and anger, and thankfully, her life was not in danger. He gently laid her down on the sofa. Meanwhile, Walter, still covering his face, cried out desperately, Ms. Young, please forgive me just this once. I can call my staff in the United States right now and arrange for kidney removal surgery on the donor. I'll have it sent to my uncle first thing tomorrow morning. I'll even offer you $10 million as compensation. If that's not enough, I can make it $20 million. As he pleaded, Walter's tears flowed. Please, Ms. Young. Just give me a chance. Don't turn me over to the police. At that moment, Walter was more afraid of the Chinese judicial system than of Charlie. He knew that Charlie might physically confront him, but his real fear lay in being arrested and prosecuted in China, where he had few personal connections. If he were taken into custody, he could be facing a suspended death sentence. Walter understood the gravity of the situation well. If sentenced to death with a suspended sentence, he knew that even with good behavior, he would be looking at a minimum of 20 years before any chance of release. Coming from a wealthy family worth tens of billions, living a life of extravagance and indulgence, the thought of spending over 2 decades in prison was more than he could bear. Upon hearing his desperate pleas, Doris Young trembled with rage. Fixing Walter with a fierce glare, she coldly declared, Listen, Walter. No matter what, I won't allow you to escape the law. Just wait, I'm calling the police to arrest you. Walter, now terrified, cried out in desperation, No, Ms. Young, please. don't turn me in. Even if you can't forgive me, you must think about your father. If I'm caught, who will find the kidney donor? Who will save your father's life? As his daughter, you can't just stand by and let him die. Chapter 2365. As Walter faced the reality of his impending death, Charlie spoke reassuringly, "Walter, don't worry. Ms. Young's father won't die without your kidney." Shaking his head, Walter responded with conviction, "No, that's simply impossible. Finding an Rh-negative kidney is extremely rare. Without mine, he has no hope." In desperation, Walter knelt before Doris Young, pleading, "Ms. Young, I beg you, if you let me go, I can offer you $100 million. Please, don't turn me into the police, or my life will be ruined." Just as Doris was about to refuse, Charlie interjected with a slight smile, "Walter, rest assured, I won't turn you into the police." Thinking his promise of $100 million had worked, Walter hurriedly added, "Master Wade, if you let me leave Oris Hill, I will transfer the $100 million to you as soon as I reach the United States." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "My friend, don't misunderstand. I said I wouldn't turn you in, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go. Those are two very different things." Panic-stricken, Walter asked, "Then what do you want?" With a grin, Charlie replied, "Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough." He then grabbed Walter's collar and demanded, "Tell me, how many people did you bring to the People's Hospital? If you miscount by even one, I'll make sure you lose an arm." Trembling with fear, Walter quickly answered, "There are 5 of us, including the driver and the bodyguard." Charlie pressed further, "Where are they?" Walter explained, "They're all in the cars at the entrance of the lobby downstairs. There are 2 vehicles, one Rolls-Royce and one Buick commercial." Nodding, Charlie immediately created a group on WeChat to contact Isaac Cameron. He and Don Albert joined the group for a voice chat. Upon connecting, they asked in unison, "Master, what do you need?" Charlie replied firmly, "Isaac, Don Albert, send your best men to capture all of Walter Hogwitz's associates, leave no one behind." He added, "Oh, and he has 2 cars outside the Oris Hill People's Hospital, a Rolls-Royce and a Buick commercial, with a total of 5 people. Send someone to discreetly collect them all for me." Isaac Cameron, surprised, asked, "Master, why are you in conflict with Walter?" Charlie countered, "Do you know what Walter has done?" "I don't know the details, but I know of him," Isaac explained. "The Hogwitz family isn't among the top families in the US, but they are relatively well known. I keep tabs on notable individuals who come to Oris Hill." Curious, Charlie asked, "You have someone monitoring this?" "Yes." Isaac confirmed. "The Wade family tasked me with overseeing everything happening in Oris Hill, both internally and externally. I document any individuals with significant backgrounds who arrive here." Charlie inquired, "Is the Hogwitz family significant?" Isaac pondered before answering, "In terms of size, they're not very large. Their total assets are around $10 billion, which doesn't even place them in the top 200 in the US, but they do have some unusual connections." "What kind of connections?" Charlie asked. "The Hogwitz family has ties to the Rothschild family," Isaac revealed. "Oh?" Charlie's interest was piqued at the mention of the Rothschilds. He recalled how his father once led the Wade family and several other Chinese families in a significant confrontation against the economic encroachment of the Rothschild family, resulting in substantial losses for them. Chapter 2366. Charlie had long harbored a suspicion that his parents' deaths might be connected to the Rothschild family. When he learned about the connection between Walter and the Rothschilds, Charlie couldn't help but reflect, "I never expected my first encounter with the Rothschilds would come so soon." Curious, Charlie turned to Isaac Cameron and asked, "What kind of relationship do the Hogwitz family and the Rothschild family have?" Isaac Cameron explained, "They are, at best, distant relatives. Over the years, the Rothschild family has grown to include tens of thousands of members. There are countless other relatives as well." To clarify, Walter's grandmother is a Rothschild from the German branch, but her lineage is not central to the family. It's more akin to a distant cousin in the Qing dynasty, someone who holds a very marginal position among royal relatives. Charlie smiled faintly and responded, "I see. The Rothschild name is virtually legendary across the globe. This prestigious family boasts a history spanning several centuries, and its membership is comparable to that of imperial relatives and noble clans. Within such a large family, many branches exist, each with distinct primary and secondary lines. Consider the Wade family as an example. The lineage of Master Wade, specifically Lord Wade, represents the sole main line of the Wade family and serves as its core. In contrast, the numerous branches that extend throughout the country are generally less significant. Some of these branches are related to Lord Wade through his own brothers, which creates a somewhat closer bond. However, other branches, such as those descending from nephews, have a more tenuous connection to Lord Wade and do not share a deep relationship with him. Such distant branches, despite bearing the Wade name, hold little prestige within the Wade family. It's likely that the Rothschild family operates in a similar manner, if not with even more branches than the Wade family. Although Walter's grandmother is indeed part of the Rothschild family, her lineage is likely quite peripheral, making her presence relatively inconspicuous. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why she had been married to the Hogwitz family for decades, especially considering the Hogwitz family's assets amount to only around $10 billion. Isaac Cameron promptly replied, "Of course, Master, I'll make the necessary arrangements." Don Albert then inquired, "Master, what will happen to this group of people once we capture them?" Charlie instructed coldly, "Lock all of his subordinates up like dogs. We need to clear out the largest dog cage, strip them naked, and confine them together." "Understood, young master," Don Albert responded quickly. "I'll notify the dog farm to prepare right away." "Oh, and Don Albert," Charlie added, "prepare a smaller dog cage as well, I have another use for it." Don Albert immediately agreed, saying, "Master, don't worry. I'll ensure everything is arranged properly." Charlie continued, "By the way, Isaac, I have one more task for you." Isaac Cameron eagerly replied, "Master, I'm all ears." Charlie instructed, "Arrange for a complete set of kidney dialysis equipment and send it to Don Albert's kennel. Additionally, do you have a reliable nephrologist? If so, assign one to me." "Dialysis equipment?" Isaac Cameron asked in surprise. "Master, is there a case of kidney failure among Walter's men?" Charlie glanced at Walter with a sly grin and said, "Not yet, but there will be soon." Chapter 2367. Will it really happen soon? Walter murmured to himself in disbelief. Confusion washed over him as he thought, what on earth does Charlie Wade mean by soon? This is just baffling. It's exactly what my mother despises about the Chinese, they speak in such vague terms. He couldn't grasp Charlie's intentions. Charlie then turned to Isaac Cameron and said, "Isaac, please find a way to get me some mercury dichloride, I have a use for it." The moment Charlie uttered those words, Walter felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? Why does Wade want mercury dichloride? And what does he need dialysis equipment for? Wait! He just asked someone to prepare dialysis equipment. What did he mean by, "there will be"? What the hell is he talking about? Now he's asking for mercury dichloride too. Does he want me to ingest it? This horrifying thought sent Walter spiraling into despair. He fell to his knees and crawled toward Charlie, pleading, "Master Wade, please don't toy with me. If you're not happy with the $50 million, I can offer you an extra $100 million. Just spare my life." Charlie waved his hand dismissively, his expression serious. "Walter, there's an old Chinese saying, to understand human nature, one must also understand the human body. You, as an American, might not know much about our culture. But this could be your chance to experience it firsthand," he added. Walter, desperate and panicked, cried out, "I don't want to experience anything. Please, Master Wade, just give me a chance to live. I'll pay whatever you ask. I just don't want to be punished. I'm still young." Charlie chuckled lightly. "Then congratulations. It seems you're fortunate to be facing kidney failure at such a young age. But don't worry, I'll ensure you live. I'll have you attached to dialysis around the clock. Rest assured, you won't die." He continued coldly, "Compared to the things you've done, I'm being quite merciful. Walter, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Master Wade, I beg you to forgive me. Let me contact my dad. I'll ask him how much he can give you if he needs to pay more." Charlie shook his head calmly. "No need to daydream. From this moment on, you will completely vanish from his life. He won't find any trace of you. Your future is to remain in a kennel, confined to a cage, eating when you're fed, drinking when you're given water, and undergoing dialysis whenever required." Charlie added, "And you can be assured, compared to your underhanded tactics, I'm far more lenient. You only know how to poison others, with no regard for their treatment, nor how long they may survive. You've acted like a bandit, killing and burying without remorse. But my mother raised me to be civilized. We do things the civilized way. If you control the killing, you must also control the burial. Not only will I provide you with treatment, but I'll also ensure you have food and shelter. Most importantly, I guarantee you won't die for at least 10 years. As Walter absorbed Charlie's words, he felt utterly shattered. Having lived freely for over 20 years, despite causing harm to many, he had never faced suffering himself. Now, Charlie had laid out his bleak future, a life confined in a dark cage, reliant on dialysis. To him, this punishment felt far worse than hell itself. He had never imagined that Charlie could be so ruthless. Chapter 2368. In this moment, Walter came to a stark realization of the chaos he had caused. Desperately, he turned to Doris Young, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Ms. Young. Please, turn me over to the police. I want to face the legal consequences and a fair trial. Have mercy on me. Please, Ms. Young." Walter's mind was racing. While the thought of prison terrified him, it was far better than falling into Charlie's hands. He knew that under Charlie's torment, he would not only endure severe suffering and illness but could even perish in a kennel. In that light, prison seemed almost humane. Charlie scoffed derisively. "Walter, isn't it amusing how quickly you've changed your tune? Just moments ago, you were begging Ms. Young to spare you from the police, and now you're pleading for her to turn you in." With a sob, Walter cried out, "Master Wade, please do the right thing. Call the police and have them take me away. I am guilty, and I deserve to face the law." He turned to Doris Young once more, tears in his eyes, begging, "Ms. Young, please say something. Help me appeal to Master Wade. I'll even bow down in gratitude." Before he could finish his sentence, Walter threw himself onto the ground, the sound of his desperation echoing in the room. Doris Young remained silent, her expression unreadable. Charlie had made it clear that he intended to deal with Walter in his own way. While it might seem harsh, he believed it was the best course of action for a bastard like Walter. Charlie had no intention of sparing Walter when it came to her father. If Walter refused to comply with Charlie's demands, he wouldn't lift a finger to help her father, whose fate appeared grim. In that moment, Doris Young understood that she could not afford to show any compassion. Thus, she coldly addressed Walter, "I'm sorry, Walter, but you do not deserve my sympathy. Your current situation is entirely of your own making." Despair washed over Walter as he cried out, "Ms. Young, I recognize my mistakes. Please, grant me a chance to make amends and change my ways. Even if you torture me, it won't change the past," he added. "We're all adults now. Instead of dwelling on blame, we should focus on realistic solutions and remedies." Before Doris could respond, Charlie interjected coldly, "Walter, if you utter another word without my permission, I'll extend your 10-year sentence by another year." The threat silenced Walter immediately, fear etched across his face. Charlie then turned his attention to Isaac Cameron. "Isaac, I need you to utilize all your connections. Within the next 3 days, ensure that all surveillance footage of Walter in Oris Hill is deleted. I don't want anyone to uncover his whereabouts, no matter what it takes, even if the Rothschild family comes looking." Isaac nodded confidently. "Young master, you can count on me. I'll erase every trace of him from the surveillance records. Even if a king comes to investigate, they won't find any clues." Charlie smiled, satisfied with Isaac's response. "Great. I'll leave this task to you and Don Albert. Once it's done, let me know." I'll send Walter down to you, and you can take him and his men to the dog farm. Chapter 2369. Isaac Cameron and Don Albert were lightning fast in their actions. In just a matter of minutes, every one of Walter's men in Oris Hill, including Alex, who was moments away from disposing of a body, was swiftly subdued by the duo. Isaac Cameron arrived in person at Oris Hill People's Hospital. His team drew their weapons and surrounded Walter's 2 cars. As soon as they aimed their guns at the 5 men, the group immediately surrendered without resistance. Shortly after, all 5 were loaded into a modified minibus, while Don Albert's men drove off with their Rolls-Royce and Buick commercial. These vehicles would be taken directly to a car recycling facility owned by Don Albert that night, where they would be dismantled, crushed into scrap metal, and sent to a steel mill. In essence, after tonight, no one would ever be able to trace those 2 cars again. Following this, Isaac Cameron reached out to Charlie, speaking respectfully, "Master, we have the 5 individuals under control at the hospital. Where should I meet you to take Walter away?" Charlie replied, "Head to the number 1 intensive care unit in the Department of Nephrology." "Understood, young master." Walter, who had remained silent until then, felt a wave of despair wash over him as he overheard Charlie's conversation with Isaac Cameron. He had never anticipated that he would meet such a dire fate. Thinking himself invincible, Walter had come to Oris Hill, dismissing Doris Young entirely. His intention was merely to use her as a pawn for his own gain, draining her of any value he could extract. Little did he know that someone like Charlie, with such power and influence, was present in a seemingly small place like Oris Hill. Walter was filled with regret, but he realized that regret wouldn't change anything. The moment he decided to poison Doris Young's father, his fate had been sealed. Before long, Isaac Cameron arrived at the ward. The moment Walter laid eyes on him, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Just a short while ago, Charlie and Isaac had exchanged a voice call on WeChat. Walter had only been aware that Charlie was in contact with his subordinates, completely unaware of their identities. But seeing Isaac Cameron now hit Walter like a bolt from the blue. "Isaac Cameron?" Walter exclaimed reflexively. "What are you doing here?" When Walter first came to Oris Hill, he had paid Isaac Cameron a visit out of courtesy. He sought to meet Isaac because he recognized him as the representative of the Wade family in Oris Hill, the most influential figure in the area. Naturally, Walter wanted to make a good impression. Their encounter had been brief, and while Walter had viewed Isaac as a powerful ally, he never imagined he would find him here under such circumstances. Isaac Cameron regarded Walter with a playful smile and remarked, "Walter, when we met last time, didn't you express your admiration for the Wade family? The Charlie Wade you see before you is the young master of the Wade family." "What?" Walter felt as though a freight train had just run over him. "I've actually crossed the young master of the Wade family? What kind of fucking idiot am I to have offended the young master of the Wade family?" Chapter 2370. The Wade family's power dwarfs the Hogwitz family by dozens of times. As this realization struck him, Walter couldn't help but feel a mix of sadness and absurdity about his situation. He had thought that upon arriving in Oris Hill, he could do as he pleased as long as he steered clear of Isaac Cameron. Little did he know that he would end up crossing paths with the young master of the Wade family. In a desperate attempt to appease Charlie, he repeatedly slapped his own face and cried out, "Master Wade, I was blind and didn't realize I had offended you. I had no idea Doris Young was your friend. If I had known, I would never have had any intentions toward her." Charlie simply smiled and inquired, "Are you aware that the Grand Group is also under my ownership?" "What?" Walter exclaimed, his eyes widening. "I truly had no idea, Master Wade. If I had known, even with all the courage in the world, I wouldn't dare think ill of the Grand Group." Before coming to Oris Hill, Walter had done his homework on the Grand Group. However, because the Wade family had acquired the company as a gift for Charlie, it wasn't listed among the Wade family's assets. Walter had done his research but failed to grasp the company's true significance, assuming it was merely a provincial real estate firm. Desperate to establish himself in China and achieve quick profitability, he had set his sights on Doris Young, the vice chairman of the Grand Group. He believed that if he could win her over, He could not only have her but also tap into the resources of the Grand Group to bolster his own power. Little did he realize that the company he sought to exploit was owned by the very young master he had just insulted. It was as if a mouse had foolishly tried to steal food from a tiger, running straight toward its own death. Meanwhile, Isaac Cameron observed Walter with a hint of pity in his eyes, musing to himself, Walter is a handsome, talented individual from a wealthy family. His future should be bright. But why the hell would he provoke someone like the young master? It's like he flew over 10,000 kilometers from the United States just to court disaster. Isaac then turned to Charlie and asked respectfully, Master, should I take Walter away now? Charlie nodded. Yes, take him away. Walter, trembling with fear, shouted, Master. Allow me to explain, I'm related to the Rothschild family through my grandmother. You've surely heard of the Rothschilds, right? They're one of the world's top families, controlling vast economic and energy resources across Europe and America. If you let me go, I can help you connect with the Rothschild family for potential collaboration. This could benefit you greatly. Charlie simply sneered. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in partnering with the Rothschild family. Seeing that his offer failed to sway Charlie, Walter became increasingly desperate. If you really insist on locking me up and subjecting me to inhumane torture, have you considered what the Rothschild family would do if they found out? Even though I'm not named Rothschild, I carry a quarter of their blood. They would never allow anyone to mistreat their own. If it comes to that, they won't let you off easily, they'll make sure you die a miserable death. Isaac Cameron, furious at Walter's insolence, slapped him and said coldly, Are you looking to die? You dare speak to the young master like that? Do you want me to cut out your tongue? Charlie raised his hand to calm Isaac, replying, Let him say what he wants. In a panic, Walter shouted, This is it. You'd better think long and hard about whether you really want to offend the entire Rothschild family for my sake. Charlie nodded, a playful smile on his face. Let me make this clear, I'm not afraid to offend the Rothschild family. Even if they don't come for me, I will seek them out sooner or later. He paused for a moment, then stated firmly. There is a blood debt that the Rothschild family must settle with me. Chapter 2371. In a desperate turn of events, Walter was forcibly removed from the hospital by men working for Isaac Cameron. Once he was gone, these men erased all video surveillance footage related to him, leaving no trace of his presence in Ores Hill City and making it nearly impossible to track his movements. When Walter's family discovered his disappearance, they arrived in Ores Hill to search for him, only to find that it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Before departing, Charlie took the time to speak with Isaac Cameron, requesting that he arrange for professionals to administer mercury dichloride to Walter. If Walter were to become ill, much like Doris Young's father, he would be placed on dialysis right away. This approach highlighted a harsh reality of human nature. For individuals with deeply corrupt characters, such measures could serve as a form of true punishment. Doris stood by, watching as Charlie determined Walter's fate with a sense of grim satisfaction. She felt deeply moved. Throughout this period, she had witnessed her father's decline, his illness, the worsening of his condition, and ultimately his unconsciousness. The pain her father endured was etched vividly into her memory. Upon realizing that Walter had been poisoning her father all along, her animosity toward him intensified. If Walter were merely arrested and imprisoned, it would have felt like he was getting off too easily in her eyes. Charlie's method of handling the situation was something she couldn't even fathom, yet it made her gratitude toward him reach unparalleled heights. After Isaac Cameron and his team exited the ward, Doris Young closed the door and immediately knelt before Charlie, her voice choked with emotion. Master, I can't thank you enough for what you've done. If it weren't for you, I might never have discovered that Walter was behind this. I might never have been able to seek justice for my father. Charlie quickly reached out to support her, responding earnestly. It was a small matter. Don't be so formal. Walter is a wicked bastard. My actions were not only for your sake but also to eliminate a threat. Doris sighed, her voice trembling as she reflected, I never expected that someone I considered a classmate for so many years could stoop so low. She wiped her tears and turned to her unconscious mother on the sofa, asking, Master, how is my mother? Charlie offered a reassuring smile. Auntie is only temporarily unconscious. Wipe her face with a cool, damp cloth, and she should regain consciousness. He then instructed Doris, first, wake your mother, then give your father the medicine. After he takes it, he should recover quickly, putting you and your mother at ease. Filled with excitement, Doris replied eagerly, yes, master, I'll do it right away. She rushed into the bathroom and soon returned with a wet towel, approaching her mother with care. After gently wiping her mother's cheek, she noticed her mother's eyelashes flutter, then saw her eyes open. Doris? Sydney opened her eyes and immediately asked in an agitated tone, where is Walter? He killed your father. You mustn't let that piece of shit escape. Doris glanced at Charlie before responding, Mom, Walter has been apprehended, and it seems he'll spend the rest of his life in prison. Sydney's anger flared. He's responsible for your father's suffering. Just locking him up is too lenient. If your dad can't be saved, then Walter should pay for it with his life. Overwhelmed by memories of her husband's pain, Sydney couldn't hold back her tears any longer and buried her face in her hands, crying bitterly. Doris quickly tried to comfort her. Mom, please don't worry too much. Charlie found a special elixir for Dad, and it will help restore his kidneys. What? Sydney exclaimed in disbelief. Just taking medicine can cure your father's kidneys? That can't be true. Isn't kidney failure usually irreversible? Chapter 2372. At that moment, Charlie reassured them, saying, Auntie, while most doctors consider kidney failure irreversible, our ancestors left behind effective prescriptions that can facilitate treatment. Really? Sydney exclaimed, her voice trembling with hope. Then Mr. Wade must act quickly to save my husband. He has spent his life teaching and helping others, and he doesn't deserve such a fate. Turning to Doris Young, who stood beside her, Sydney grasped her hand tightly and lamented, he has devoted over 20 years to raising Doris. He hasn't even seen her in a wedding dress or enjoyed family life with 3 generations under one roof. If he just leaves us like this, it would be unbearable. Charlie nodded solemnly. Auntie, you don't need to worry. As long as your husband takes the medicine I've prepared, he will definitely recover. He quickly instructed Doris Young, Ms. Young, time is of the essence. Please find a cup, pour in half a cup of warm water, and dissolve the pill I gave you in it for him to take. Doris Young, understanding the urgency, nodded and began to say, good, Young, but then realized her mother didn't know Charlie's true identity. She quickly corrected herself. Okay, Charlie, thank you. I'll do it right away. After speaking, Doris rushed to the coffee table, heating some water with an electric kettle. Once she had half a cup, she retrieved the pill from the red sandalwood box that Charlie had given her. Upon opening the box, she discovered a modest-looking pill inside. Yet despite its unassuming appearance, as soon as the box was opened, a refreshing herbal fragrance flooded the room, quickly permeating the entire ward. This was the blood-saving, heart-saving pill refined by Charlie. As the aromatic scent wafted through the air, Sydney felt invigorated and couldn't help but exclaim, this medicine smells incredible. It's far more pleasant than any traditional Chinese medicine I've encountered. Just the aroma alone makes people feel revitalized. Doris Young shared the sentiment. The moment she inhaled the fragrance, any stuffiness in her nose vanished, replaced by a brisk, menthol-like clarity. At that moment, she was convinced this medicine would indeed save her father. Following Charlie's guidance, she dropped the pill into the warm water. Just as she was about to grab a disposable chopstick to stir, something extraordinary happened. The blood-dissipating, heart-saving pill dissolved into the water almost instantaneously, completely vanishing within just a couple of seconds. Furthermore, the resulting warm water didn't turn murky but instead became translucent, resembling brown sugar water. Even though the color had darkened, it remained crystal clear, with no visible impurities. Doris Young was left speechless. Her previous experiences with Chinese medicine often involved granules that never fully dissolved. No matter how hot the water or how vigorously she stirred, there would always be residue left at the bottom of the cup. But this medicine dissolved effortlessly, showcasing its purity and lack of impurities. Astonished, she turned to Charlie and asked, "Is it enough to give my father this glass of water to drink?" Charlie confirmed, "Yes. If he is unconscious, just help him sit up, and you can still give him the water." "Okay." Doris Young responded eagerly, taking the cup into the inner ward, with her mother Sydney following closely behind. Together, they gently assisted the unconscious Miles Young into a sitting position, and Doris carefully poured the warm elixir into his mouth, bit by bit. Then, an astonishing event unfolded, one that completely changed the understanding of both mother and daughter. Chapter 2373. As Doris Young and her mother were administering the liquid medicine to Miles Young, Doris's father, they were taken aback when his previously pale, paper-like complexion began to show a hint of color. This transformation is what Chinese medicine refers to as the color of blood. When a person's blood is robust, their complexion appears vibrant and healthy. Conversely, a lack of blood can lead to a pale or sallow appearance. It is common for terminally ill patients to exhibit this pallor, often with lips devoid of color, as their bodies have been depleted of blood. This was precisely the case with Doris Young's father. Miles Young was suffering from severe kidney failure, putting his life in jeopardy. He resembled a wilting plant, barely clinging to life. Yet, after taking the medicine, something remarkable began to happen. For Doris and her mother, witnessing this change felt akin to watching a nature documentary unfold before their eyes. In many documentaries, filmmakers use time-lapse photography to capture the transition from the bleakness of winter to the vibrant resurgence of spring, a forest transforming from barren to blooming in mere seconds. In that moment, the mother and daughter were witnessing a similar miracle. Miles Young was undergoing a dramatic transformation in a very short time. As his skin took on a rosy glow, his breathing became noticeably stronger. The monitor beside him displayed a rapid increase in his blood pressure, which had previously been alarmingly low. Before long, Miles Young slowly opened his eyes, prompting an outpouring of tears from both women in sheer joy. Doris Young, laughing and crying at the same time, asked with concern, "Dad, how are you feeling?" Sydney joined in, tears of happiness streaming down her face, asking, "Husband, are you feeling better?" Miles Young, still a bit disoriented, quickly inquired, "How long was I asleep?" Sydney replied hastily, "You've been in a deep coma for several days." "What?" Miles exclaimed. "I've been out for that long?" "I didn't feel a thing, it just seemed like I had a long sleep." Doris Young pressed, "Dad, are you okay now?" Miles took a moment to think, then sat up and moved his limbs. He expressed his surprise, "I feel pretty good. I don't feel uncomfortable at all. Has the hospital found out what's wrong with my kidneys?" "No," Sydney replied without hesitation. "They've never been able to find the cause of your kidney issues. It's thanks to Doris's friend and that miraculous medicine that you woke up." Miles Young exclaimed, "That magical medicine? What is it?" Realizing he needed to clarify, he quickly added, "Oh, don't worry about the details. You're not a Chinese medicine expert, so how could you understand? Just make sure to thank Mr. Wade." Miles turned to see Charlie standing by and quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Mr. Wade, I can't thank you enough for this." Charlie smiled gently and replied, "Uncle Young, there's no need for such formality. Ms. Young and I are good friends, it was just a small effort on my part." Sydney chimed in, "Miles, you look great now. It seems your condition has improved significantly. I can call a doctor to check on you." Meanwhile, Doris Young leaned in and whispered to Charlie, "Is it okay for the doctor to come see him?" Chapter 2374. Charlie nodded with a smile, saying, "It's fine. Let the doctor come over for a thorough examination." Doris Young whispered, "What if the doctor asks about the medication?" "In the doctor's eyes, my father's kidney failure is nearly irreversible." Charlie replied cheerfully, "It's okay, the doctors at the People's Hospital have witnessed incredible medical miracles." Previously, Charlie's father-in-law, Jacob, had been struck by a car and suffered severe paraplegia. The doctors declared that he would be bedridden for life. However, with the help of a miraculous blood-saving heart pill, he was up and about in no time. At that point, it was considered a true medical marvel. Once the brilliant Dr. Simmons was involved, public skepticism vanished. Not only was there no doubt left, but Dr. Simmons also faced pressure from Ichiro Kobayashi, who was seeking a prescription for their stomach powder. Before long, Sydney arrived with Dr. Kelso, who was working the night shift. As soon as Dr. Kelso walked in, he was taken aback to see Miles Young sitting on the hospital bed with a healthy glow on his face. "Professor Young, why are you sitting up?" he exclaimed. Miles Young grinned and said, "Dr. Kelso, my daughter's friend provided me with a miraculous medicine. I feel fantastic. Honestly, if it weren't for all these tubes, wires, and monitor clips, I think I could get out of bed and do some gymnastics." "Oh my God!" Dr. Kelso gasped. "How can this be? Your kidney failure was at the end stage, and you were reliant on dialysis. How did you improve so dramatically?" He rushed over to examine Miles Young's vital signs closely. At first glance, everything seemed fine, but the more he assessed, the more astonishing it became. He murmured in disbelief, "Heart rate is elevated, blood pressure is up, blood oxygen levels are normal. Even the electrocardiogram is normal." In disbelief, he looked at Miles Young through his glasses and said, "Professor Young, let's shake hands. Give me a firm squeeze so I can gauge your muscle condition." "Sure," Miles Young replied, extending his hand for a shake and applying a bit of pressure. "Oh!" Dr. Kelso exclaimed, feeling the strength in Miles Young's grip. "You have muscle strength. This is incredible. You've been bedridden for several days, lost weight quickly, and suffered more serious issues. It's astonishing that you still possess this much strength." Miles Young asked, "Dr. Kelso, was that grip strong?" Dr. Kelso replied, "That's impressive. Many patients with end-stage renal failure can't even grip as strongly as a child of 5 or 6. Miles Young beamed, saying, "Dr. Kelso, I didn't even use my full strength just now." "What?" Dr. Kelso exclaimed. "You didn't use all your strength? Then let's try again with your full power." Miles Young nodded, gradually increasing his grip. Dr. Kelso initially appeared shocked, but his expression soon shifted to one of concern. Suddenly, he shouted, "Ouch! That hurts!" Miles Young quickly released his grip, an apologetic look on his face. "I'm sorry, Dr. Kelso." "It's all right," Dr. Kelso replied, shaking his hand and rubbing it with the other. "You are truly remarkable. I'm younger than you, yet your grip is stronger. All your indicators are normal, what a miracle." As he spoke, he hurriedly added, "Professor Young, wait a moment. I'll call the nurse to take your blood and check your creatinine levels. If your blood creatinine is normal too, then you will be completely cured." Chapter 2375. Serum creatinine serves as a crucial marker for evaluating kidney damage. Generally, the higher the blood creatinine level, the more significant the kidney impairment. For a healthy adult, the typical blood creatinine level is around 133. If this level surpasses 133, it indicates potential kidney damage. A level exceeding 450 suggests renal failure, while a value over 700 typically indicates uremia. Today at noon, Mr. Young's blood test revealed a shocking blood creatinine level of over 1,500. This raises the urgent question, is he truly improving or even healed? The blood creatinine level remains the most vital reference point for assessment. Shortly thereafter, a nurse rushed in. Upon witnessing Mr. Young's sudden burst of energy, the nurse was taken aback. It took her a moment to gather herself after Dr. Kelso's prompt, and she quickly proceeded to collect a blood sample from Mr. Young. The sample was then expedited to the laboratory, with results expected in about 20 minutes. While they awaited the results, Mr. Young, feeling a sudden pang of hunger, turned to his wife, Sydney, and asked, "Wife, do you happen to have any food? I'm feeling really hungry, and my stomach is growling." Sydney, wiping her tears, replied in a choked voice, "You've been in a coma these past few days, and your stomach is likely empty. The doctor mentioned that even nasal feeding wasn't suitable for you, so you've been relying solely on nutrient infusions. If you're craving something to eat, Doris Young quickly chimed in, "Dad, what would you like to eat? I can go get it for you right now." She then turned to Dr. Kelso and asked, "Dr. Kelso, is there anything my dad should avoid eating at this stage?" Dr. Kelso replied, "Your dad hasn't eaten anything for several days, and his body is in need of nutrients. It's important to replenish his energy and calories, but he should avoid spicy foods." Mr. Young eagerly interjected, "Dr. Kelso, can I have some roast duck buns? A bowl of duck soup would be fantastic." If the people of Oris Hill were to list their top 10 favorite foods, roast duck buns would undoubtedly make the cut. Roast duck buns are akin to Eastcliff roast duck, but instead of being served whole, the duck is used as a filling encased in buns. As a native of Oris Hill, Mr. Young couldn't help but think of this dish after several days without food. Dr. Kelso nodded with a smile. "That sounds fine, but remember, no chili peppers on the duck." Doris Young quickly responded, "I'll go get it." Charlie, who had been watching, offered, "Ms. Young, I'll come with you." Just as they were about to leave, Doris Young's mother, Sydney, interjected, "Oh, Doris, Mr. Wade is a valued guest and has been a tremendous support to our family. You shouldn't have him running around with you on errands. There's a restaurant right across the street. You can get the food quickly while Mr. Wade stays here to talk with your dad." Doris felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at this moment. She knew her mother all too well. Over the past 2 years, her mother had become increasingly concerned about her finding a partner, especially with Doris now 28 and still single. In the eyes of the older generation, women over 25 should be prioritizing marriage over career and education. However, Doris had been wholeheartedly dedicated to her work. The rapid growth of the Emgrand Group was largely attributed to her efforts, leaving her little time for personal relationships. This focus on her career made her parents even more anxious about her single status. Chapter 2376. Previously, Doris's parents had considered various suitable suitors for her. Mr. Young had even expressed interest in introducing one of his esteemed students to her, but Doris didn't even allow the chance for them to meet or share a meal. Now, Doris Young noticed that her mother seemed to hold a favorable opinion of Charlie. Given her desire to keep some distance from him, it was likely that her mother would want to inquire about Charlie's personal details or perhaps even gauge their relationship more closely. Worried, she quickly interjected, "Mom, Charlie is quite young. There's an age gap between you two. If you can't find common ground, please don't put him in an awkward position." Sydney responded promptly, "What do you mean by that?" "I told your dad that while the age difference is there, we also get along well with younger folks." At that moment, Charlie smiled and said, "It's perfectly fine, Ms. Young. Why don't you go shopping? Don't keep your uncle waiting for his meal. I'll spend some time chatting with your parents." Doris felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She was concerned that her mother might say something inappropriate or pry into Charlie's life in front of him. However, since Charlie had offered to stay with her parents, she felt she had no choice but to relent. With no other option, she told Charlie, "Thank you for keeping my parents company. I'll be back shortly." Then, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "It's getting late. I hope I'm not making you wait too long." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, you should go ahead." Doris nodded. "All right, I'll head out now." Before leaving, she turned to her mother. "Mom, please don't ask Charlie too many questions. I'll be back soon." Sydney waved her off with a smile. "Oh, don't worry. I can chat with anyone. Just a little conversation, that's all. You go on now." Nervously, Doris left the room. As soon as she was gone, Sydney turned to Charlie with a warm smile and asked, "Mr. Wade, how old are you this year?" Sydney held a positive view of Charlie, not just because he had helped her family significantly by saving her husband, but also due to his good looks and impressive talents. She thought that he and her daughter Doris would make a great couple, making him a worthy candidate for a son-in-law. Unaware of Sydney's thoughts, Charlie quickly replied with a smile, "Auntie, please don't feel you need to be formal. Just call me Charlie. I'm about to turn 27. Sydney nodded with a smile. "I won't be formal with you. So, Charlie, what do you do for a living? Charlie hesitated. What do I do? I used to be a full-time homemaker, but now Elaine has taken over that role. But since she injured her leg, I do help out a bit. In a way, I've moved on from being a live-in son-in-law. So what would I call my current job? A private entrepreneur? Yes, I suppose I'm more or less a private entrepreneur. After all, I have the Grand Group and Oracle Pharmaceutical. With that thought in mind, Charlie smiled and added, Auntie, I currently own 2 small businesses, so you could say I'm self-employed. Upon hearing this, Sydney smiled back. Being self-employed is a good thing. Even if it doesn't bring in a huge income, it offers a certain freedom. For young people today, what matters isn't just how much you earn, but rather being happy and free. As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh. I've always told Doris not to chase that entrepreneurial spirit too fiercely. Life can be wonderful even with less money, there's no need to tire yourself out every day. But this girl just won't listen. Then, looking at Charlie with a serious expression, Sydney continued, Charlie, you must help me persuade her in the future. She should enjoy her youth, nurture good relationships, and explore the world. Isn't that better than working herself to the bone for money? Chapter 2377. Charlie took a while to fully grasp Sydney's point, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment hearing her speak. After all, Doris Young was his employee. Even though the Grand Group operated independently, Doris Young was almost solely responsible for its management, operations, and development. In contrast, Charlie considered himself more of a hands-off businessman. If Doris Young were to leave her job to travel the world and fall in love, as Sydney suggested, it would essentially mean abandoning the Grand Group. Deep down, Charlie didn't want that at all. After all, who would want a talented individual like Doris to step away from her work to roam the globe? However, he understood he was merely having a casual conversation with Doris Young's parents, so he decided to go along with the discussion. With a smile, he replied, Auntie, your perspective is quite valid. It's important for young people to explore the world and enjoy life. Sydney beamed at Charlie's response and said, Exactly. It seems we think alike. When the time comes, you should help persuade Doris. Since you're self-employed, you have more flexibility. If she resigns or takes an extended vacation, the 2 of you could travel together. Me? Charlie was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, my schedule isn't as open as you might think. I have plenty of responsibilities to manage. Sydney waved her hand dismissively and said earnestly, Listen, if you're in your 20s and don't make the most of life now, you'll find yourself tied down with marriage and kids later on. She then reflected, when I was pregnant with Doris, her father and I faced so many challenges. I thought things would get easier once she was born, but it turned out to be even more exhausting. We figured we could relax a bit once she started kindergarten, but when that time came, we realized it was just as hectic. We had to choose the right school, ensure her physical development, and commit to extracurricular activities like music, dance, and sports. Then came the demands of elementary school, where we had to balance her interests with her academic growth. And let's not forget the intense pressure during junior high and high school years. There's never really a breather. Mr. Young, who was lying in the hospital bed, couldn't help but chime in, Absolutely. From pregnancy to university, it's been a real journey. The past couple of decades have been quite a grind. Sydney sighed and added, So, I insist that you young folks should really savor life while you can. The most crucial decade in a person's life is between 20 and 30. During these 10 years, you develop a comprehensive worldview, establish your values, learn to discern right from wrong, and often achieve a degree of financial independence. It's a time when you can finally step away from parental control and enjoy the freedoms of adulthood. If you don't seize these years and enjoy them, you'll undoubtedly look back with regret. Charlie nodded in agreement. He recalled his own youthful dreams and aspirations. His parents' upbringing had always encouraged him to chase happiness rather than focus solely on traditional success. His mother often reminded him that life is short and the world is vast, and she wished for him to find joy and explore every corner of it. If circumstances had been different, the Wade family's wealth could have granted Charlie the freedom to pursue his dreams from childhood through his 20s. Charlie had never placed much importance on money, so upon reaching adulthood, it was likely he wouldn't have gotten involved in family conflicts. Instead, he might have spent his days traveling the world, enjoying every moment to its fullest. Chapter 2378. He might have set out to conquer Mount Everest, skied in the Alps, vacationed in France, explored Antarctica, or dived in the beautiful waters of Tahiti. Yet, it was an accident that dramatically altered the course of his life. Once, he was considered the richest child in the world, surrounded by billions of people, with only a select few, around 100, able to live their lives so effortlessly. However, by the age of 8, he had transformed into the most impoverished and wretched orphan. His situation was far more challenging than that of other orphans. This hardship stemmed from the fact that, unlike most orphans who simply lacked parents, he had to endure the traumatic loss of both his mother and father, who were murdered. Living in an orphanage, he grappled with profound sorrow and unrelenting hatred stemming from this tragedy, feeling the stark contrast between a life of privilege and one of despair. Fast forward 19 years, the little boy who once cried hopelessly at the orphanage entrance had matured into a 27-year-old man. As Sydney noted, the best decade of life spans from ages 20 to 30, however, for Charlie, 7 years of that golden period had already slipped away. Charlie found himself pondering, in these past 7 years, I've had no opportunity to truly enjoy life. What will the next 3 years hold? If my parents' enemies remain unpunished in that time, then my golden years will vanish before I even have a chance to savor them. A sense of disorientation washed over Charlie. Yet, he felt no bitterness toward his past 19 years. Although the first 15 were marked by loneliness and helplessness, and the subsequent years filled with various hardships, he felt he had endured all the struggles life could throw at him. Sydney, noticing Charlie's distraction, asked with concern, "Did I say something wrong? Why does Charlie seem so troubled?" Just then, Doris Young burst back in, breathless from her hurried return. Holding 2 plastic bags, she struggled to catch her breath and exclaimed, "Parents, I'm back with the food. Hurry up and eat." Sydney quickly turned to her, noticing her distressed state, and asked, "Doris, what's wrong?" Doris reassured her, "I'm fine, I just ran a bit too fast. I can take a moment to catch my breath now." Mr. Young felt a pang of concern. "Oh dear, why are you rushing? There's no need to hurry. Just take your time with the shopping." Doris responded with a hint of unease, "Dad, aren't you hungry? We haven't eaten in ages. I was just worried you would starve." In truth, Doris felt embarrassed to admit the real reason for her urgency. She had rushed back because she feared her parents might discuss something inappropriate with Charlie, so she hurried to minimize the time they spent alone together. At that moment, a young nurse rushed in, exclaiming in surprise, "Dr. Kelso. The patient's blood results are in, and the creatinine level is only 45. Chapter 2379. 45? Dr. Kelso was utterly bewildered upon hearing this figure. Going from 1500 to 45? That's astonishing. Doris Young's family of 3 was particularly attuned to this data. After all, a few years ago, Doris Young's father had been diagnosed with uremia. The family had undergone extensive treatment and was well aware of blood creatinine levels, understanding what each range signified regarding kidney health. They had a deep understanding of these numbers. The normal range for blood creatinine levels is typically between 40 and 130. So, when the number 45 was announced, the family couldn't help but burst into tears of joy. Doris Young recalled something and asked Dr. Kelso, "Hello, Dr. Kelso, I think I remember that a value of 45 is considered low for most healthy individuals, right?" Doris was correct. A value of 45 is indeed on the lower end and can be considered low for many normal individuals. In general, adult men tend to have blood creatinine levels ranging from 70 to 100. Dr. Kelso's excitement was palpable as he responded, "This is actually within the normal range. Given that your father has been unwell recently, he lost weight quickly and became quite weak, which can lead to lower blood creatinine levels. I believe that with a little time to recover, your father's levels will stabilize around 70 or 80. Doris Young felt a wave of relief wash over her and quickly asked, Dr. Kelso, does this mean my dad is on the road to recovery? Dr. Kelso nodded confidently, saying, absolutely healed. This is truly incredible. Doris was overwhelmed with joy and turned to look at Charlie, her eyes glistening. She was filled with gratitude but found it hard to express just how thankful she was. In her eyes, the life-saving help they had received was immeasurable. She felt that expressing her thanks too often might diminish its sincerity. Meanwhile, Sydney, who had suspected her husband was recovering, now felt completely reassured. The confirmed blood creatinine value lifted all her doubts, and tears of relief streamed down her face. In a moment of pure gratitude, she looked at Charlie and knelt before him, saying earnestly, Charlie, thank you so much. Seeing this, Charlie rushed to help her stand, saying, oh, Auntie, please get up. With a choked voice, Sydney replied, Auntie feels that your generosity is immense, and I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Sighing, Sydney continued, Charlie, I'm no fool. The medicine you provided us has such incredible effects. If it were sold to the wealthy, it would be worth a fortune, tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions. For those who are desperately clinging to life, it would be invaluable. Even though Sydney isn't a university professor, she represents a generation of educated individuals. Chapter 2380. The beauty of being intellectual is that, even if one lacks a complete understanding of medical issues, they often possess more accurate insight and judgment on various subjects compared to the average person. Doris Young stepped forward, tears in her eyes, and said to her mother, Mom, don't worry. Charlie saved my father, and I promise to repay him in whatever way I can in the future. Sydney nodded, her voice thick with emotion as she responded, Charlie, from this moment on, you will be a cherished benefactor to our family. Meanwhile, Mr. Young, lying in the hospital bed, couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with gratitude. He looked at Charlie and said earnestly, Mr. Wade, you have given this old man a second chance at life. If you ever need anything from me, just ask. I am wholeheartedly at your service. Charlie smiled gently, shaking his head slightly. Uncle and Auntie, please don't take it so seriously. Ms. Young is my friend, and this is simply what friends do for one another. She has helped me many times, so I am merely returning her kindness. Doris Young felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she absorbed Charlie's words. She understood full well the significance behind his statement, recognizing that her role in managing the Grand Group was simply part of her job. Taking care of the Grand Group is my responsibility. I receive a salary from the young master, and I owe it to him to serve diligently. So, in truth, I haven't really helped him, I'm merely doing my job. Besides, it's only been a while since I took over, and my salary has already doubled. Working hard for him is simply what I should be doing, she reflected. Just as her thoughts turned inward, Dr. Kelso, who had been quietly observing, gathered the courage to ask, Excuse me, young man, may I ask you a question? Charlie nodded. Of course, Dr. Kelso, go ahead. Dr. Kelso quickly asked, I hope it's not too forward, but what kind of medicine did you give to Professor Young? If there's a secret involved, I completely understand. Charlie smiled lightly and replied, It's not a secret at all. I obtained this medicine from the renowned Dr. Simmons. It's said that he didn't create this miraculous medicine himself, he came across a small amount left by ancient physicians. This pill is extremely rare, but I happen to have one. As Dr. Kelso heard this, realization dawned on him. He exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. There was a patient in our hospital with high paraplegia who recovered instantly after taking the miracle medicine brought by Dr. Simmons. It was said to be an ancient Chinese herbal pill with a lost prescription. I never imagined this medicine was so extraordinary. Not only can it cure high paraplegia, but it can also reverse acute renal failure, which modern medicine deems irreversible. He paused for a moment, feeling a sense of loss as he continued, It's a shame our ancestors left behind so many remarkable remedies, yet we haven't preserved them well. If this miraculous medicine could be rediscovered and replicated, it would truly be a blessing for people around the world. Charlie simply nodded and smiled, saying nothing in response. Dr. Kelso then glanced at the time and said, "Oh, it's nearly 11 o'clock. I need to check on other patients, so I won't keep you any longer." Doris Young quickly accompanied Dr. Kelso to the door. Upon returning, Charlie said, "Uncle, Auntie, Ms. Young, it's getting late, and I should head back now." Sydney, a bit reluctant, urged, "Oh, Charlie, don't rush off. Let's chat a bit longer." Worried that her mother might overdo her hospitality, Doris interjected, "Mom, remember this is a hospital ward, not our home. It's not appropriate to linger here." After saying that, she quickly added, "Besides, Dad is feeling much better now. Let's head home. This hospital atmosphere feels so gloomy to me, I don't want to stay here any longer." Hearing this, Sydney reluctantly turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, I won't keep you any longer today. But tomorrow, I'll cook a big meal at home to show our gratitude. You must come." Chapter 2381. Charlie was taken by surprise when Sydney invited him over for dinner at her house. He initially considered making an excuse to decline the invitation, but before he could say anything, Sydney quickly interjected, "It's happening tomorrow, Saturday. Doris doesn't have to work, so I'll be able to help around the house, like doing the dishes." Mr. Young chimed in, "Yes, Mr. Wade, please come over for a meal. Just think of it as a thank you." What Mr. Young didn't realize was that Charlie had actually visited their house before. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the situation, Charlie was reluctant to accept the invitation, however, it seemed impolite to refuse. At that moment, Doris Young hastily spoke up, "Mom, I have plans for tomorrow. The company needs me to work overtime, can we reschedule?" "What? Overtime on a Saturday?" Sydney replied with evident frustration. "What kind of overtime is that?" Doris wasn't actually scheduled for overtime, but she suspected her parents might want to invite Charlie over to learn more about him, especially since they seemed to have a favorable impression of him. Doris figured her parents likely didn't know that Charlie was married, otherwise, they wouldn't be so straightforward with their invitation. She aimed to postpone the dinner while clarifying things with her parents. Even if she couldn't reveal all of Charlie's background, she felt it was important to inform them that he already had a wife so they wouldn't get any wrong ideas. With this in mind, she stated seriously, "Mom, I genuinely have a lot going on tomorrow. And it's not just that day, I'll be busy for the next few days. Can we skip this week and touch base again next week?" Upon hearing Doris, Sydney realized she needed to back off. She had hoped for a family dinner with Charlie, but if Doris had prior commitments, it would be awkward for her and Mr. Young to invite him over without their daughter present. "Alright, then. I won't ask Charlie to come over this week. Let's see how your schedule looks next week, and hopefully we can arrange something for next weekend," Sydney said, looking at Charlie with an apologetic expression. "I'm really sorry, Charlie. What do you think about rescheduling for next week?" Charlie nodded with a smile. "Auntie, that works for me." Sydney quickly turned to Doris. "Doris, you really shouldn't be working overtime next weekend." Doris replied a bit sheepishly, "It's not up to me to decide on the overtime. I really have important tasks to tackle next week that I can't just ignore." With a hint of dissatisfaction, Sydney remarked, "You work so hard every day. Why does your boss keep piling on the work? Isn't that unfair to employees?" Listening to this, Charlie felt a bit uncomfortable, recognizing that he was, in fact, the boss being described. "Uncle, Auntie," Charlie interjected, "it's getting late, so I won't keep you any longer." Realizing she had taken up too much of Charlie's time, Sydney quickly said, "All right, Charlie, let me walk you out. Doris will drive you to the parking lot." "No need for that, Auntie. I can manage on my own," Charlie replied with a smile. Doris insisted, "Charlie, I'll walk you out." Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You stay here and spend time with your parents. Besides, if your dad is being discharged from the hospital tonight, you should hurry and take care of the paperwork." With that, Doris no longer pressed the matter. Feeling grateful, she said to Charlie, "Thank you so much for everything today." Charlie waved her off. "No need to be so formal. You stay here, I'll be on my way." Chapter 2382. Doris Young watched as Charlie made his way to the door. Once he had left, she returned to the ward. As soon as she stepped inside, Sydney rushed over, took Doris Young's hand, and asked with concern, "Ms. Young, what is your relationship with Charlie?" Doris Young quickly replied, "We're just ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends?" Sydney echoed, her curiosity piqued. "So, do you have a good impression of Charlie?" Panic washed over Doris Young as she stammered, "Ah. No, I don't." Sydney shook her head in disbelief, saying, "Come on. You can tell just by looking at you, you definitely like him." Doris found herself at a loss for words. Deep down, she did have a positive impression of Charlie and felt a strong affection for him. This was especially true after Charlie not only punished Walter for poisoning her father but also saved her father's life with a rare magical medicine. Her feelings for Charlie soared to an all-time high, yet she understood the reality. Charlie Wade is an esteemed young master, part of a family worth over 100 billion. How could I ever express my feelings to him? Plus, he's already married to Claire, who, despite not being very adept at her work, has benefited from Charlie's support. Why did Charlie marry Claire? I've interacted with her a few times, and while she's quite pretty, her abilities don't stand out much. If it weren't for Charlie backing her, she wouldn't have been able to secure any collaboration from the Emgrand Group for the Wilson Group. Even her design studio lacks the necessary strength. Without Charlie's influence, she would have struggled to even bid for projects from the Emgrand Group. Yet, it seems Charlie has paved the way for her. Moreover, Claire's family isn't that impressive either. At its peak, the Wilson Group was just an average family. So, in terms of ability, I'm not inferior to Claire. In terms of family background, I'm on par with her. And even when it comes to looks, I wouldn't say I'm lacking. We would make a decent match. Unfortunately, Charlie chose Claire, who isn't particularly remarkable. It's her stroke of luck. I may never get such an opportunity." With these thoughts, a wave of melancholy washed over Doris Young. At this moment, Sydney spoke earnestly, "Doris, I truly believe you and Charlie would make a great couple. He's a wonderful young man who genuinely cares about our family. There's clearly some mutual interest between you two. Why not go with the flow and focus on developing that?" Doris felt a bit embarrassed by her mother's words and blurted out, "Oh Mom, what are you thinking? Charlie is married." "What?" Sydney exclaimed in shock, her eyes wide. "Are you serious?" Doris Young sighed helplessly. "Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Suddenly, Sydney looked dejected and sighed. Why do all the good guys have to be married? Chapter 2383. Doris Young felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she listened to her mother express her emotions. Deep down, Doris held a special affection for Charlie, but she was painfully aware that her chances with him were limited. Her only recourse was to excel at the Emgrand Group, elevating it to new heights as a way to repay Charlie's kindness and, simultaneously, to soothe her own intense feelings for him. Noticing her daughter's silence, Sydney felt a pang of distress. She gently grasped Doris' hand and spoke earnestly. "My dear, I used to pressure you to marry young, but I've come to realize that some things are not so simple. It's tough to achieve what we want, so from now on, I want you to live and work according to your own vision. I won't interfere with your choices anymore." Mr. Young, who had been listening intently, interjected, "Doris, your mother is absolutely right. In the past, we often viewed your challenges through our own lens, which didn't honor your perspective. Moving forward, your decisions will be your own, and we will refrain from meddling in your life choices." Doris felt a surge of gratitude upon hearing this. The generational gap between parents and children often leads to misunderstandings, not stemming from material issues but from a fundamental lack of understanding. Parents frequently struggle to grasp their children's desires, just as children may fail to comprehend their parents' intentions. Many parents today hope their children will attend prestigious universities, secure stable and lucrative jobs, and settle down in large cities for a smooth life. Yet they often overlook what their children truly want. Perhaps their children are not interested in prestigious universities and simply wish to chase their passions. Maybe they don't long for wealth in bustling cities but dream of traveling the world in pursuit of their ideals. Some may even seek a life filled with challenges and excitement rather than a mundane existence. They yearn to experience the richness of life in their one and only journey. Often, parents look for partners with impeccable credentials for their children, believing that such matches guarantee a secure and carefree future. However, what children often seek is not stability but rather a vibrant and unforgettable love. This disconnect is why many classic love stories, both ancient and modern, feature a tragic theme of young lovers defying parental expectations, ultimately choosing love over life itself. Think of Romeo and Juliet, their tale exemplifies this enduring conflict. Thus, the gap in understanding between parents and children is not merely a modern issue, it has echoed throughout human history. Doris had always sensed that her parents did not fully grasp her ambitions or her feelings. They seemed to believe that she did not need to strive for success or risk delaying her personal life. They urged her to find a partner who could meet all their expectations, marry quickly, and start a family, all in the name of establishing a stable life. In the past, Doris had often felt distressed by her parents' relentless push toward marriage. Chapter 2384. In that moment, Doris had a heartfelt wish. She longed for her parents to truly understand her. To her surprise, that wish was coming true. Overwhelmed with emotion, Doris felt her eyes welling up and her nose tingling, on the verge of tears. To keep her parents from crying, Doris quickly reassured them, saying, "Dad, Mom, please wait a moment. I'll take care of the discharge paperwork right now, and then we can head home." Meanwhile, Isaac Cameron and Don Albert had successfully captured Doris's American classmate, Walter Hogwitz, the eldest son of the Hogwitz family, along with all of his associates, at Don Albert's kennel. Don Albert's kennel served not only as a refuge for fighting dogs but also as a front for various illicit activities. Significant thought and planning had gone into its establishment from the beginning. Strategically located in a remote suburban area, the kennel was nestled in a spacious, sparsely populated region. To avoid drawing attention, Don Albert also set up an agricultural technology company, renting all the farmland surrounding the facility. He chose these agricultural lands intentionally to divert suspicion. To further mask his operations, he hired a group of workers from his own network to cultivate the expansive area around the kennel. This setup ensured the kennel's safety while minimizing the risk of outside scrutiny. Additionally, safety measures were meticulously considered within the kennel itself. The fence might not appear tall from the outside, lacking high-voltage wires or iron spikes and giving it an unassuming look. Yet within the fence, a 1-meter-wide high-voltage power grid ran along the perimeter, creating an impassable barrier for anyone trapped inside. The kennel housed a long row of sturdy, steel-welded cages, each featuring an exceptionally strong iron fence. Each cage door was secured with an advanced locking system comprising 3 layers: mechanical locks, fingerprint scanners, and remote electromagnetic locks. This meant that whether it was a ferocious fighting dog or a highly skilled martial artist, anyone locked inside would have virtually no chance of escaping. Walter's men were confined in one of the iron cages, while Walter himself received a different level of treatment, with an exclusive cage of his own. His cage was equipped with a special dialysis machine, allowing him to receive treatment without hindrance, as the necessary pipelines were seamlessly integrated. At that moment, Walter, dragged into his cage like a captured animal by Don Albert's men, shouted in despair, "You can't do this to me. I'm the eldest son of the Hogwitz family, connected to the Rothschilds and the German elite." A man dressed in black sneered and retorted, "What nonsense! In China, foreign families must behave. Do you really think China is your playground, where you can come and go as you please? Who do you think you are?" With that, he grabbed Walter by the collar, forced his mouth open, and poured a liquid down his throat. Ignoring Walter's struggles, he covered his mouth until he swallowed the entire dose. Gasping and coughing, Walter asked in horror, "What did you just make me drink?" Isaac Cameron stood outside the cage, smirking as he replied, "Don't you enjoy secretly poisoning others with mercury dichloride? Why not indulge in your favorite for a change?" Chapter 2385. Mercury dichloride? Walter's face turned white as a sheet when he heard those words. He dropped to the ground with a thud, repeatedly bowing to Isaac Cameron as he sobbed, "I know I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please, please let the doctor come and wash my stomach. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Isaac Cameron let out a mocking laugh and said, "You want me to wash your stomach? Walter, do you realize you're scared now? When you harmed others, did you ever think about how they felt? Now that the tables have turned, you're afraid and want to concede. Do you honestly believe that conceding will fix everything? Let me tell you, it won't." Walter, drowning in despair, cried out, "Please, just contact Master Wade. Tell him I truly regret my actions. I'm willing to serve him like a cow or a horse for the rest of my life if only he spares me." Isaac Cameron scoffed. "Serve our young master? Do you really think you're worthy?" "Exactly." Don Albert chimed in, rolling his eyes in contempt. "You're nothing but a worthless dog. Not only would I never allow you to serve the young master, but I wouldn't even want you as a servant." Refusing to give up, Walter sobbed, "Please, just tell Master Wade. If he lets the doctor perform gastric lavage on me, I'll stay here for life. I'm ready to work off my sins in this place." At that moment, a man cleaning another iron cage nearby snorted derisively. "Hey! You, young Yankee, are just wasting your breath. You've crossed Master Wade, and you think he'll show you mercy? That's a foolish dream." In the fifth kennel, Jiro Kobayashi already occupied that spot. "I don't need you as my replacement." It was Jiro Kobayashi, the younger brother of Ichiro Kobayashi. Since being sent here by Charlie to care for dogs, he had clung to the hope of escaping this place one day. However, Don Albert's kennel was heavily guarded, making escape nearly impossible. Therefore, he reasoned that he had only two options left to leave this place. The first option is that my brother Ichiro Kobayashi makes a significant mistake and is abandoned by Master Wade, which would lead to Master Wade using him to trade for my freedom. But I remember my brother being extremely loyal to Master Wade. Since I'm here serving as a negative example, I doubt he would risk making any mistakes. So I'm left with only the second option. That is, Master Wade would voluntarily decide to let me go. But that possibility is nearly zero. After all, I labor every day in this kennel. My status is abysmally low, even beneath that of the dogs here. I rarely get the chance to see Don Albert, let alone Master Wade. Because of this, I work diligently every day, hoping that those under Don Albert will notice my efforts and that my performance will be reported truthfully to him. Now that Don Albert has finally come to the kennel, I can't let this opportunity slip away. Don Albert, initially taken aback by Jiro Kobayashi's outburst toward Walter, soon grasped Jiro's underlying motives. Chapter 2386. Don Albert smiled as he remarked, "Jiro Kobayashi, I've noticed that your awareness has significantly improved lately." In response, Jiro Kobayashi quickly approached Don Albert and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, Don Albert. I truly appreciate your recognition of my efforts. I promise to keep working hard." Don Albert, clearly pleased, nodded and said, "Jiro, given your recent performance, I'll speak to the chef and make sure you receive a chicken wing every day." Hearing this, Jiro Kobayashi grinned and eagerly asked, "Don Albert, could you possibly ask the chef to give me a chicken leg instead? I work tirelessly every day, and my meals are quite small. I could really use the extra nutrition." Looking at Jiro's slender frame, Don Albert chuckled. "Jiro, you're quite the negotiator." Jiro quickly clarified, No. I just genuinely feel that I'm not getting enough to eat. It's not my intention to negotiate with you. Please don't misunderstand." Don Albert smiled and replied, "All right, I understand. To reward your hard work, how about this? In addition to your daily chicken wing, I'll arrange an extra chicken leg every Monday and Thursday." Overjoyed, Jiro Kobayashi bowed again. "Thank you so much, Don Albert. I truly appreciate it. I'll make sure to do my best at the kennel, and I'm grateful to Master Wade as well." Don Albert responded with a smile, "Since you're so sensible, I'll make sure to speak on your behalf when I have the chance to meet Master Wade." Jiro Kobayashi was ecstatic, repeatedly bowing as he exclaimed, "Thank you, Don Albert." At that moment, Don Albert turned to Walter, who looked pale, and sneered. "Walter, you've heard that I don't need your useless help at my kennel. So just stay here and prepare for your daily dialysis." Walter, feeling utterly hopeless, cried out, "Don Albert, please call Master Wade. I'm also the eldest master of the Hogwarts family, with over $10 billion in family assets. I'm over 6 feet tall and fit. Why am I stuck doing menial tasks while that thin Japanese guy gets special treatment?" Don Albert smirked and replied, "Walter, do you really think your family's $10 billion assets are impressive? That thin Japanese man is Jiro Kobayashi, the former president of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Do you have any idea how valuable that company is?" He paused before continuing coldly, "Let me put it this way, the Kobayashi family's assets exceed $30 billion, which is 3 times what the Hogwarts family has." Walter was taken aback. "Wait, are you saying this Japanese guy is the former chairman of Kobayashi Pharmaceutical, Jiro Kobayashi?" "Exactly. That's Jiro Kobayashi," Don Albert said, mocking him further. "See? Jiro Kobayashi has 3 times the family wealth you do, yet he's just a servant here, cleaning and feeding dogs. And you think you deserve better? Take a good look at yourself." Walter was left speechless, his mind racing. "I never imagined that there would be a Kobayashi in Don Albert's kennel," he thought. "The Kobayashi family situation is entirely different from the Hogwarts family. The Kobayashi family has only 2 heirs, the eldest son, Chiro Kobayashi, and the second son, Jiro Kobayashi, each controlling an average of 30 billion in assets. In contrast, our Hogwarts family is quite large, with nearly 20 members, brothers, sisters, cousins, yet we only have $10 billion in total assets. Individually, we don't have much. Compared to Jiro Kobayashi, I am truly miles behind. Even if he's just raising dogs here, does that mean I don't stand a chance at all?" Corrected version. Chapter 2387. The mercury dichloride that was hastily poured into Walter's mouth took effect almost immediately, intensifying his discomfort and pain. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation and how severely he had jeopardized his health, particularly the state of his kidneys. Walter had always believed that his wealth, status, and family background granted him immunity from consequences. With $10 billion in family assets, many things in life seemed trivial to him. During his time in the United States, Walter often found himself in precarious situations. He figured that even if he committed a serious crime like murder, he could easily resolve it with a few $1,000,000, which wouldn't complicate his life too much. Had Mr. Young's poisoning occurred in the United States, a scandal would have cost him only a few $100,000 to cover up by finding a scapegoat. Even if the world knew what he had done, he could leverage his connections within the U.S. judicial system to shift all the blame away from himself and escape any repercussions. However, Walter had underestimated the danger he was in by crossing Master Wade. Offending someone of Master Wade's caliber couldn't be resolved with money. In a matter of hours, Walter transformed from a robust young man into a terminally ill patient, nearly immobile and writhing on the floor in agony. A doctor arranged by Isaac Cameron closely monitored Walter's condition, measuring his blood creatinine levels every 30 minutes. In that short span, Walter's creatinine levels skyrocketed from an initial 75 to 200, then 500, 800, and ultimately over 1500. This alarming rise signified that his kidneys had suffered complete failure. The doctor swiftly placed Walter on dialysis, a process that essentially replicates kidney function artificially. When the kidneys cease to operate, dialysis serves as a substitute, performing the necessary detoxification and filtration of the blood. While this procedure managed to save Walter's life, it also meant that he was now reliant on the machine, unable to escape the reality of his condition. Meanwhile, in New York City, inside a towering skyscraper in Manhattan, a man in his 50s named Steve Hogwarts paced anxiously in his office. Steve is Walter's father. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, Steve had been trying to contact Walter since 9 that morning, but all his attempts had gone unanswered. Worried that Walter might be in some kind of trouble in China, he reached out to Walter's associates, but they were all unaccounted for. Some executives who had accompanied Walter to Oris Hill were reachable, yet they had no idea of his whereabouts after the previous evening. Desperate to track down his son, these executives contacted the Oris Hill police, but the authorities reported no leads on Walter's location. It was as if he had vanished without a trace. Upon receiving this troubling news, Steve realized the severity of the situation. He picked up the phone on his desk and commanded urgently, "Book a flight immediately. I'm heading to China." Chapter 2388. Oris Hill in the early morning appeared just like any other day. Over a dozen individuals, including Walter, were unaccounted for. However, with nearly 10 million residents, Oris Hill was unlikely to feel any significant impact. Charlie enjoyed a deep and restful sleep through the night, while Elaine fretted over breakfast, leaving him undisturbed at this hour. Meanwhile, Deanna drove alone from Thorne's mansion to the entrance of Bruce's former home. Since her arrival in Oris Hill, Deanna had found herself dreaming about Bruce every single night. Just last night, she dreamt that she was Bruce's wife, that he whisked her away from Eastcliff to Oris Hill, and that they were happily living together in the yard that was about to go up for auction. In her dream, they shared a blissful life as husband and wife. This enchanting dream compelled her to revisit the old courtyard. As Deanna parked her car outside, she pushed open the rusted iron gate and stepped inside. Lost in thoughts of Bruce, she failed to notice someone discreetly photographing her from a hidden spot. 10 minutes later, in Eastcliff, the Wade family gathered. Lord Wade was brimming with excitement as he called a meeting with his 3 sons. Corin, Miles, and William quickly got out of bed and made their way to Lord Wade's study after receiving the summons. Looking at his sleepy sons, Lord Wade exclaimed enthusiastically, "I called you here early because I've discovered a brilliant strategy to take down the Banks family." Corin, taken aback, asked, "Dad, what's this brilliant strategy?" With a mysterious smile, Lord Wade picked up a tablet, opened a photo, and handed it to his sons. "Take a look for yourselves." Curious, Corin and his brothers leaned in closer to examine the image. The photo depicted a woman, clearly taken from a distance using a telephoto lens. Before long, Corin recognized her first and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't this Zane's wife, Deanna?" Miles quickly chimed in, "It really is her." "Dad, how did you manage to get a photo of Deanna?" With a sneer, Lord Wade replied, "The Banks family's reputation has taken a significant hit due to Zian's issues. The cunning Lord Banks even sacrificed his son Zane to salvage his own reputation. They've fled to Australia to escape the fallout. If we can stoke the flames, they'll be in even more trouble." Corin asked, puzzled, "But Dad, what does this have to do with Deanna? I heard rumors that she's planning to divorce Zane." With a knowing smile, Lord Wade said, "Do you know where Deanna is right now?" The 3 brothers shook their heads. They had always viewed the Banks family as their main adversary without paying much attention to Deanna, Zane's wife. Seeing their confusion, Lord Wade explained, "Deanna is currently in Oris Hill." "Oris Hill?" Corin asked, surprised. "What's so significant about her being there?" Pointing to the tablet, Lord Wade replied, "Did you not notice where this photo was taken?" As Corin gazed at the rundown courtyard in the photo, he said blankly, "Dad, it's just a dilapidated yard. What's special about it?" With a slight sigh, Lord Wade expressed a touch of melancholy. "This worn-down courtyard is where Bruce once lived in Oris Hill." The realization dawned on Corin and his brothers. Corin was the first to react, exclaiming, "Deanna is visiting Bruce's former residence. Does she still have feelings for him?" "Exactly." Lord Wade nodded in agreement. "I believe that's the case." Corin shook his head. "Wow. Deanna is really fixated on Bruce. She traveled all the way to Oris Hill just to see his old home." Lord Wade remarked, "Not only that, but the courtyard where Bruce lived is about to be auctioned off. Deanna has signed up to participate in the auction on Monday." He then sneered. "This presents a fantastic opportunity for us to strike at the Banks family. If we circulate this photo while simultaneously spreading news of Deanna's lingering feelings for Bruce and her intention to buy his old residence, the Banks family will lose their last shred of dignity. Corrected version chapter 2389. This weekend, the elite circle of East Cliff was once again rocked by scandal. Deanna, who is married to Zane, the son of the Banks family, made headlines by traveling to Oris Hill without officially divorcing him. Even more surprising, she went there to reminisce about Bruce, who passed away nearly 20 years ago. To top it all off, Deanna plans to participate in a judicial auction next Monday to bid on the old house where Bruce once lived. Could it be that she longs to revisit memories of the past? Is it possible that her love for Bruce has endured all these years? The photos taken of Deanna show a woman filled with sorrow, and at one moment, the camera captured her beautiful face streaked with tears. In East Cliff, Deanna's actions revealed a profound truth: she had remained devoted to Bruce throughout the years, even while married to Zane, with whom she has a son and daughter. This revelation sparked a flurry of conversations among East Cliff's upper class. Some were amazed by Deanna's enduring affection for Bruce, while others mocked Zane for failing to earn his wife's true love, which seemed to pale in comparison to the memory of a man who died 2 decades ago. The Banks family, already the subject of ridicule due to the scandal surrounding Zane's betrayal, now faced yet another embarrassment. Inside the Banks mansion, Lord Banks was fuming. In a fit of rage, he shattered several prized porcelain pieces, exclaiming, "Deanna has the audacity to visit Oris Hill at this time, pretending to shed tears for Bruce. This is a slap in the face to our family." With Zane out of the country, his younger brother James stepped in as the family's representative. He expressed his anger, saying, "This woman, Deanna, has gone too far. I can't believe my brother has been married to her for so long without exposing her true nature." James continued, "Now that our family is facing scrutiny, she chooses to act this way. It seems she wants to embarrass us on purpose." Jordan quickly added, "Yes, Dad. I never thought my sister-in-law could act so shamelessly. After all, my brother hasn't even divorced her yet." Zaynali interjected, "Dad. While her visit to Bruce's former home is troubling, what's even more concerning is if she actually wins the auction for that house. That would be truly humiliating for us." "Exactly," James exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. "That woman. Before my brother even divorces her, she's trying to buy the place where Bruce lived. What message is she sending? Is she saying that a man who has been dead for 20 years is more significant than my brother? Even if Zane doesn't help, he shouldn't be outshone by a ghost." James's outburst not only criticized Deanna but also subtly insulted Zane, implying that his brother was weak for not being able to hold on to his wife, let alone compete with the memory of a deceased man. Lord Banks, listening to this exchange, recognized the underlying tension in James's words. He couldn't help but feel a growing disappointment in his eldest son, perhaps more than he had ever felt in the past 50 years. Chapter 2390. In his view, the Banks family found itself in its current predicament largely because of Zane, whom he believed should shoulder the majority of the blame. To him, Zane was not only unfit to be the family heir but also lacked the qualifications to be considered a legitimate bloodline successor. The term family successor refers to the individual destined to inherit the entire Banks family legacy and lead it in the future, while bloodline successor involves meeting a more stringent set of criteria. Any descendant of the Banks family is considered a bloodline successor by default. The current Lord Banks was adamant that Zane was not only unqualified to lead the family but also unworthy of inheriting the Banks bloodline. In a voice filled with anger, he declared, "James, get your eldest brother on the line. Tell him to stop Deanna from participating in the judicial auction next Monday. I will not allow this woman to turn the Banks family into a laughingstock in China again." James, feeling a surge of satisfaction at his father's words, responded seriously, "Dad, don't worry. I'll call Big Brother right away." He quickly pulled out his phone to make the call. Lord Banks, watching closely, added coldly, "Put it on speaker. I want to hear what this rebellious son has to say." James felt a thrill at the thought of confronting his eldest brother Zane during this tense moment. Meanwhile, Zane, unaware of the turmoil in East Cliff, received the call from James and instantly felt a wave of disgust. Although he wasn't physically present in East Cliff, He could easily envision how his younger brother would undermine him in their father's absence. This situation was akin to an ancient emperor expressing dissatisfaction with his crown prince and seeking to dethrone him. As other princes reveled in the opportunity, they would scheme to outshine the crown prince while simultaneously trying to bring him down. In the face of immense stakes, brotherly bonds meant little, they were practically irrelevant. Frustrated, Zayn chose to ignore James's call. When James called again and still received no response, he turned to Lord Banks and said, "Big brother isn't answering. Who knows what he's up to? Useless. Absolutely useless." Lord Banks shouted. "I sent him to Australia to avoid the spotlight, and aside from this incident, he's done nothing but ignore my calls. Keep trying." "Understood." James promptly dialed Zayn once more. In Australia, Zayn was so irritated by his phone ringing incessantly that he considered turning it off. However, a sudden realization struck him. The old man is displeased with me. If I ignore James again, he'll go straight to our father and tarnish my reputation even further. With that thought, he pressed the answer button and replied coldly, "What do you want?" James quickly responded, "Brother. Why do you keep ignoring my calls?" Zayn was taken aback by his younger brother's immediate accusation. He retorted, "I was sent to Australia to avoid the limelight. How is this still my responsibility? Shouldn't you handle the issues back home?" At that moment, Lord Banks, listening on the other end, frowned but remained silent, signaling to James to keep Zayn unaware of his presence. James quickly understood and said, "Big brother. Sister-in-law has gone to Orris Hill, to Bruce's former residence, and she's been seen crying there. The paparazzi captured it all. She even signed up for the judicial auction on Monday and intends to buy Bruce's old residence. This is ruining the reputation of the Banks family." Chapter 2391. What? Zayn was instantly filled with rage, nearly boiling over with anger as he exclaimed, "Deanna is incredibly stubborn. She doesn't take me seriously at all." "Yeah, big brother." James chimed in, his jealousy evident. "You and sister-in-law haven't even divorced yet. It's absurd for her to openly reminisce about a man who passed away 20 years ago, especially one from the Wade family." Zayn clenched his teeth and retorted, "James, this is between me and her. You don't need to insert yourself into this." Deep down, despite his frustrations with Deanna, Zayn could still distinguish right from wrong. He could tell that James was trying to provoke him, eager to stir up tension between him and Deanna, especially after their recent phone conversation, which had already left him feeling uneasy. As a result, Zayn's tone toward James was far from pleasant. James let out a deliberate sigh. "Come on, big brother. Sister-in-law is your wife. You have to find a way to handle this. At the very least, you should convince her not to bid on Bruce's old house. That way, the Banks family can save face." Zayn shot back coldly, "James, I don't need you to instruct me on how to handle my affairs." James quickly replied, "Big brother, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. This isn't just about you and sister-in-law, it impacts the entire Banks family. After all, she is your wife and also the daughter-in-law of the Banks family. Her reckless actions are not just embarrassing for you, but for all of us." Zayn erupted at this, shouting, "James! Are you trying to trap me? Why did you even call me today? What about the rest of the Banks family?" With this statement, Zayn implied that he wasn't directing his blame at Deanna, but rather at Lord Banks, his father. The whole situation had escalated because of Lord Banks's decisions. Had he not been so self-assured and deceitful regarding Zayn, the scandal of her being his illegitimate daughter would not have come to light. It was Zayn's betrayal that truly plunged the Banks family into turmoil, forcing Zayn to bear the burden of the fallout. In Zayn's mind, even though he was frustrated with Deanna, he also understood her perspective. After all, he was acutely aware that his own mistakes, hiding an illegitimate daughter for over 20 years, had led to this mess. It was unrealistic to expect any woman, especially Deanna, who had a strong sense of justice, to forgive him easily. Furthermore, Deanna had a deep attachment to Bruce's legacy. She had wanted to visit Orris Hill to honor him for over 2 decades, a testament to her genuine respect for him. Her disregard for Zane's feelings now stemmed from his earlier missteps. In light of this, he felt far more resentment toward his father than toward Deanna. Yet James didn't seem to grasp this complexity, he simply wanted to escalate the situation. So he pressed on, "Big brother. What do you mean by that? Do you think the Banks family will resolve everything? Isn't it your responsibility?" At that, Zane lost his temper, exclaiming, "It's my responsibility? Was it my choice to abandon Xian? Did I conspire with the Japanese self-defense force to eliminate her?" Lord Banks's expression had already grown grim during the phone call. Chapter 2392. James was feeling quite pleased, yet he couldn't help but question, "Big brother, what are you talking about? Do you honestly believe all of this falls on Dad? Let me tell you something. Dad does everything for us. He works tirelessly, all to support you, his eldest son, who has an illegitimate daughter. If you hadn't strayed and brought Xian into this world, would we even be in this situation?" Zane, infuriated, yelled back, "Fuck your mother." James fired back, equally furious, "My mother is your mother." This left Zane momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lord Banks's expression was a mix of anger and frustration. Seizing the moment, James continued to taunt, "Big brother. I didn't call to argue with you, and I don't want to fight. I'm here to help you see the truth." Zane, still fuming, retorted, "See what truth?" James replied coldly, "The first truth I want you to understand is that my sister-in-law doesn't respect our Banks family at all." He pressed on, "Now, let me present the second truth. After more than 20 years of marriage, she has never seen you as her husband. To put it in the words of today's youth, you're just a backup plan in her eyes. She can't have Bruce, so you're merely her second choice." James's words struck Zane deeply, hitting the most sensitive spot in his heart. For the past 2 decades, he had been aware that he was Deanna's fallback, never truly replacing Bruce. Yet his overwhelming love for Deanna had kept him in denial. Now, with the harsh truth laid bare by James, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. In a fit of rage, he barked into the phone, "James. If you keep spewing nonsense, I swear I'll kill you." James remained silent, relishing Zane's anger and turmoil. He understood that the more Zane lost his composure, the less respect he would command in front of their father. If he could keep Zane in this state, it wouldn't be long before Lord Banks would want nothing to do with him. While James stayed quiet, the old man beside him could no longer hold back. With a voice trembling with emotion, he shouted, "Zane. For a woman who doesn't love you and clearly doesn't care about your pride, you dare to speak like that to your brothers? You're not acting like a man." Zane froze, as if struck by lightning. He hadn't anticipated that his father was on the other end of the line. The realization hit him, he had fallen right into James's trap, allowing his emotions to be manipulated step by step. Feeling desperate, he scrambled to explain, "Dad. I didn't mean it like that, I was just upset." "Don't even start." Lord Banks interjected sharply. "I don't care what emotions you're feeling, you need to put a stop to this. Deanna is set to participate in the judicial auction next Monday. I won't allow her to further tarnish the Banks family's reputation." Chapter 2393. From Lord Banks's perspective as the patriarch of the Banks family, he believed that while he might throw himself into despair, others were not afforded the same luxury. The decision to betray Xian was his alone. Although he ultimately coerced Zane into taking action, it came at the cost of tarnishing the Banks family's reputation. Instead of reflecting on his own failures, he chose to let the officials unleash their wrath upon the public. Even if Deanna had not divorced Zane, it was Zane who first strayed from their marriage. It was important to note that Deanna's desire to purchase the old house that once belonged to Bruce was entirely her own affair. Regardless of her feelings for Zane, the Banks family had no grounds to criticize her. However, Lord Banks held a different view. He believed that even though his son had gone astray, Deanna, as a member of the Banks family, should never do anything that could bring shame upon their name. Now, as Deanna traveled to Oris Hill to honor Bruce's memory and bid on his former residence, Lord Banks perceived this as a direct assault on the dignity of the Banks family. Therefore, it was imperative that they dissuade her from this course of action. Zayn found himself in a difficult position. He understood Deanna well enough to realize that he couldn't sway her decision. Yet he didn't dare openly defy his father, so he reluctantly agreed, saying, "Dad, I'll call Deanna and try to convince her to abandon this plan." Zayn continued, "If she refuses to listen to my reasoning, then I'm at a loss for what to do." Lord Banks replied coldly, "Make it clear during your call that this isn't just your opinion, it's also mine. If she disregards her husband, at the very least she should show some respect for her father-in-law." Zayn nodded. "I understand. I'll make sure to tell her." With a huff, Lord Banks insisted, "Get this sorted out quickly." After that, he abruptly ended the call. Zayn, feeling unsettled, sat in silence for about 5 minutes before unlocking his phone to call Deanna, who was far away in Oris Hill. When Deanna saw Zayn's call, she hesitated but eventually answered. "What is it?" Zayn paused for a moment before replying, "Deanna, Dad just called me. He's quite upset about your trip to Oris Hill." Deanna questioned, "Why should he be unhappy about my visit to Oris Hill?" Zayn responded coldly, "Are you really asking? The whole of Eastcliff knows you're going there to honor Bruce's memory, and that you're bidding on his former home." Deanna replied calmly, "Where I choose to go is my own business, and what I wish to purchase belongs to me. My feelings for Bruce are mine alone. Even if everyone in Eastcliff knows, I have nothing to feel guilty about." Zayn, frustrated, shot back, "Have you even considered Dad's feelings? How do you think he feels when people say his daughter-in-law is honoring another man?" Without hesitation, Deanna countered, "And have you thought about how my dad feels when he hears that his son-in-law has an illegitimate daughter in her 20s? Zayn was left speechless. He realized that convincing Deanna on this matter was impossible, especially since his own actions were far worse than anything she had done. After a long silence, he sighed. "Look, Deanna, I didn't want to have this conversation, but my dad is very upset. He insists that you abandon your plans to participate in the judicial auction next Monday. You know how he can be, it's best to avoid unnecessary conflict." Deanna responded seriously, "Zayn, for the sake of our marriage, I ask you to authorize your lawyer to initiate our divorce. Once that's done, the Banks family won't have to worry about my actions, and I won't have anything to do with you or your family." Zayn was firm. "I won't agree to a divorce at this time. We can discuss it when I return to China." Deanna replied flatly, "In that case, please don't contact me anymore. Until you're willing to proceed with the divorce, communicate through your lawyer." With that, Deanna abruptly hung up. Chapter 2394. Zayn was once again left on the other end of the line, seething with rage. In a fit of anger, he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. He shouted, "Deanna! I just can't grasp what's so special about Bruce. Why do you keep him in your heart after all these years? Don't forget, he never chose you. He kept abandoning you, right up until the end." Just as his fury peaked, a servant approached holding a mobile phone. In a cautious tone, the servant said, "Master Banks is calling." Zayn suddenly remembered that he had destroyed his own phone. Reluctantly, he took the call from the servant, trying to keep his anger in check. "Dad, what do you need?" he asked. Lord Banks replied coldly, "Why couldn't I reach you?" Zayn had to fabricate an excuse. "My phone had an issue and turned off on its own." Lord Banks didn't press further and instead asked urgently, "Have you spoken with Deanna?" Zayn replied, "Yes, I did." Lord Banks pressed, "What did she say?" Frustrated, Zayn answered, "Dad, I'm sorry. I tried to persuade her and even conveyed your wishes, but she wouldn't listen." Lord Banks erupted in anger. "What a waste. You can't even manage a woman." After that, he hung up abruptly. This marked the third time Zayn's call had been cut off in just 10 minutes, leaving him furious. Almost ready to smash the phone in his hand, he suddenly paused, then relaxed. He tossed the phone back to the servant and headed upstairs to his room. As he walked up the stairs, he muttered to himself, "Deanna, the old man is much more difficult than I am. If you won't show him respect, then I won't care about anything from now on. Meanwhile, at the Banks family residence in Eastcliff, Lord Banks was equally furious. Deanna's insistence on participating in the judicial auction scheduled for next Monday particularly frustrated him. However, he understood that trying to persuade her might be futile under the current circumstances. At that moment, James suggested, "Dad, maybe we should use our connections to ask Oris Hill to cancel the auction." "Cancel?" Lord Banks replied. "Can it be postponed instead? This auction has attracted a lot of attention, and many people are watching. If it gets out that we're using our influence to stop Deanna from buying that old house, we'll only face more ridicule." James, anxious, asked, "So what should we do? The auction is just 2 days away." Lord Banks nodded coldly. "Let's work behind the scenes to clarify our position and shift this auction from online to in-person. I want to see if Deanna really has the nerve to show up." James blurted out, "Dad, that's not a good idea. What if she actually comes?" "I believe she will." Lord Banks's eyes glinted with a fierce sneer as he declared, "If she truly doesn't know when to back down, then she can't blame me for being ruthless. How did Princess Diana meet her end? You understand the gravity of this, don't you?" Chapter 2395. Princess Diana. James was taken aback by the legendary princess's tragic fate. His face filled with shock as he quickly grasped the implication of his father's words. He exclaimed, "Dad, are you serious?" With a stern expression, Lord Banks replied, "This is a matter of reputation, and I assure you, I'm not joking in the slightest. I will not allow the Banks name to be tarnished by a woman outside our family." He continued coldly, "While the Banks family may not be part of the European royal lineage, our reputation carries equal weight to that of any European noble house. Anyone who dares to insult the Banks name should not be surprised by my ruthless response. To protect our family's honor, what do you expect me to do?" James nodded slowly, understanding the significance of public image, which held paramount importance for royals, aristocrats, and elite families alike. His father's decision to shift the auction offline was a strategic retreat, allowing Deanna time for careful consideration. If she chose to boldly participate in the auction, the Banks family would not hesitate to respond harshly. Sometimes, the goal was to push the other party toward making a critical choice. It resembled a standoff. One side, unable to bear the pressure, might unwittingly hand the other a weapon to escalate the conflict. If the opposing party truly failed to recognize the danger and seized that weapon, it would only serve to seal their own fate. Lord Banks aimed to transition the auction from online to offline for this very reason, to test Deanna and see whether she would choose life or death. Meanwhile, Deanna's longtime butler in Oris Hill soon received word about the auction moving offline and quickly reported the news to her. Deanna was taken aback and asked, "Didn't you say similar auctions have been held online for the last 2 years? Why are they switching back to offline now?" The butler shook his head and replied, "Second miss, I'm not entirely sure. From what I gathered, it seems that offline public auctions are considered more transparent." Deanna didn't dwell on it for long. After a brief hesitation, she said, "All right, let's go offline. Has the time and location been confirmed?" "Yes, it has," the old butler quickly responded. "It will be on Monday at 10 o'clock in the Jumbo Pavilion auction hall." "Jumbo Pavilion?" Deanna asked curiously. "What's the background of that place?" The old steward explained, "Jumbo Pavilion is a cooperative venue under our Oris Hill Cultural and Play Association. It mainly deals in various antiques and organizes numerous auctions." Deanna nodded in understanding. "In that case, I'll head directly to Jumbo Pavilion on Monday morning to participate in the auction." However, the old butler interjected, "Miss Deanna, I don't believe it would be wise for you to attend in person." Deanna looked surprised. "Why not?" The old butler cleared his throat awkwardly and clarified, "Miss Deanna, your presence in Oris Hill has already stirred up trouble in Eastcliff. If you were to participate in this event personally, it would undoubtedly spark even more controversy." Deanna smiled faintly and responded earnestly, "The so-called controversy stems from my ongoing marriage to Zane. Although we are not officially divorced, I have been married to him for over 20 years, and I have never been involved with another man, not even casually. On the other hand, Zayn claims he loves me while leading a double life, even fathering a daughter with someone else. Why is his behavior tolerated, while my actions would cause an even greater scandal? The old butler replied reluctantly, "Second miss, while society has made strides toward gender equality, there are still differences in expectations between men and women. In the moral framework of upper-class society, there tends to be greater tolerance for a man's indiscretions. Many original spouses choose to overlook such actions, and the public rarely reacts strongly." Chapter 2396. He continued, "Do you recall that well-known director who was often ambiguous with others? His wife, instead of being upset, publicly stated that her husband was being taken advantage of. However, if the situation were reversed and involved a woman, she would be ruthlessly criticized in the public eye." Deanna offered a slight smile and replied, "Uncle White, you're overthinking this. My intention is simply to purchase the house where Bruce Wade lived. It holds precious memories for me, and aside from that, I have no interest in being involved in scandals or relationships with other men. If the world can't accept my feelings, then I certainly don't need their acceptance." The elderly housekeeper interjected anxiously, "Second miss, that's not my concern. While I believe it's fine for you to buy the house, the current circumstances are rather delicate. You and Zayn are still married, so I think it's best if you don't attend the auction in person. I could find an independent third party to place a bid on your behalf. After the auction, they could hold temporary ownership until your divorce from Zayn is finalized, at which point the house could be transferred to you. This way, we can avoid any potential backlash." Deanna waved her hand and said earnestly, "Uncle White, I miss Bruce, and there's nothing wrong with that. I have nothing to hide. If I let someone else bid for me and then take ownership afterward, it would only make it seem as though I have a guilty conscience." The old butler sighed, filled with regret. "Second miss, there's something I hesitate to mention, but I feel I must. The Banks family has always been extremely hostile. You witnessed what transpired a while back. They are capable of betraying their own family. This shows that their morals are practically non-existent. If you insist on participating in this auction, you will surely offend them." Deanna furrowed her brow in confusion. "I simply don't understand. Zayn kept his illegitimate daughter hidden for 20 years and then brazenly brought her around me for several years. Why should I be concerned about offending the Banks family?" The old housekeeper quickly responded, "Miss, many things are not as straightforward as they seem. In high society, the treatment of men and women is indeed very different. You can't ignore that reality." Deanna smiled gently. "Uncle White, please don't try to dissuade me. I have made my decision. If you don't arrange it, I will handle it myself. I must attend this auction, and I will do so openly." The old butler hesitated for a long moment before finally giving in with a resigned sigh. "Very well, Second Mississippi. I will make the necessary arrangements." Meanwhile, at Thompson First Villa, Charlie received a call from Isaac Cameron. "Master," Isaac said over the phone, "the auction scheduled for Monday has now been moved offline." "Oh?" Charlie replied, surprised. "What prompted the change?" Isaac explained, "After some investigation, I even enlisted the help of an informant in Eastcliff. The information suggests that the Banks family is mediating this situation." "The Banks family?" Charlie frowned. "Why would they want to interfere with this auction?" "I'm not sure," Isaac admitted. "I haven't dug deeper into the matter, but you should maintain a low profile regardless." He quickly added, "It's primarily because this house is very sensitive. It was the residence of your parents. If anyone competes for it, it implies a connection to them, and I fear the Banks family might discover you. If they do, I can't predict what they might do, but your identity will certainly be exposed." Charlie nodded in agreement. "You're right. Where will the auction be held on Monday?" Isaac replied, "It will take place at the Treasure Pavilion, where you previously bid on clams with the so-called metaphysics master, Jack Yellman." Charlie's eyes widened in realization. "I see. I remember there's a VIP box there. Please ask Charles, who is in charge, to reserve one for me." Then have your driver attend the auction on my behalf. I'll observe from the box without drawing attention. Chapter 2397. After hearing Isaac Cameron mention that Charlie Wade would be attending the auction at his treasure pavilion, Charles felt a surge of excitement. He quickly arranged the finest box available and made a special call to Charlie. As soon as the call connected, he spoke respectfully, saying, "Master Wade, I heard you're participating in the auction on Monday morning, so I've reserved the best box for you." Charlie responded coolly, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Charles, for your consideration, but please do not reveal my identity or the fact that I will be attending the auction." Without hesitation, Charles assured him, "Master Wade, you can count on me. Tomorrow, I will personally oversee security at the auction site to ensure that no unauthorized individuals enter. Media reporters will be kept at least 100 meters away from the jumbo court, allowing you to use the internal passage to enter without your identity being disclosed." Satisfied, Charlie replied, "That sounds excellent. I appreciate your efforts, Pavilion Master." Charles humbly responded, "It's an honor to serve you, Master Wade." Charlie smiled and said, "I look forward to seeing you tomorrow." "Absolutely, Master Wade. See you tomorrow," Charles replied as they ended the call. However, a sense of puzzlement lingered in his mind. He wondered, why would Master Wade choose to attend this particular judicial auction at the Treasure Pavilion? Throughout the year, we host numerous large auctions featuring rare and exotic treasures, yet Master Wade has never attended any of those. This auction is just a regular judicial one, with items primarily consisting of seized assets, including second-hand cars and homes. Such an auction hardly seems worthy of someone as esteemed as Master Wade. The most valuable item on the block appears to be an old second-hand villa starting at $6 million, with an estimated market value of over $8 million. Given that Master Wade resides in Thompson First, it's hard to believe he would find such a property appealing. Despite his confusion, the thought of interacting with Charlie on Monday filled Charles with excitement. He had heard rumors that many prominent figures in Ores Hill had received gifts from Charlie, including a miraculous pill said to have the power to resurrect the dead. Thus, Charles felt that if he could foster a closer relationship with Charlie, he might also have a chance to acquire that legendary medicine. On Monday morning, after Charlie finished his routine and dressed neatly, he took a taxi to the Treasure Pavilion. This auction, which lacked any particularly noteworthy items, didn't attract much attention in Ores Hill. However, thousands of kilometers away in East Cliff, countless eyes were fixed on this event. The primary focus was on Deanna, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Banks family and the wife of Zane. Everyone was curious whether Deanna would attend the auction in person that day. Chapter 2398. Many believed that Deanna might not show up at the auction due to potential pressure from the Banks family. After all, they could not allow Deanna to tarnish the family's reputation. On the other hand, there were those who argued that Deanna, having traveled to Ores Hill, Bruce's former home, and signed up for the auction, was likely to attend. Her determined personality suggested that nothing, not even a looming threat, would keep her away. This speculation led some locals in East Cliff to set betting odds on whether Deanna would make an appearance at the auction. Meanwhile, at Thorne's old house, Deanna was preparing for the event. She had made up her mind to attend the auction, regardless of the Banks family's objections. Fitz and Zara stood anxiously by Deanna's door early that morning. When she finally emerged, they were taken aback by her formal attire. Fitz's anxiety bubbled over as he exclaimed, "Mom! Are you really going to participate in that auction?" Deanna nodded and replied, "I've already signed up, there's no turning back now." Zara, showing her concern, interjected, "Mom! You can't go. My friend mentioned that everyone in East Cliff is watching you closely. They're saying that if you attend, the Banks family will lose face." With a serious expression, Deanna responded, "The Banks family's reputation isn't solely up to me, it's determined by their actions. Your grandfather and father play crucial roles in that." Zara, still anxious, pleaded, "Mom, I get what you're saying, but the past actions of the Banks family can't be changed. If you skip the auction now, it might help salvage some dignity for the family." Looking intently at Zara, Deanna replied firmly, "Zara, I don't care about anyone's opinion of me, including in this situation. People can think whatever they want. Do you know why? Zara instinctively shook her head and asked, "Why?" Deanna explained with conviction, "The reason they believe I should prioritize the Banks family's reputation is simply because I'm a married woman. They think I should always put my husband's family first. Since my husband has another woman, they expect me to keep silent and maintain a facade of peace so that it appears I'm protecting his reputation. They believe this is how a woman should behave. But I find that notion quite tragic. Why should I suppress myself to please others? Why should I sacrifice my own happiness to protect someone else? Is it simply because I'm a woman?" As she spoke, Deanna looked deeply into Zara's eyes and said earnestly, "Zara, I don't want you to marry someone just for their wealth and power. I want you to preserve your dignity above all else. Don't fall into the trap of being a woman who constantly puts others first, otherwise, you may never find true happiness." At that moment, Zara felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Gazing into her mother's resolute eyes, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She began to question herself, "Why would I say such things to my mother? Will I think the same way when faced with similar situations in the future? Why am I being so foolish?" Lost in her thoughts, she clenched her fists and finally declared, "Mom, if you're determined to go, then I'll accompany you." Chapter 2399. Zara contemplated the reputation of the Banks family. In that moment, a realization struck her. While I am indeed a member of the Banks family, I am also a woman. If I find myself facing a similar issue as my mother today, I cannot remain steadfast. If I marry someone and encounter the same situation in the future, who will stand by me then? The root of this issue isn't about the Banks family's reputation, it's about principle. This is a matter of right versus wrong. Right is right and wrong is wrong. A woman should not be expected to accept something just because she is a woman. I shouldn't feel ashamed for the sake of a man's reputation. Therefore, today, I will accompany my mother to this auction." Fitz felt a sense of helplessness as he observed the situation. As the eldest son of the Banks family, he was capable of recognizing the pros and cons. From the standpoint of the Banks family, he believed his mother should refrain from participating in this auction at such a critical time. The overall well-being of the Banks family was paramount. However, after listening to his mother and sister, he suddenly understood that he couldn't solely prioritize the interests of the Banks family while overlooking his mother's feelings. With a sigh, he said, "Mom, I'll go with you too." Deanna smiled reassuringly and replied, "There's no need for you to join me. Just let Zara accompany me." Fitz quickly interjected, "Mom, why can't I accompany you?" Deanna replied seriously, "You are the eldest grandson of Lord Banks. It's important that you maintain a humble and proper image." Fitz countered, "But Zara, she..." Deanna waved her hand dismissively. "You are different from Zara." It was clear to Fitz that, as the eldest son and grandson, he had a responsibility to uphold the family's legacy. If he were to make a significant mistake in front of his grandfather, he could jeopardize his future role in the Banks family. Unlike Zara, who seemed indifferent to the family's wealth, power, and inheritance, Fitz couldn't afford that luxury. The elderly butler chimed in with comforting words, "Young master, it's best to heed the second lady's advice and not accompany her." Fitz hesitated but ultimately nodded, admitting, "All right, Mom, I won't join you." As he spoke, Fitz bowed his head in shame, realizing that although his mother had insisted he stay behind, he had still been persuaded to do so in the end. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Deanna said, "Fitz, let the driver take you to the airport. I'll arrange for a plane to leave at 10 o'clock to take you back to Eastcliff." "What?" Fitz exclaimed. "Mom, I don't want to go back to Eastcliff." Deanna replied firmly, "Your feelings don't change the fact that you must return. At 10 o'clock, I will attend the auction, and you'll leave for Eastcliff. This is your way of expressing your commitment to the Banks family." Fitz immediately grew anxious and protested, "What do you mean by expressing my commitment? Are you suggesting I want to distance myself from you on purpose?" "Exactly," Deanna affirmed without hesitation. "What I choose to do is my own business. It doesn't involve you. You don't have to support me, nor should you be entangled in my actions. By returning now, you can show the outside world your stance, giving your grandfather something to consider and diminishing any negative perception of our mother-son relationship. Why wouldn't you do that? Fitz objected, but I don't want to make that statement. Deanna sighed with a hint of exasperation and smiled. You need to mature a bit. With that, she turned to the old butler and instructed, Uncle White, please take him to the airport. The old butler nodded without hesitation. Of course, second lady. Fitz quickly added, Mom, I still have business to attend to in Oris Hill. Chapter 2400. Deanna offered a slight smile and said, It doesn't matter if you take the 10 o'clock flight. You can always return in the afternoon. What truly matters is showing others your attitude. She then inquired once more, Do you understand what's at stake? You've articulated it clearly yourself. You're a clever boy. Fitz pressed his lips together and nodded with resignation, replying, All right, Mom. Let's just pack up and head to the airport with Grandpa White. 20 minutes later, 2 black cars pulled away from the Thorne family's old residence. One vehicle headed toward Treasure Pavilion in the city, while the other made its way to Oris Hill International Airport on the outskirts. Inside the first car, Deanna and her daughter Zara sat side by side. Their resemblance was striking, both women were undeniably beautiful. Deanna, once celebrated as the foremost beauty of Eastcliff, had been admired by numerous high-ranking officials and socialites. Despite her stunning looks, she couldn't quite match the allure of Charlie's mother. Zara, being younger, lacked Deanna's maturity but possessed a more spirited look in her eyes. As they drove toward the auction, Deanna gazed out the window, lost in thought. Her mind drifted to Bruce and his former home, and she found herself recalling the young man she had encountered there recently. He must be Bruce's son, she mused silently. It's impossible for him not to resemble Bruce. Yet, I haven't come across any information about him in the past couple of days. I wonder if he'll attend the auction today. Meanwhile, inside the Treasure Pavilion, Charlie, wearing a disposable mask, entered the auction venue accompanied by Charles, who was visibly enthusiastic about the event. Despite the auction starting in just half an hour, Charles insisted on keeping everyone else waiting outside the Treasure Pavilion. He explained that he was concerned about Charlie's identity being discovered. Therefore, he planned to allow others in only after Charlie was settled in his box. As there were numerous boxes available at Treasure Pavilion, Charlie asked, Charles, is anyone else booked for a box today? Yes, Charles responded promptly. A wealthy client expressed interest in reserving a box, but I declined, fearing that others in adjacent boxes might disrupt your privacy. I told them that this auction isn't of high importance, so the boxes are unavailable for booking. Aside from you, everyone else is seated in the lobby. Charlie nodded appreciatively and said, Thank you for your efforts. I believe it's nearly time. Please let the other bidders in. Of course, Master Wade. Charles exclaimed, bowing to Charlie before quickly exiting the box. Before long, the participants of the judicial auction began to filter into the venue. Seated in a one-way glass box, Charlie felt at ease knowing that no one could see him. He scrutinized each newcomer and noticed that most were dressed quite ordinarily, indicating that the auction items were likely aimed at the average working class. Suddenly, he spotted 2 familiar women entering side by side. They appeared to be around the same age, the older one exuded charm, and the younger one was equally stunning. If one didn't know better, they might assume the 2 were sisters. However, Charlie recognized them instantly. The younger woman was Zara, the one he had inadvertently rescued in Japan, while the older woman was Deanna, whom he had seen at his parents' former home. As Charlie took in the sight of the 2 beautiful figures, he couldn't help but exclaim softly, I can't believe Deanna is actually here for the auction.